Okay, so sorry about this, friends. I lost the power and the internet sometime in the morning, and phone ran out of battery. When I tried to go back to sleep for a short nap, it was dead, had no alarm. I'm so sorry. I needed the rest. I've been really sick. Not just a regular old ear infection, but just it's like I got something else, like a stomach bug. I've got a sore throat and a fever, but I'll try and make it through the day. I'm here now. So I'm trying to get myself up to speed, and while I eat a little bit and take some honey for my sore throat, I'm going to play this that streamed about 5 hours ago, a general fire update for California. Yeah, I'm alive. Sorry. And then I'll talk once I've soothed my throat a little bit and eaten. Here we go. Once again, I've crushed disappointment and not being able to be here, but I am now. So I'm going to try to take it from here. Please get me up to speed in chat. What's happened throughout the day, and I'll play this. This is like a California wildfire updates that the state did, and I'll be right back with you. Yeah, I'm sorry it happens at the wrong time, doesn't it? Ground cinnamon with honey? Okay, I've got that. Okay, here we go.
And make them more complex and ultimately more dangerous than anything that we faced in the past. We're seeing very gusty winds and are seeing it combined with dry conditions and record drought, making this for a very, very dangerous and severe situation. Right now, we are in a very dynamic and challenging firefight happening concurrently in multiple corners of Northern California, from Siskiyou County all the way down to El Dorado County, and even a new fire in Upper Tulare County. To date, the governor has proclaimed 11 counties under states of emergencies and has secured fire management assistance grants for the counties of El Dorado, Lassen, Plumas, Siskiyou, Trinity, Nevada, and Placer from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. These federal fire management assistance grants enable local, state, and tribal agencies involved in the response to get funds that are necessary to ensure that they've got ongoing support for those fires and get reimbursed for the firefighting costs. Still, even with all of that, the human impact of these fires is significant. There are currently roughly 31,000 Californians under evacuation of some sort. 500 individuals are currently being housed in shelters, and we're using every tool at our disposal to meet the needs of these folks and the challenge overall. Currently, there are over 10,000 personnel working on these fires from state, local, and federal agencies, as well as 766 engines, 172 hand crews, 200 unparalleled among states, is currently working hard, but is stretched. We've deployed many resources from that system, including going out to other states, and we were able to get some resources from Utah to come in to support this. But even at that, there are fires, major fires in the 12 western states, and so resources are really running thin throughout the western United States. And so even getting EVAC grant resources has been.
That's their video glitching, not me. I'm just playing their YouTube.
Responders, our local government fire agencies through the mutual aid system, our city councils, our city managers, our mayors, and our county executives that are supporting the system. Without that support, we could not have the kind of resources in support from the fire service that we are getting. So this has truly been a one team, one fight approach across all of government. We've also worked with our colleagues in other states. As I mentioned, beyond the Utah folks, we have Louisiana and West Virginia National Guard. And General Baldwin of the National Guard is here today. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But the National Guard has been a great supporter of this effort across these various states. And even with the fires still burning, we also are moving into recovery where we can, trying to concurrently balance the response with the recovery. And we've already initiated hazardous materials teams to go in to remove household hazardous waste and other hazardous materials in the multiple counties where fires have occurred as the first stage of returning the damaged properties to their owners. This will ultimately evolve into debris clearance operations as the fire incident managers allow that to happen. And we also have doing damage assessments on the ground to document the extent of losses so that we can maximize our request for federal aid, which we're working on a request to the president for the governor to request to the president a major disaster declaration. If you've been evacuated, it's important to know, or if you've lost your home, it's also important to know that you follow your local county updates for how to apply for aid. There are local assistance centers that are being established, but you can also go online at their websites of your local county Office of Emergency Services, or you can come to CalOES's, this agency's website and get information on the wildfires. Those local assistance centers, as they get put up, are important because they will have a number of state and local and federal agencies and private sector to provide you information on how you can navigate through what is truly a challenging time. CalOES remains a quick partner with all of our fire victims and survivors, and will be with you throughout the days and months to come. In closing, let me just say that I want all Californians to really think through being prepared, to being vigilant over the circumstances that we are facing. We are not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination with regards to these fire conditions. In fact, we're just beginning in the fire season, and we're already in very, very critical conditions. If you are told, if a fire starts in your area, you are told to evacuate, please do not wait, evacuate. That's what we want you to do. It's critical. Remember, material items can be replaced, but your life cannot. The other thing is that we've been working on with sheriffs and law enforcement to do preemptive evacuations in some cases where we know the fire is coming, and you may say, well, the fire's right not next to me, and that's purposeful. One, it clears out the area and makes sure that the firefighters have access to your area, but it also makes sure that they don't have to be worrying about rescue instead of doing firefighting, and it does protect you. And I think that's a testament of why we have not actually had a lot of life loss in this particular fire siege, is that this is a new strategy, and we want to try to keep people out of harm's way. And so I can't thank enough our law enforcement, mutual aid, the highway patrol, our sheriffs who have been really steadfast in making sure this has all come together, and we'll learn a little bit about that further today from our partners at the CHP. So each county has alerts systems. You can sign up for getting alerts about evacuations and fire information. You certainly can go to CAL FIRE's website and get that, and you can come to CalOES's website and be able to click on a link to be able to sign up for alerts in your respective county. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my partner and our Director of California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, CAL FIRE, Chief Tom Porter. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ghilarducci, and thank you all for being here. This is a particularly difficult time, and one where all of the mutual aid system is being stretched. The response, the law enforcement, everything is really stretched. And I can't thank you all enough, those who are supporting, your communities that are sending fire engines and law enforcement officers, and overhead. We really need it, and it's making a difference in this firefight that we're in, this siege that we're in. Reflecting just for a moment on last year. Last year at this time, we were deploying teams all over California to lightning fires that had occurred and turned into complexes, and ultimately became the biggest and most acres ever burned in California's history that we have been tracking. This year, we're on track to do just the same. We're ahead of acres burned to date at this point. We continue to have initial attack fires, 34 just in the last 24 hours. None of those have become large and damaging. So we're continuing to meet our initial attack goals and needs within and around communities, but also feeding the fires that need resources and making sure that we're keeping those fires as best we can from continuing to damage and destroy communities and infrastructure along the way. So the biggest fire in states in the state right now is the Dixie fire. Dixie fire is the first fire that we're aware of that has burned from the west side of the mountain range all the way over and to the valley floor on the east side of the mountain range. We don't have any record of that happening before. The fire has been burning for approximately 35 days. It is exceedingly resistant to control. While we've had some successes and we've had some lines that we've held and made good progress on, when the winds come, we're finding that fires are spotting in some cases miles outside of that fire because of the sheer magnitude of the material that's burning and the heat that's being produced, carrying large embers, chunks of wood, dropping them way out in front of the fire in receptive fuel beds. So this is not going to end anytime soon. We have to all be vigilant. We need to know when new fires are starting. Call 911. Make sure that you're reporting those fires. Make sure that you're being vigilant not to start fires by your own activities. But then, lo and behold, while this is the second largest fire in California's history now, the Dixie, and the 14th most damaging fire in California's history, now we have the Caldor fire. Caldor fire is in a very, very difficult spot. We've seen the King fire burn nearly in the same area. We have identified this decades ago and continue to work through what is called the Fire Adapted 50 program, which is a fuel reduction program, series of fuel breaks, shaded fuel breaks, fuel reduction project work, prescribed burns. All of that is being tested as we speak. That work is going to make a difference, but it also points to what we need to be doing more of in the future. And in the case that I mentioned, when fire is jumping outside of its perimeter, sometimes miles, sometimes those fuel projects won't stop a fire. Sometimes they're just used to slow it enough to get people out of the way, which brings me to people out of the way. Getting people out of the way of these fires is the best way for us to be able to protect your communities. We need you to evacuate. We need you to evacuate early. Everybody is going to be sucking smoke for a long time. The fire is going to come and go the way the fire is going to come and go. These are fuels-driven fires as much as weather-driven fires, and the drought conditions are allowing for that fuel condition to take fire wherever there's a receptive path that it's going to go. So please, please heed the warnings, and then when you're asked to get out, because we need you out of the way so we can protect your homes from these fires. It's the only way we can do it. If you're in our way in doing that, it might not only be your home that's lost, but it might be your neighbors as well. So, further, big picture from the CAL FIRE resources side. We have every CAL FIRE employee fully engaged in this siege, from Southern California all the way to the northern border. Everybody is supplying resources or supporting in some way. We have 6 all-hazard Type 1 incident management teams. Of the 6 that we have in the state, 3 of them are deployed as we speak. 1 of them is on hardcover. That leaves 2 additional in the back pocket if we have a need for them. Right now, we're hoping that won't be the case because, as I said, everybody's already working we'll have to move some things around. But we have those 6 teams that are available, and they are proving very critical again this year in helping bring calm to these chaotic situations. Not only are the resources stretched, but they're being used in a very strategic and surgical way. The unfortunate thing is that these fires continue to get bigger, but we're surging resources into communities to protect and reduce the impact to communities as best we can and save as much as we can. And in some cases, that has been effective in keeping fire out of places like Chester. We surged resources. We herded the fire around Chester. 110,000 acres of timberland burned during one burning cycle on that fire. It did not burn Chester. But there's a side problem with all of this fire that's going on in the landscape. It is happening.
I have to point out that the fire went north of Chester because the wind was blowing like straight north. And even though the wind wasn't blowing exactly to Chester, they barely hung on to it. It was a hard battle, but that's because the wind went past Chester, due north, not northeast. So I just wanted to point that out. Sorry, I'm going to go back to eating.
Happening in California's timber basket. And I say that very specifically because California's timber basket is a huge part of California's climate initiative and carbon sequestration goals in the future. We are seeing generational destruction of forests because of what these fires are doing. This is going to take a long time to come back from. And our timber industry partners are feeling a very, very big pinch during this. They're seeing their investment and their good work in sequestering carbon going away. So long-term effects, short-term, we need to surge resources, protect communities, yes, but we also have to put these fires out. In order to put these fires out, we need to keep from having more fires. So vigilance, vigilance, vigilance for every Californian. Also know every acre in California can and will burn someday. Just make sure that you're ready when it does. With that, I'm going to pass the mic to Tony Scardina, who is the Deputy Regional Forester for U.S. Forest Service Region 5 here in California. Tony?
Good morning. Thanks, Tom. First, let me start by just saying that to Californians, we know you're going through a lot right now. Communities have been impacted, a lot of smoke in the air, and our hearts, our thoughts are with you. We are doing everything between federal, state, and local government to do everything we can to suppress these fires. I'm going to give you a little bit of the national update for the Forest Service and then bring that down to California. Right now, when you look in the West, there is extreme drought across most of the western states, which is indicative of the type of fire behavior that we're seeing. Right now, there's over 100 large active fires across most of the western states, and the Forest Service and the federal agencies are preparedness level 5, which is the highest of our preparedness levels out of 1 through 5, meaning that resources are stretched, there's large fire activity across most of the range, and there's drought conditions leading to extreme fire behavior. In Northern California, we are also at preparedness level 5 due to the amount of large fire activity. We have 7 large fires across Northern California that we're currently managing, many that we're managing with local government as well as in concert with CAL FIRE. In Southern California, we're at preparedness level 3. There's been some moisture conditions, but that will only last so long. As we get into September and October, we expect to see drying out in the southern part of California and fire activity to pick up. Nationally, there are 10,000 federal firefighters deployed. 6,500 of those are in California. So 65% of the resources that we have federally are within the state of California, despite all of that activity across the other western states, again, indicative of the type of fire behavior that we're experiencing. So what's our strategy? We continue to maintain our resources across the state so that we have effective initial attack capability. One thing that we want to do is to continue to suppress new fires so we don't add new fires to the landscape. Our success in that has been 98%. So we'll continue to stay aggressive. On-the-ground resources as well as aircraft are critical to that strategy. The other piece that we're doing is that we are going to do everything we can to fully suppress large fires and keep them as small as we can. As Tom mentioned, with the extreme fire behavior, that is difficult to do. We're going to continue to put as much aircraft and resources on the ground as we can, but keeping fires small at this point is quite difficult. And then we're going to prioritize our resources around protecting life, getting people out safely, protecting property, including the timberlands that Tom talked about, and then other resources after that. So that's how we prioritize our aircraft and our on-the-ground resources. The other thing that we're doing in the state right now is we have large closure areas around fires. The importance of that is to keep the public safe. We're also looking at the potential for broader closures across Northern California until the situation abates. We're able to get more resources into the state, and that is to keep the public safe, keep fires off the landscape, and keep our firefighters sustained over a long period of time. Our folks have been fighting fire for nearly 2 months now. They're tired, they're fatigued, they're digging lines 16 hours a day for 14 days straight, and we're doing everything we can for their health and safety as well. And again, I want to thank the communities out there that have been impacted. They're going through a lot. We're all going to work together here to help them through that and get through that recovery process. With that, I'm going to hand it over to General Baldwin with CalGuard. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony, and good morning, everybody. The CalGuard has 970 soldiers, airmen, and sailors supporting firefighting efforts throughout the state. That includes 122 military members from the states that Director Dixie mentioned, plus the state of Nevada and Wyoming's National Guard and the United States Air Force Reserve. We're flying 20 different types of aircraft in support of fire suppression operations. That includes firefighting helicopters, firefighting air tankers, medical evacuation helicopters, and manned and unmanned situational awareness aircraft that are assisting with fire mapping and damage assessment. We're also using our space-based systems to do initial fire detections to help CAL FIRE and U.S. Forest Service pounce on fires when they break out, and we can also use those systems for fire mapping and damage assessment. On the ground, we have 25 hand crews that are organized as both Type 1 and Type 2 hand crews that are supporting firefighting efforts, mainly on the Dixie fire. We also have 72 military policemen that are working in support of our partners in the Highway Patrol and the Plumas County Sheriff's Department, manning traffic control points to keep people out of harm's way up on the Dixie fire. And then finally, we've just mobilized 3 very large fuel tankers to provide logistic support to CAL FIRE up in Redding. And I'll be followed by Chief Mike Dust from the California Highway Patrol.
Thank you, General. Once again, I'm Mike Dust. I'm from CHP. I'm the Chief over Valley Division. And first and foremost, on behalf of Commissioner Ray, our hearts go out to all those affected by these fires, not only locally but statewide. And I also want to thank all the first responders who are also affected by these fires through evacuations and some of them losing their homes, and yet they still come to work to serve these communities. To that end, the California Highway Patrol statewide is providing assistance to local sheriffs, to fire services in support of traffic control points and evacuations. It's been said earlier about the need to get out during warnings. There is a difference between a warning and an order. When warnings occur, traffic trickles out of those communities. When an order happens, that turns into traffic jams, and it becomes very difficult then for people to escape. The CHP mans those traffic control points for the safety of the community. And one thing that we've noticed during all of these fires is once the fire is out of view, you might still see a CHP car sitting there. And the officer there gets asked questions, and we don't mind answering any questions that you have, but some of those questions are, why can't I go? Why can't I go? There's no fire here. Why can't I go up to where my house is? And the reason is because there could be something around the corner that you don't know about. There's fire apparatus, there's hoses across roads, there's downed power lines and power poles, there's downed trees, contaminated water. There's all kinds of things that need to be mitigated and restored before we can open those roads. So we just ask for your patience for our folks during those. And thank you once again. And Director Ghilarducci, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, so as you can see, there's, this state effort being coordinated statewide here at the State Operations Center, all these agencies, local, state, and federal, and private coming together in this coordinated effort to respond to these fires. Again, we're early in the season. I think we're going to have a very, very challenging summer months as it continues to be warm and dry, and we are in drought conditions. So we just ask for everyone's cooperation, patience, and this isn't really just a government solution. This is a whole of community solution. So every citizen in California is a partner with us in this, and your preparedness level and your actions really do matter in this whole thing. So we thank you all for your cooperation with that. With that, this team will be happy to answer any questions. Yes, sir.
Hi, question, I think it's on Porter or Tony. If I'm not mistaken, this morning, the total number of personnel on the Caldor fire was 240 something, which seems awfully small for the size of that fire and the destruction that's wrought already. Do you have any updated number of how many people you be able to bring in anytime soon?
Well, I will start, and yes, the 209 showed 200 and I think it was 47 or something like that. It was about 250 personnel. That doesn't show what was coming in day shift this morning. So I know for a fact that we called up off of the Dixie fire an additional 6 strike teams of engines. That's 5 engines each. Out of Reno, they were R&R in Reno. They were coming onto the fire this morning. That's just one set of resources that were coming in from other areas as well. And so I don't know if Tony has any more specifics on that, but that was the 209 from last night, but that last night and this morning, but it didn't reflect what would be there as of this morning. And the team just took over that fire at 0700 this morning, which was after last night's 209.
Any other questions?
I was going to ask how many acres, if you guys know, have burned so far with the Caldor fire.
Tom does have it.
I do have that. We have, as of this morning, again, from the 209, it's 53,772 acres, and 47,272 of those acres just burned yesterday. So total was
Okay, we got to go back and hear that again. What a statistic.
72 of those acres just burned yesterday. 3,007.
Hang on a second.
We have, as of this morning, again, from the 209, it's 53,772 acres, and 47,272 of those acres just burned yesterday.
47,000 acres just burned yesterday. 47,000.
So total was 53,772.
Just to add one thing to give an example of how stretched resources are. So like CAL FIRE, they have 6 incident command teams that help manage these large fires. The Forest Service in Region 5 has 10 incident command teams, and all of them are deployed. There's also federal incident command teams, and every federal incident command team in the country is on an active fire. With Caldor, we had no team available, and it shows the type of partnership that we have. Tom and his leadership and CAL FIRE was willing to help assist with that situation. And that's the type of work that we do together when we're stretched for resources and we need to help each other out, that's what we do. I want to thank CAL FIRE and Tom for doing that and just kind of display the type of partnership that we're in to try and get these fires suppressed.
Quick question for the Forest Service. I know you had mentioned earlier that the Forest Service is going to be considering broader evacuations in Northern California specifically in order to help keep more of us safe. Can you elaborate on that? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so right now we have closure orders around the 7 active fires that we have to keep the public out of areas where there's firefighting activity and keep people safe. We are taking a look at the conditions that we have right now with extreme drought, extreme active fire behavior, combined with the lack of resources. So if we have a new fire start and we're not able to put significant resources on it to fight it, we're thinking about, can the public in that situation be safe? Is not having the public on federal lands for a period of time going to help us reduce new fire starts? And that's a hard decision to make. We did that last year for the first time in decades. And it's not something that we take lightly. It's not something that we want to do. But with the conditions, we need as little of fire starts as possible on that landscape. And so we're having that conversation, thinking about, is that the right move to make? And we're looking at probably around Labor Day weekend. Trying to get through Labor Day weekend, we believe that some of the conditions in other parts of the country are going to lighten up a little bit, which would hopefully bring more resources available and be in a better firefighting scenario. So still in that conversation with our partners in the state, as well as local leaders to make that choice.
Are you currently pulling resources from other fires to come up to the Caldor and Dixie fire? And how do you determine that if you are?
Yes, so what I'll say generally is that in California we have 2 operation centers, a northern operations center and a southern operations center that includes all of the partners, federal, state, and local. The leadership, the fire leadership in those centers look at every fire in the state. They look at our priorities around protecting life and infrastructure and property, and they put resources on those fires based on those priorities. So they're trying to do everything they can to, one, look at, for example, the Dixie fire, lots of communities at risk, lots of infrastructure, private timberlands, things of that nature, and balance that with other fires that have also values at risk. So right now, as Tom mentioned, we may do a surge where we bring resources from one fire to the other to try and dampen that fire situation. But that is part of the problem with that many fires on the landscape and values at risk. Having that balance and resources to meet our suppression strategies can be difficult, but that's how we prioritize across the state. Tom, you may want to add anything to that.
Yeah, because I mentioned it, I know that the engines that were coming out of Reno to the Caldor fire this morning, they were assigned to the Dixie fire up until last night. They were released from the Dixie fire and sent straight over the hill because they were the closest resources available to get into the Caldor fire at the right time. So what we're doing is, as Tony mentioned, we are moving resources around as needed, sharing among the incidents and sharing the right type of resources among the incidents. Sometimes type 3 engines, wildland engines are needed on one fire, and type 1, more structure protection type engines are needed on the other fire. We can swap and move things around. Our coordination centers at North Ops and South Ops are very adept at doing that and working with those incident management teams to make that happen. Both the federal and the state incident management teams fall under that general coordination at those 2 locations, North Ops, South Ops.
Resources stretched so far right now. Is there a plan to bring in more sources to help with these fires?
There is. We've been working hard, and this is probably a team approach. One team, one fight on this. We put in resource orders from the fires themselves. So those get filled as fills are available. That goes to all of the California mutual aid system, including Forest Service, the state.
Okay, so I continued to eat here, but I wanted to run that as a questions and answers thing in general, and at least watch a significant amount of that. That's an entire hour. Sorry guys, I continue to struggle to talk with this sore throat. It's not just like, oh, I've been talking a lot and I've got a sore throat for that reason. I'm actually sick. So that wasn't the reason I wasn't here this morning, though. I actually had some major construction problem with a power outage, and we had disruption to phone lines as well. It was pretty major. I'm not sure what happened, but I lost every way to communicate today, and took a nap, and then lost my alarm because there was no phone with a charge to wake me up. So, but I sure needed it. I am feeling pretty bad, but I'll get through the day, and I'm here now. The breaks I've got to take for talking, though, are real. I wanted to hear that last bit about. That's a very good question. A lot of people have, and we're continuing to monitor what goes on in Clear Lake, by the way. This is a brand new fire ripping through neighborhoods. I can confirm structure loss, but they're doing what they can. The question was, did they take resources from other fires for the Caldor fire? And the answer is yes. Even some left the Dixie fire to go respond to the Caldor fire. And that's what we're seeing again and again and again, is the resources are stretched thin. And what they're not actually saying is that since the Dixie fire was yet another one started by the power company, with most of the country being on it, other fires have gone ignored, and they're allowed to get bigger, not because anybody wants them to, because there's nobody to send them. So the more than 6,000 people on the Dixie fire started by PG&E's failing equipment in exactly the same spot almost that their equipment failed a couple of years ago and started the Paradise fire is absolutely unreal. That same line right here at Polga has started multiple fires, and it's original to the World War I era, a lot of that equipment. It's like a 95-year-old tower sitting there. PG&E claimed to have de-energized that line, but then what just happened? And as soon as they were about to get the Dixie fire under control, then PG&E equipment seems to have started the Fly fire. It is out of their words, not mine. They got up on the podium and explained our equipment caused both, we believe. So when the lightning of more than a week ago went and started all these out here, they had nobody. The people around the Forks of Salmon and those areas by the hay press fire were told there is nobody to send. Leave your homes and structures because we cannot defend them because there's nobody there. And by the time they reassigned resources, they're still completely understaffed, and that explains some of their explosive growth. And this is a repeat of history from last year. Last year, PG&E equipment started things like the Zog fire. They had to put down everything they were doing out here. This, California's largest wildfire ever, was only so for other reasons, like they had manpower shortages. This here was just a bunch of little lightning strike fires, and they all merged together. And so that I was covering this all live last year. It's just history repeating. And that's one of the reasons I want to educate people, because I don't want to see history repeat. These normal ones that get started by lightning are going completely ignored and unstaffed. The same thing with the Tamarack. That got so big, partially because the southwest flank of it went completely unstaffed for more than a week. Unstaffed means nobody available there to even do anything to fight it, because so many crews are on the Dixie. There's further complications of COVID manpower shortages, which are a huge factor. But that just goes to show we don't need these extra fires started by rickety, poorly maintained power grid. It's been documented. I don't make this up, by so many other journalists. Wall Street Journal, New York Times. You've got to do some research on this to know fully, oh my gosh, this company was that this company was starting an average of one fire a day for since around 2014. They did spark the deadliest blaze ever. They sparked the blaze that nearly killed my friend. So I did kill my friend and nearly killed my brother. So if we want this to stop, we don't have the extra manpower resources to deal with their shenanigans. If you look over at the, I'm going to just briefly mention this before I go onto the other fires. But if you go to the New York Times as well, all of the deadliest fires in recent times, the deadliest ever in California, the one at Paradise, was started by their equipment, and they start multiple fires per day during these events on the same day. Same night that my friend died in the Cascade Fire, 2 towns were erased, Bangor and Loma Rica. Same time, Santa Rosa burns down, same night. But that was a forgotten fire because everybody looked at Santa Rosa and kind of forgot about Bangor and Loma Rica. So this multiple fires on the same day is a lot of what they do. So hopefully we can pass legislation to somehow fiscally incentivize them to maintain their lines instead of running them until they fail. They actually had an email, and this article explains it, in the New York Times. PG&E emails said, let's just let our lines fail. The likeliness of them starting a fire is low because mostly lines fail during a storm, and there's probably going to be rain to prevent the fire, and that's completely false thinking. But they figure since a lot of them are rickety, we'll just replace them once they fail as a cost-saving measure. So not my words, New York Times and many other journalists and places. I just want to explain the rage at that power company. I've nearly lost 3 family members to what the fires they started, and I did lose a friend. I have a good family friend. So I'm going to go back now to covering the things. We don't know what started the one at Clear Lake. We don't know what started the Caldor. We have to wait on that. But for the most part, I don't allow speculation about, must be some arsonists or something. That's the first thing I thought years ago, too, is why do these all start in the worst red flag conditions? But their power equipment, it's a monopoly for most of the state up here. So their power equipment that's been neglected, their lines and such, for more than 40 years, and allowing things like trees to grow up underneath them and fall over on their equipment. Whenever there is a windstorm, their lines just like fail over here, then they fail over here, in multiple areas, usually on the same day. Some of them start a fire. So as I was covering everything live last year, I said, wow, the Zog fire up here and the Glass fire at the same time, I bet you one of those is PG&E, and I was correct. The Zog fire was. So please don't be mad at the power outages. It's a lot of the state and regulators pressuring them. If your lines fail during every wind event, then you need to shut off the power in at least red flag, low humidity, high temperature wind events like we're seeing today, yesterday, day before. And that is a good thing. Otherwise, we'd have more fires. So most of the public is totally behind the shutoffs, and the ones who know, the fire-scared people who know, the public becomes enraged when they fail to shut off things, and then new fires start. They've been resistant to shutting off the power during red flag, and we've seen the deadly results. So it's a complicated issue, but if people who are tuning in from international areas and the nation kind of don't understand the hatred against the company, not the employees, but, the higher-ups. They've also killed people, in the 70s by poisoning well water and giving people rare cancers and covering it up, Flint, Michigan style. So this is a culture of corruption. Safety is a huge backseat for that company, and that's a brief nutshell explanation of why they are despised, hated, and the politicians that protect that company from liability and paying the victims what they truly deserve. That's much of the rage here. So right now, though, we're going to focus on what's going on in the situation. We have some reports that the fire over here at Caldor may have jumped 50, and I'm going to try to find out the best that I can about that. We know that Pollock Pines is in grave danger. We need to check wind speed. We need to check wind direction and find out when that might be impacted. Right now, I think the wind is going to the east from what little I can see on the charts. We've got the brand new fire over here at Lake County. I don't want to show the live images of the structure loss, but I have confirmed it, like on Twitter and other places. We've It's impacted a mobile home park. There are some live aerial views of that. I think KCRA keeps going live, and I don't mind if you want to go and look at those things, but it's and come back and see us, but the live structure loss is something that I try to protect people from. Many of the people or my viewers in here don't want to see that. It's traumatic, and they literally have a lot of PTSD, a lot of my viewers. When I was covering the fires last year and the year before, they said, please don't show that stuff. We just want to know the information, but not get the flashbacks. And so, of course, most of the chat rules here are here for the protection of people who have been absolutely through hell. So, oh yeah, these executives should be in jail. Butte County, after the Camp Fire, tried to arrest them for negligent homicide and other charges. The laws on the books in California don't allow a corporation to corporate people to actually see jail time. But these are things we can fix. We'll never have a safety culture, develop in some of these corporations unless there's consequences. And these billionaires, all they could do is give them a $10,000 fine. Butte County was enraged, like these million and billionaires sometimes of evil corporations get things like a $10,000 fine, and that's like taking a penny out of your pocket and cutting it in half. Like, it's not even losing a penny compared to their income. So, but we can change that. We'll have fewer fires in California and a lot more safety if we change our laws. And that's why I keep the stream oriented to what can we actually change? What can we do? We all need justice. The dead people I speak for need justice. They've almost killed in the PG&E fires many of my family members, and they did kill our family friend, and it could have been me. If we still lived in the area that was affected by these fires, that easily could have been me. I wouldn't be talking to you today. So this is what I continuously talk about. We won't see change until we press for change, but we can. Now, I want to remind you guys that I drew this picture. This is satellite heat detection. It does not mean that all of this is on fire right now at Clear Lake. We won't have a good idea of what exactly is going to be affected. It's going to be a rapidly evolving situation. Links in this description of my channel have the new evacuation maps for the Cache fire. And if you want evacuation maps for the Caldor fire, then that is I believe in the description as well. Let me try and make sure of that. The situation is changing on both fronts pretty rapidly, but I just want to show you guys, please don't think that every building in this is on fire. This is the margin of error, each one of these squares, and so it could be just like something like this is on fire, but the square is showing you, it's not a pinpoint accuracy thing by any means. It updates very frequently without much accuracy. That's the limitation of the GOES satellite. And that's the flag that I have here, the GOES 17 satellite. It's pretty much hovers around California and looks at things, but it's not able to zoom in, so to speak. So it's a bad situation. I use proven facts and proven information. It creates a climate of panic, fear, and distrust of each other. If we start speculating on, oh no, is it a person doing this and that? We can talk about arson once it's confirmed and once there's been arrest made and what the authorities speculate on. But there's so much going on here that's just completely natural. With the lightning strikes we've had. Like this time last year, 8,000 lightning strikes hit in California in August. It's always a race against time to put those out before they get huge, and it's hard to attend to all of them. That's part of why the LNU complex got so huge, was there were strikes all over the Coast Range of California. And it got worse because there was COVID, low staffing, and it got even worse when the Zog Fire PG&E's equipment started up there. Started a fire up by Redding. a place already traumatized by the car fire. So we need everybody we can get. It's a race against time. Usually within 4 days of a lightning strike, wind will pick up and make it huge. You've really got to pounce on those. Otherwise, you're just going to get another huge fire. And with manpower shortages, I have to truthfully and factually tell you about all the reasons why these are getting bigger so that we can problem solve. And we can solve a lot of these reasons why the fire is getting bigger. We can have fewer manpower shortages if we, pay firefighters a good living wage and treat our heroes with the respect they deserve, and more people will sign up. Thankfully, the infrastructure bill is going to help a lot of that, and there's bipartisan support. So a lot of a new era, a better era is coming, as long as we push for it and make even simple legislative changes and other changes, such as promote technology that'll help us react to fires quickly, get there, and corral them and contain them before they become monsters. So with that, I haven't finished my meal completely, but I want to go ahead and look at the situation first over at Clear Lake. In the links in the description of this video, I do have the evacuation map, and basically it's this one on Zone Haven. Zone Haven does multiple counties, and so Lake County is one of those, but unfortunately it doesn't do all counties. So the red mandatory evacuation areas, you just click on them like this, and you will see, and you will see the zone. It'll explain things such as this zone is everything in the city of Clear Lake to the south of the 18th Avenue and east to SR 53, except for Adventist Health Clear Lake Hospital. So a question is, what is a complex fire? Complex means that there are two independent areas of a fire and they merge together. So, yeah, Jason Parker says they've dropped a lot of red roof. There's red roofs in the aerial images from like the news media. That's where they've put flame retardant on the top of the buildings. And don't worry, it's not the crazy flame retardant chemicals of yesteryear. It's mostly red dyed fertilizer and water mix and such. Retardant doesn't put out a fire. They didn't miss the fire when they dropped it. They're trying to buy time. It's harder for a fire to get established where retardant is at. And that's all that firefighters need usually is time. Time to respond before it spreads. So that'll be very protective of a lot of buildings. If the fire department is a 5-minute drive away from you, having retardant on your house gives it a lot more time to be lesser affected by the time they get there. So going back to other questions, do we have any questions immediately for what the rapidly evolving situation is? I don't see that there have been a lot of copper thefts on PG&E equipment. It's mostly happening in like Central America and such. It's not like vandalism. They actually have a culture where they don't care if they particularly kill anybody because they're off the hook for a lot of the damages. That you and I, the taxpayer, are on the hook. Just read the articles I linked. Even their own reports and their own emails say that their power lines are so corroded that their own workers could fall off of them if they sat down on the towers, because it could collapse underneath them from rust and corrosion. So this isn't something I'm making up. That's their own internal memos. So I continue to emphasize people just educate themselves about the company before expressing random thoughts. Going back up, ETA for Westwood and what fires in Clear Lake. Right, Isaiah. So this is the Clear Lake one. Link to this evacuation map is in the description. That's a rapidly evolving situation. If we go to Cal Topo, and we put on the wind, according to Cal Topo, the wind is blowing to the southwest, meaning the fire would go to the southwest. And so that explains a lot of their evacuation excuse me, partially fires follow the wind, and partially they expand because where vegetation touches, or just being, winds fanning the flames and being variable. Just because we turn on the wind plot and it says in general the wind's blowing that way doesn't mean that it'll swirl around and affect other neighborhoods and chew through power poles and have them fall over and that sort of thing. Fire can race along the insulation on lines and affect other structures. There's a lot of way that fire spreads in an urban environment. We also have the topography there is hilly, and so fire races uphill and those sorts of things. It's not exactly completely flat land here. So we'll continue to watch this situation. Please, if you're affected, go ahead and do look at your evacuation info. And this, where it's in the morning down here by Twin Lakes, the wind is blowing straight to it. So these areas should really be preparing. Excuse me, I gotta make this pen darker. These areas really should be preparing, or people should be leaving ahead of time, which is something that I always emphasize. Beat the traffic. Don't wait till it's too late. Just get ready to go swiftly and go. Clear Lake forward progress is completely stopped. Releasing copters. Oh, good. I'm hoping so. I'm really hoping so. That doesn't mean, though, that you should completely let your guard down. If you're in the red zone, please obey evacuation orders. We're not having arguments in chat, basically. We need to keep this, to the fire situation at hand. If you guys have differing opinions, that's totally okay. But argument doesn't really help anybody in the situation. We want to brainstorm for solutions to fires, but not necessarily bring up a topic that doesn't have a solution, like climate change or some thing that would take international efforts about. We just have to adapt to the situation rather than arguing about how we got here. The mule's in the ditch. If we want to get the mule out of the ditch, we have to all come together and work together. So I want to look at the Dixie fire here. What about Westwood? We can go ahead and look at the one FLIR camera that's operational. I've been refreshing this and not being able to get much out of it. Sometimes it just appears to be stuck, which is our best view of the region, because we don't have anything but the Butte Lake camera and what's that camera called? The hay camera? Not hay fork, but excuse me, looks straight into a ridge, and we can't see Westwood from there. So I want to know what happened at Mineral. Can anybody immediately tell me what's going on at Mineral? Thank you for the fire scanner link. Thank you for everybody for being here. Pardon my sore throat, and I'll have to be doing a lot of throat clearing. I don't have that link working. Let me try to respond. If there's a power outage, again, I don't expect there to be. I will get on Twitter and report the time that might be restored. If not, then I can just take maybe a laptop or cell phone and try to do my best from a different location. But I do think it's going to be okay. So 2 minutes ago, French fire west of Lake Isabella and just south of Shirley Meadows in Kern County. Sequoia National Forest. Radio traffic indicating a fire has spotted 3.25 miles out of the front. Structures threatened. Instant command requesting sheriffs to start evacuations. 2 large additional tankers required. Oh, wow. So that's a breaking news situation. New fire near Lake Isabella. Kern County aircraft from Hemet route. Wow. So we have multiple rapidly developing situations. So does anybody have anything about Mineral to tell me? I was so terrified for it last night. The fire's heavily in Milford. They are working to save structures. We We watched them struggling last night with it, and hopefully they can get a handle on the situation. I don't see any heat detection south of 36. The camera just pivoted around here at Dyer Mountain. So right now, I think that if Westwood was having trouble, then the FLIR camera would fixate on that and be looking at it. But it's in its regular pan and scan mode, so I'm not terribly concerned for that. Let's see if there's anything visible on Schaefer Mountain. Just too much smoke to see what's going on at Milford, so we can only wish the firefighters the best there as they continue to do the battle. It looks like there's a lot of clear skies in the area. Hopefully the aircraft will be able to slam it. If we look at aircraft right now, we have a lot over Omo Ranch. Some of them have been over at Highway 50 and near Sly Park. So they've got a good, perhaps, dip over there, I think I was hearing. So we've got aircraft on the Caldor fire, a significant amount of it. We've got a DC-10 that has left McClellan and looks like it's headed to the Dixie fire. Hopefully they'll do some good work over there. Or, gosh, you know what? We have to figure out where the other fires are. But looking back up at Junction House has probably a spotter plane there. Beach Kings usually are. We have a helicopter over at Round Mountain Reservoir and Tanker 95 and lots of airplanes trying to protect the Janesville, Hurlong Junction and Milford area. So I really hope they can do well there. At Clear Lake, we're seeing robust aircraft response as well. Let's try to figure out what's going on with that breaking news situation at the French fire at Lake Isabella. So I wonder if we can just type in Lake Isabella as a region. It usually searches for airports, so that's not going to be too good there. Let's see, Lake Isabella, California. Maybe that will be the quickest way to pan over here. Yeah, we've got that huge flare-up. If the wind is correct if the wind is correct here on Cal Topo, it would be blowing right towards the lake and east, to the east. So smaller communities here would have to be on the lookout. Bella Vista, South Lake, Mountain Mesa, Squirrel Mountain Valley. I'm sorry, I've never been here to my knowledge. And Wilford Heights, I'm so sorry. My throat. Looks like it's directly in the path. So let's see if we can get Kern County. Let's see if we can get evacuation information for it. Maybe we have Kern County here. Sometimes this map has a multi-county thing. Doesn't look like it's there. So we'll need a new evacuation map link. Does anybody have that handy in chat? Because I'm terribly worried for that area right now in Kern County down there by Bakersfield. So if you want to get oriented, that's in Southern California. So they're probably in the middle of going door to door over by Lake Isabella. So if you know anybody in that area, now would be the time to call them and make sure they understand things. Because don't ever assume that they're watching the news and know about the latest breaking situation. There's so much smoke in California in general that people may not think that it's on their doorstep. So that would be a good idea if you do know anybody in that area. Frank Presley, the Dixie fire had progressed to the Honey Lake campground. On watching KRNV, thank you so much for the information. Brian Miller, no links yet for French fire, but evacuation order issued for the area from Forest Service Road. 25S02 east to Lake Isabella. Yeah, I could absolutely understand that. So they're going to need thoughts and prayers too down there at Lake Isabella. And looking back at the Caldor fire, we've got a lot of helicopters and such on it. Max Smith is down that way. Oh goodness. So you're not too far from there, Shell Phillips. Yeah. Gosh, I hope everything's going to be okay. Josh, thank you. You got a alert wildfire cam. Okay. Alta Sierra, thank you so much. Yeah, wow. Let's do a time lapse. Didn't this just start less than an hour ago? Yeah, the camera was in pan and scan mode. Sorry if that's making people sick. What these cams do is just show the public, and some people are staffing those. Sorry, we've got to let that animate out. And then once it sees a fire, it'll usually stop and look at it. And there's actually a button you can press. There's a button that you can press that will say, hey, I've seen a fire. So you as the public can help too. The camera links are also in the description of my video. So it looks like it is a, let's see, when did it first see it? Okay, it first saw smoke here on the cam at 16:48. Okay, so military cheat sheet time. 1600 is 4 o'clock, so at 4:48. So that's just under an hour old. No news as far as I can tell on what the fire start was. Let's just do a 15-minute or a 1 hour time lapse. Sorry, that was the same one. Let's just do a 15-minute. And it does look like it is indeed coming straight for the camera. The smoke column is. So I do believe the wind speed direction is correct on Cal Topo. A reminder that all the links I'm using are completely free. You can monitor fire situations yourself. In the description of the video, I can edit when things are at a lull, not on red flag days like today. I can teach free classes on how to track and monitor wildfires for yourself. But all the links are there with basic descriptions and guides. So I can't cover these all at once, but you can. You can zoom in on the one that affects you. Jennifer M., most of Hay Fork under evacuation. The Caldor headed straight to South Lake Tahoe and Lower West Shore Lake communities. 395 is clearing a little. Susanville evacuees are trying to relocate. Has there been an update on the evacuation for the Dixie fire today that I need to make clear? This is the El Dorado Sheriff Caldor fire map. Let me put that in. Caldor. Boom. Excuse me, I thought I was looking at the generalized zone haven. Oh, sorry, I did have that open. Different tab. Excuse me. So Zone Haven, this is the one. Link in the description. It says multi-county. Has most of the Dixie fire evacuations here for Lassen County, Butte, Tehama, Plumas. And over there by Hurlong Junction, Black Mountain, this does look updated. Somebody said Daniel Kearns has got a new update for his speculation about Taylorsville. I have no idea why that is still not under red and Genesee Valley. So I want to look at that. But first I want to make sure, are they predicting that, Bloop? I mean, are they predicting that Susanville will be affected, or is that an idea that you're speculating on? Because we have to be really super clear in chat. Clear Lake, they're keeping tankers around while the ground crews are working. Good. Yep, Blanco Lirio, links in my description of my video. He has very good updates on fires. So the Shirley Peak cam is showing a flare up. Okay, Hamilton Mountain started up today by Westwood. Would like to see the videos. Okay. Hamilton Mountain, the camera over there. We can duplicate the tab. That's right. That's what it was called. Not Hay something. At Hamilton. So let's see. We can get more eyes on the Dixie fire. Okay, just pretty much super smoky on the Indian Ridge. Wow. Why is Hamilton Mountain looking at itself down there? Okay, let's do a 1 hour time lapse. This is east of Westwood, up in the hills, northeast. Wow. So, going back in the last 15 minutes, we may have a burn over of the camera. This would be the Coyote. The Coyote group, I believe. So, let's see. I wish there was a button where we could go back one frame. This is very difficult to... We'll have to do a 1 hour. Maybe that'll give me a longer bar to click on. Wow, yeah, the pine needles are burning up on the ground. The bar isn't becoming longer to click on. Gosh. So that does line up with where we see northeast of Westwood, that there's been a fire over here for considerable amount of time. That's where we saw a lot of the fire tornadoes. Let's do a 1 hour time lapse, or perhaps a 3. Incredible. Looking back at the chat, it says chat's gone by very quickly. Very sorry. I'm trying to keep up best I can. Going up to there, I think you need to look at Dire Mountain 1 to see Hamilton Mountain. Okay. Here's Dire Mountain 2. That one is overlooking the area where Westwood generally is. We do see smoke going to the south. That's something else. Let's look at 3 hour time lapse. I'll look at Dire Mountain 2 in a second. Once again, I don't see heat detection south of 36. If that's not showing up on CalTopo, we have to look at that at least every 15 minutes to have a good understanding of that. And it's got to be scary, just like it's been the last 6 days have been terrifying for the peninsula and Westwood. Okay, 6 hour time lapse. Looking at sort of across Round Valley Reservoir. Excuse me, not Round Valley Meadow. They've had a lot of time now to reinforce 36. That's the good news about it. Come on, camera, turn left. Turn left. Okay. Yep, it's up in those hills there. Okay. So that shows what's going on around Hamilton Mountain. And Dire Mountain 2 was the one that was looking over by Westwood. So let's look at the last 15 minutes again. But where the fire is, as I'm looking at this, still considerably further north, sorry, 32, what am I saying? 36. Sorry guys, fever brain. You'll see me mix up numbers occasionally. I'll have to correct myself. Do correct me. Yeah, let's look at it again. yeah, this is where it's been raging up here in these hills. Unless there's a scanner, like scanner radios, saying something about, we have an issue here. They've had a long time to reinforce the highway here. So I hope that eases your mind. Broadcastify, Lassen County Sheriff, broadcastify.com would be the thing to listen to for all the updates on the Dixie fire, of course. So looking back over, want to look out the Morgan Springs mineral area. Wind plot still going right towards Mill Creek, right towards mineral, but I'm not seeing hot spots on mineral itself. So infrared is showing Steve Mapes hot spots along the east side of the lake, north of the causeway. Winds are blowing towards Chester, and it's scary. Yeah, indeed it has been. However, this area, it was closer to Chester when they had it okay before. So, I mean, when we were watching live, this area and stuff was on fire before, and they were still able to protect Chester pretty well. So, I haven't heard of any special threat there. We should look at Daniel Kern's and get the update. Plumas County Sheriff's Office Facebook page is saying that portions of the North Valley Road, Greenville, Wolf Creek Road, and Willow Way will reopen. Okay. And also 4 hours ago, Chester and Lake Almanor Basin are reopened with the evacuation order reducing to a warning. Are reopened? Okay. I just don't know what to say about that. So this, if anybody wants to know, just go to Plumas County Sheriff's Office website for the latest on this. Seneca District Hospital in Chester is still closed, including the emergency department. They are in the process of reopening. Wow. Okay. So, reopening during a red flag. Not a decision-making process I respect, but whatever they want to do. Okay, so let's look back at the chat here. Specific questions on specific areas I should look at right now. Yeah, I do not believe people should be let back anywhere near Chester or Almanor. Look with raging fire and wind blowing to it, and but what can you do? So I want to look at the Brian Miller French fire down by Bakersfield. Reports of power lines down south of the incident. Fire is now approximately 80 acres with rapid rate of spread. That's a sad state of affairs. I think it was said to be approaching Honey Lake Campground. Okay. If we go to Honey Lake Campground. Yeah. But the wind's blowing away from it currently, but that doesn't mean that there isn't variable swirling wind factors there. I was speculating yesterday on that, last night on that, because in general the fire was trying to go last night this way and that way, along with the wind. That was last night's position, and the wind was blowing it away from Janesville for the most part. The French fires down there at Lake Isabella, Southern California. Is Westwood endangered for the fire on Hamilton? There's a helicopter working in the area right now. We would have to look at Plumas County, which I just did, for any sort of new evacuation or warning, and we're not seeing that. So we've been seeing over here in the Coyote Group area lots and lots of fire. What you can do is continuously look at the FLIR camera and let me know if there's something that I should be aware of. I'm going to put it in a separate window. This thing will rotate around and show you the peninsula pretty frequently. I'm going to duplicate the tab so I can show you guys, and I'm going to keep it over here on my other screen. And I'll keep monitoring it myself off in the corner here. But the second camera to be looking at is, of course, Dire Mountain 2. in Dire Mountain 1. So what you do is you click on it over here, and it's hard to see, but I want to point something out. You can switch the cameras by clicking the button that says Dire Mountain 1 or 2. And what I try to do is not cover the fires. I'm not a reporter. Teach people how to monitor fires for themselves. And right now it's not a lot of time to be teaching, and my throat is completely ragged. I'm still really sick with a fever, doing my best I can for you guys. Was there a question directed at me? At sea, was somebody saying that somebody was in danger? You can look at all these cameras. You can move this like this and zoom out. And California's got a lot of cameras, so almost wherever you are, there's a camera looking at the fire from where you're at. We could even zoom in on Clear Lake and such if we have some over there. So I'm just trying to monitor things as we can, because that is the Dixie fire is also something that is not over by a long shot. It's still continuing to chew up and eat the landscape. Frank Presley, the Dixie fire AM briefing called for the winds to change direction and the fire to go back. Yeah. Going back up and scrolling through the chat. I reported the fire at the base, and they went down for a little while. Wow. Okay. Go shorter, not longer. Do they have a 5-minute? No, it's just a 15. I tried that, and the bar didn't really work and cooperate. You have to say at Kathryn, like at KATH, with a capital K. If you're on a desktop, that will flag me. Mods flag me if I've missed a question. I hardly have left the house, and I haven't really made contact with human beings too much. I had my vaccine. I've already had COVID before, so I'm not particularly in danger of it. I was involved in a COVID blood study. It's a long story. But COVID was milder for me than the average flu is for me. And there's a genetic reason why. I found out I have a genetic abnormality. It's a really long story. But COVID, I got it during the first outbreak in my region. And it was extremely mild, but I certainly had it with loss of sense of smell. It took a long time for it to go away, but I've had flus that were so much worse. So yeah, don't worry about me getting deadly ill or something. I'm okay. But it's such a long story that I want to stick on the fires. But I whenever I am sick, I just self-isolate anyway, because I just don't want anybody to get sick with whatever I've got, if it's contagious. Just to protect other people. So I'll be ordering food to be delivered and such, and just because I care about my fellow person. Let's see, what was I going to do? Daniel Kearns, right? Sorry. So let's look and see what Daniel Kearns had to say about the situation by Indian Valley. And that's a live camera, by the way, looking over at the Dixie fire. Let's look and see if Indian Ridge has anything visible for the last hour while I dig up Daniel Kearns. I'm refreshing the CAL FIRE Sonoma Lake Napa unit. 13 minutes ago, update forward progress of the fire has stopped at the cache fire. Hallelujah. Okay, we don't need another mega fire in Lake County. Everybody was traumatized. I went viral in the Bay Area last year because people shared me to Napa. That was the first taste of like having a big audience, and I'm trying to juggle and get to everybody's needs as best I can, so please bear with me. Evacuation orders and warnings and road closures are still in effect, so please don't return to the area. The fewer people in the area by the cache fire at Lake County, the faster that emergency vehicles can run around and respond. So you worry about me going crazy, thanks a lot, Morris. Okay, the French fire is now at 200 acres, moving a hard run east. Going back up there, Matthew Thrasher, I had SARS and COVID. Rocket, oh man, that sucks. Are you in Canada? Going back up here, will California ever get rain and help slow these down? California in general doesn't get a lot of rain. It's snowmelt that feeds all the irrigation. Gets a lot of snow in the Sierras, but there is a little bit of a wet season right before the snow season for the Sierras, and well, that usually starts around November. Sometimes there's an early snowfall in October. With this hot, blazing hot summer, I would think an early winter would be an unexpected eventuality. Sometimes you can get some September rains, but September is still considered, it's a Mediterranean climate up here, except for the high Sierra elevations. So it's more like, what is Greece like in September, for like the foothills and such. Pretty dang hot still. There's a lot of olive trees that can grow, that huge olive industry up here. So when you hear about Greece and Turkey and such having the fires, it's the same kind of climate. And they're slammed. They're hit bad as well. Okay, so Daniel Kearns, sorry, was going to talk about an important update for people are telling me the Genesee Taylorsville area, and I want people to understand what's going on at the Dixie, and then we're going to go look at the Caldor fire. Caldon, I keep saying Caldon, why for some reason. So in the link to my video is Daniel Kearns' Facebook page, if you're on the Facebook. And he is the cosmic being. He's a volunteer firefighter with Taylorsville. And he has been right again and again and again. He and Zeke Linder on Twitter. They have been the ones more concerned than the actual officials are for the local areas. A reminder, some of the CAL FIRE and the other teams are not locals, and so they get surprised by the Dixie fire and the others. We've never seen a fire like that before. Well, a lot of these people, they had Great Lakes accents and southern United States accents. It's a national kind of response to the fire and the incident management teams. But you can trust the locals who have been driving around for years and know exactly where the fire danger is. Just from lifelong experience, how the winds work and such. And they're the ones who said Greenville wasn't safe before its obliteration. So this is why I trust them more than the actual officials, because, well, it's like running your own store, and then somebody from back east comes to take over management, and let's add such and such food that nobody out west cares about. It's like how they tried to open Starbucks in Australia, and everybody hated that style of coffee. It's locals know.
Hello and good morning, everyone.
Sorry, he's saying good morning 7 hours ago. I couldn't go live then, but people are telling me to watch this. Is this the correct video? Witchy Patriot, my friend lives in Myers and is packed and ready to leave. I'm so glad. While he's talking, I'm going to look back at chat. I'm so sorry. It's so hard to keep up.
10:45 in the morning. Start with a fire update. So our Beardsley dozer line did not hold yesterday.
Oh, by the way, just before he talks, I'm so sorry. C. Genevieve, welcome back, by the way. It says the wildfire, as per incident command, releasing water tenders, one of them and 3 dozers and hand crews from the cache fire. It's looking better at the cache fire, but is not safe. Clear Lake gets hit hard too often. Yes, that's what I wanted to reiterate. Clear Lake, that area has a lot of complications with winds and terrain. Please don't return to the area until the officials tell you to.
Today, to give you an orientation, right here's Taylorsville. So our Beardsley dozer line did not hold yesterday. To give you an orientation, right here's Taylorsville. Here's Genesee. This is that Beardsley line that they were trying to hold yesterday. The piece back in here behind Peters and all the hand line and prep that they did in there held pretty well. But we had a big slop that came over this side. Down, this is the Hosselkus drainage as you're coming into Genesee. If you look out your left-hand window, there's a big kind of a... we could see last night the fire is almost down into the bottom of that drainage, right? It's on the hill right there. Brake for traffic. So then the fire kind of spreads out. We've got this ridge system here that runs southwest to northeast in between the fire and Genesee Valley. The fire is kind of pushing up. It's got a little dip around Wheeler Peak, but then it's working its way kind of up to that ridge line along there. Concerns for today are that the wind is supposed to be out of the north and or east, which is not good for Genesee or Taylorsville at this point. You can see I have the wind direction arrows there from where the fire is and where we are. Same thing down here in Genesee. A lot of teams are being put in place out here. Structure prep is beginning. Well, it's been going on for a few days, but they're hitting it really hard today. Cody Pierce is already out there starting to fill up some water pumpkins and charge some hose lays. I'm going to be shortly behind him. I would say if you are out in Genesee and you are not planning to stay and defend your home, now is a very good time to think about getting yourself out of there before it gets really hectic. Right? Please think about the situation here in Taylorsville. Taylorsville might not be a good place to evacuate to unless you're just going to hang out there and be ready to move again. I wouldn't be planning on setting up shop Taylorsville today until we see how things play out for us today, though. Some of you have been asking about the rest of the valley, so we'll go over that real quick. I had somebody asking about the North Valley Road and out by the trailer park and all that. Yeah, that's all looking really good. The only place that I saw, there's a spot, where is it, back in by the Nears, somewhere where fire actually came down to the road. Same thing up by the kind of just east of the Peter Lassen marker up there. Some fire came down to the road. No structures lost. No major, like I said, when you drive North Valley Road, except for two places where the fires come down to the roadside, it's very difficult to even tell that there was a forest fire there, just from driving on the road. Things continue to cool off in Greenville. We've been getting some flare-ups in Greenville. So I just want everybody, it's still really hot. There are spots, the place out in the flats we were at last night, it had, there was probably 8 inches or more of dirt and ash, like moon dust, essentially, and the bottom, and it was all hot under there. When I put my hand down in it, it was very hot. So if you're in Greenville or around, please continue to keep your eye out for spots. Continue to call them in to the sheriff's office. They'll dispatch us out there. That's been so far so good on that. Thank you to the people who are paying attention, calling that stuff in. As you can see, it's already a little bit windy this morning. The wind's pretty squirrely. So, not trying to preach any unnecessary doom and gloom here, but I want everybody to be very aware of the seriousness of this situation, especially right now for Taylorsville and Genesee, as all this is still unburned, right? And we haven't had very many historical fires here, not recently, so all this is really thick, really dense, heavy timber and fuel. Same with the Grizzly area and the area around in behind Taylorsville. Either way, it's pushing this way, so whether it makes or not it makes it here today, we'll likely have to make a stand here sooner or later. What else do we got? What good news? Right now we've been doing breakfast at the firehouse. Jen Myers has been cooking that up for us. We got all of our supplies to move over to the historic Taylorsville Hall. So if you're needing food, water, any of the things that we have available, they'll be over at the Taylorsville Hall. I do want to make a note. So we had an orange and gray generator that was on the porch at the historic Taylorsville Hall. I'm hoping, and I think most likely, that someone assumed it was part of the relief cache and that it was up for grabs. That is not the case. That was the generator that we are planning on running the hall with should the power go out again. That's how we're going to keep the food that we have there cool. It's how we're going to keep the lights on, keep everybody fed and taken care of. So if you took that generator, no harm, no foul. I understand. Just please bring it back, please.
Oh no. Somebody please bring back the generator to Taylorsville Volunteer Fire Department. They said we need a generator. Somebody gave them one, and now somebody took it. So the cosmic being himself, he knows his stuff. When he says Genesee is in danger, and if you relocate to Taylorsville, be prepared to leave again, he knows his stuff, and I trust him implicitly. I was bewildered the night that he said that Greenville was in danger. I didn't understand why, because all the authorities said that everything's looking pretty good there. And then, they told people to come back, thousands and thousands of people to come back. And I didn't put that on my channel because I had first just heard of him, and I didn't know if he was, I would never want to scare people unnecessarily, and it's one of my great regrets that I didn't tell people that the local firefighter here thinks Greenville isn't safe. I should have told people that, but I didn't know him yet, so I still don't know him personally, but after looking at all of his expert and local opinion about what's going on, he's been right time and time again. So when he says that Taylorsville is a place you shouldn't really feel too comfortable in, you may have to move again, then he's right. The winds are blowing straight to it, straight to Genesee. If you guys want to monitor the situation, I have to put on some sort of radio, but we can't monitor every fire at the same time with different radios. So what I keep telling people about is broadcastify.com, and it's right here. Now what you do is you go to listen and browse the feeds, and you select your state, select your county. In this case, it's Lassen County. Plumas has never really had good coverage for what's going on with the Dixie fire. And then you just go down to your different things, such as Northern California Major Incident, which is offline. It says not active, don't know why. But the one that usually has the most listeners right here, Lassen County Fire and EMS, you would click on that, and then click on the play button, and it will open another window, and you can constantly know what's going on with the fires in your location. So here's the one for the Dixie fire, and you can go to other counties too. You just click back to California, and you can go down to Sonoma, Lake, Napa, all those areas down there. You could go to Dorado County for the Caldor fire, and it even says Caldor Fire Command, Dorado Wildfire Operations. But usually you just look at who has the most listeners. That's the one that has activity. So Caldor Fire Operations, this is the link for that one in the description of the channel. And what you guys can do is listen to that and then give me updates about what you think may be happening at all the different areas, and then I can read that live, and that's been working pretty good. But these will save your life. Listening to these channels, if there's ever a fire near you, I recommend that families sleep in shifts, listening to either that or having your own radio to listen. That's even best, having your own little radio that you can have in your pocket. Some of them can pick up ops like Baofeng radios available on Amazon. But failing that, on your phone, you can have something like Android. Just Google Android Scanner Radio app. This is the one, I don't know that it's the best, but it's the one I've been using a long time. And it's absolutely wonderful. No, not Police Scanner. This one, Scanner Radio. and you choose your county and have alerts, and even if you're not listening, your phone will ring if a lot of people are suddenly listening to your local county's fire and EMS. And you can have an alert, press the star to favorite it, configure an alert. Are more than 50 people listening, that probably means there's a major incident, just depending on the population of your area. So I found out about the Paradise fire before anybody around me did, because it said Butte County, 10,000 people listening suddenly. And there's not that many people around Butte County that would ever have this, so I knew it was an international audience. So what you can do is also record. Down here there's a stop and play button, but if you look at the button here, the 3 dots, you can record and go back and listen to something you may have missed. This is a awesome life-saving thing. I'll try to cover the fires best I can, but we'll have to settle on one of them, just a fire with looking back at chat for the latest stuff. So the looking back here, what are the questions that people have here? I know I probably just missed a few. Shell Phillips, the French fire is getting worse, more threatened. Oh, that's terrible down there. They may have to pull resources out, NVG Vets is saying. Okay. Yeah, no regrets, just have to move forward. That's what we all have to do here. I want to refresh this and see if there's any progress on the Caldor fire real quick. We'll look back at Lake County in a second. Josh says the fire spotted over the ridge, the area above the structures, and Sawmill Road is quickly going to be cut off from egress route for radio traffic. Okay, Josh, which fire was that? There's a beta channel. Let's see here. New growth forest burns faster than old growth forest. It depends on what's at the base of the trees, is how much brush is under there. But yeah, old growth, generally the old growth trees have their limbs high up off the ground, and so their bark is resistant to fire for most trees. And yeah, Daniel Kearns is now a cult hero. He is. And the new growth has a lot of dead limbs that have died because of a lack of light at the base of the trees, and allows fire to climb. Whereas old growth is huge, and the highest branch may be more than 25 feet above your head, and that's fire resistance. Thicker bark, more fire resistance. And the fact that old growth forests shade their branches spread out, and they shade the forest to a dark, cool environment beneath them that retains moisture and doesn't have a lot of evaporation, so it's mossy down there and moist. That is much more resistant to fire in general, but old growth can experience drought, and just like any other place, they can experience death from beetles and other situations, which makes like Sequoia National Park able to burn sometimes. But a lot of those trees can come back. They have sequoias and redwoods have fire-resistant trunks. Same with oaks, but pines go up like a Christmas tree fire in a living room when they're dry, and that's what we're seeing in these conditions. So I wanted to make sure for certain things here that we're looking at the GOES 17 satellite. Red is heat detections in less than 15 minutes ago from the time that you see the clock here. So that would have been, so this is red heat detections about 23-ish minutes ago. And we still have a lot going on here. I wouldn't want to ever be in Westwood because there's a reason it has mandatory evacuations. Very few ways out. And what looks like all ways are compromised except going south right now on the east side of the lake. Just terrible. So going back up into the chat, did I miss any more questions? I wanted to check all the questions before settling on a channel to listen to monitor the fire. tankers are hitting the Dixie fire near 395 hard. Yep, we are seeing that, and I hope they do. See here, I think he was just making a joke. French fire is going to be like Grizzly Flats last night. Gosh, Brian Miller, I hope not, but it seems to be raging out of control. Yeah, Daniel and Zeke Lunder are the best information that you can get around the Dixie fire. Absolutely. Going back up there. Any more questions I missed? Sorry, I keep continuing to scroll. We want to look back at the cams. Let's look at the current situation at that. Yeah, this is down in Lake Isabella. That's Southern California. Completely out of my experience. I've barely been through Southern California. Never been in this region. But they have a whole different kind of fire load. It's very similar. Manzanita, brushy, chaparral, oily bushes. You'll see very dark smoke there in the foothills of Southern California. Very challenging environment to fight fire in too. And I hate being right. Somebody said, please don't act as if California is all on fire. It's just the north right now. And I just said, okay, I'll make that correction. California's a big state, and when like half of it is on fire, I generally just kind of think, well, that's good enough. Just saying California is on fire as a blanket statement, but to be specific, okay, Northern California is on fire. And I said, but just wait a week. And unfortunately, yeah, that's just knowledge. Doing this last year, during conditions like this, any small fire will become huge. And ignition generally starts. There's usually a lot of starts in August and July from lightning strike alone, let alone car accidents, airplane crashes, accidents, and other reasons. Unfortunately, I said that less than a week ago, and I just hate being right. The only reason I'm saying that is not like, oh, look at me, I'm right, is the grim reality that everybody has to be prepared for wildfire. If you think I'm not near these fires, I don't need evacuation plans and shelter-in-place plans. I encourage you to rethink that. And during a lull, I'll be happy to do class training, sort of online class training about how you can make your own evacuation plans. Let's see, just do it, Shell. What's going on? Hang on a second. Yeah, what the heck? Okay. That's uncalled for, dude. I have very little patience today. There's lots of fires breaking out. I'm just thinking what you've done, and next time, and that's first, last, only warning for misbehavior in chat. So, misbehavior. I continue to look at Dixie right now. We don't have many eyes on what's going on in Milford because I already checked the cams, Indian Ridge cam, and checking again because we're highly concerned about Genesee and that area, but we don't have any other cams in the whole area that would even look towards what's going on in Indian Valley. So this area with the smoke on it is, I believe that's the Katy Ridge, which, you know, continues to smolder in general. Once I've answered all the questions, we should listen for a bit. Sawmill Road, once again, Josh, which fire? That's Isabella Lake. Yeah, that's Kearns County down there. I want to make sure that nobody's disrupting. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much for the kind donation. You guys keep me running through this. Thank you so much, Patricia. Hope and prayers for all those affected. Yeah, Patricia, what region were you in again? Thank you so much. You get hearts. You get hearts. Thank you. I will be here in the coming days. I'm so sorry about the power outage earlier. So looking back up here, Mr. Franklin, oh my God, power went out. And you dropped your tacos on the floor? Well, we'll have a mini memorial for your tacos. Let's look at the Hamilton Mountain cams. Are they still functioning? Because we might have a burnover on these cams. The people who are very concerned about Westwood, keep abreast of these, and we'll see what is going on. I want to check Dyer Mountain again. Unfortunately, we just can't look about what's going on in Indian Valley too much. Let's do a 15-minute time lapse. This is back on the Dixie fire right now. Well, we were terrified last prior 5 nights for the peninsula when it looked like Westwood was going to get obliterated, but it stopped. That was called the Midnight Miracle. The winds died. Just came to a complete dead calm. No more gusts, no nothing for a couple hours around midnight. It allowed the crews to get ahead of it. It strengthened the fire lines, make them solid, drop retardant. I am not as concerned really for the peninsula as I was the other days ago, but we have to, and Daniel Kearns didn't even mention it. I know he's over in Indian Valley, but unless the authorities are mentioning it, and I just looked at Plumas County Sheriff's Office and others, I think that it'll just stop at 36. I'm so glad that Mineral dodged a bullet last night, but you can never tell. Just one huge mega wind gust with thousands of embers crossing the highway, and you could have them playing catch up. You know, we got to look at Windy, and that's the thing I want to do next. So let's look at the wind forecast. I hope showing you guys scanner radio was something you feel better about, because you guys can always, you know, look out and monitor fire behavior for yourself. Just a little knowledge. You can monitor it like a pro. So looking here at the wind, we've got 9-mile-an-hour sustained winds with 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and increasing in speed till at least 8 p.m. So the fire that's over by Coyote Peak and the Hamilton Mountain would be blowing right towards the reservoir and right towards Dyer Mountain. So if we look at Westwood, you've got the what would they call that? The Round Mountain estuary, or wherever how much of that is dry and wet, I don't know. In between, but I would love to see a windsock to know how erratic the winds are. If they had a windsock up on the Dyer Mountain cam, we would see how erratic it is and see how concerned we would have to be. So we've got the one camera still functional. No, Frank Presley, you're wrong. They let people. Unfortunately, you're wrong. The whole. I'm not attacking you at all. I'm attacking their decision-making process. You saying I don't think the sheriff would let people back into Chester if the peninsula was threatened? They told everybody to come back to not only Chester, the peninsula, not the peninsula, but the Lake Eleanor West, the East Shore, and well, yeah, the peninsula too, and Greenville, and then. The very next day, Greenville was obliterated, and it burned all the way down to the lake at the West Shore. It almost took out Chester. It marched 19 miles past 4 different solid black lines that they said was safe, and they scrambled in a mad panic to get everybody else out. And they made the one of the worst decisions I've ever seen in fire coverage. Just telling thousands of people to come back to an area. And then within hours, saying, everybody run for your lives. And we lost Canyon Dam, the town, that night. We lost Greenville. And it spread 100,000 acres that same 30-hour period that they said it was safe in. 100,000 acres. They have been making the wrong calls consistently and not learning from their mistakes, and then telling people everything's safe until run for your life. And giving people less than 2 hours to evacuate communities of thousands. And if you know how the traffic jams situations like that happen. Absolutely the wrong call. They even did it yesterday. Told people before midnight, leave mineral. Well, you know what? A lot of these people are old and take their hearing aids out at night and just turn off their phones for much of the time. Like mineral was like a door-to-door thing. You can't just tell people if you're concerned in the afternoon for a fire, well, wait till midnight to get the word out. That's when TVs are off and people are asleep. So my biggest criticism has been their decision-making process. It will get people killed eventually with enough rolls of the dice. At the same time, they had missing persons. The sheriff said, I don't regret that decision. I did the best I could. Well, yes, you did the best you could, but you should still regret the decision. You know, and it's just, wow. Anyway, I'm not going to get on that spiel. But please don't trust the authorities. Trust people like Daniel Kearns and your own instincts and what you see for yourself monitoring the fire, your own gut. If it looks bad, if the wind's blowing to your community, you're downwind from a fire, and it's a red flag day like today, and it could jump lines. You know, they just said the first thing I started out the stream with was CAL FIRE admitting that our lines don't mean much because the embers are going miles away. Like on the Caldor fire, it went like 3 miles away and spotted that pretty decent range spotting. But fire's capable of doing longer range spotting than that. If the peninsula was affected, you bet that it could spot over to the west shore like that. No barrier. Big lakes are no barrier. You know, Lake Oroville wasn't a barrier last year to the North Complex fire. So that's why I do fire education. Don't rely on authorities to tell you when or have their stuff together to tell you what to do. Be self-reliant. So let's look back at Windy. It looked nasty. I mean, until 8 tonight, we've got the red flag officially. But look at the rest of the week. It's even going to get worse. This week is going to be so bad and through the weekend. We are also going to get, according to Zeke Lunder's blog, which I think I have over here. It's called The Beacon, and you guys should definitely pay attention to it. He, along with Daniel Kearns, is the other person who knows exactly what he's talking about. With the Dixie fire, please read. This is Northern California fire weather. A surface cold front is moving in the Great Basin, north of Tahoe. This is rare for this time of year. Absurd considering the area is going from high mountain temperatures in the hundreds back down to the 60s in less than 3 days. So what this is going to do is cause instability. Let's see, the highs in some places will struggle to get into the 60s. But what he talks about is offshore flow could continue for the next 48 hours. This is a little bit later, in the week when this hits. And this will pose containment difficulties as the fire direction changes. This seesaw of onshore flow, sometimes we usually start seeing in mid to late September, will pose containment difficulties as fire direction changes with the winds. So this is going to be one heck of a hard week. And I've cleared the schedule, cleared my calendar, so to speak. Holy mackerel! I think I have an appointment. Yep, I do. Sorry, guys. I'm going to put on the, I got to take this. Be right back. Sorry about that, guys. I had to take the phone call. I forgot I had a rescheduled appointment related to my health condition here, so I have to do that. But we should look at Dire Mountain and I'm going to leave you with this, and I'm going to put on some Dixie Fire chatter to try to get a hold of what's going on in that situation. And then I'll be right back with you guys right after the appointment. Mods, thank you so much for being saints and holding down the fort. My helpful mods will connect you with the resources that you need while I do my health appointment, which is just telehealth. I'll be at the keyboard here trying to make sure that the feed is operational. And I will be back pretty shortly. This is the live image. It'll continuously update. This is I don't know which camera you guys want. I think probably Dire Mountain 2 to keep an eye on Westwood here. I'm going to turn on the Dixie Fire, Lassen County Fire, and Lassen County Fire and EMS, and I'll be right back with you shortly. So sorry about that, guys. Totally forgot to warn you. Let me turn on the feed.
Contacted dozer E981 via cell phone. Go straight to voicemail. Copy. If they return your call, will you advise me?
Keep your speed back. We should be able to meet something downwind.
I should wait turbulence on this one, and I could go ahead and I'm just entering onto a final now, so I'll go and do a 360 for you.
Yep, come off, and we'll join you on our way downwind.
Perfect. Good hearing your voice again, Eric.
Yep, we got big juicy in front of us, no figure. You're cleared up.
6-1, you're cleared in. Let's plan on having you doing a left-hand pattern, but you're cleared in 7,500. Watch out for 911 and tanker 01.
Is back towards Wildcat. About. If you can relay to your left seat, we lost 914 to deferred south ops. Okay, copy.
Well, I think that's where Papa and I just make sure we're on the same page and we all have the same plan up tonight. I'm holding 120. What do you want, Eric?
Yeah, 120 on final.
Keep this 120 for you. Let me know if you need me to pick it up at all.
Okay, yeah, I'm just real hard going into the sun there to see it, so.
Yeah, hopefully this smoke will block it here soon.
Okay. Time, Dave, I'm sorry.
1,400.
6,400. Thanks.
A little bit of a pushover for you, too.
Yep, I see that. Trying to go as direct as we can.
So direct on the fire line there, and it's about a 30-knot headwind now.
Perfect.
Holding 115 for you. How's that looking?
Yep, we're catching it with that headwind here.
Watch out for 861 on your exit.
Copy. Looking good, buddy.
Line, I want you to start right here.
Okay, got the red trees there. And choppers are working at last and at 8,500. You can cut the corner, go direct to lead 89. We'll do a little bit of deal with, but we'll left there, attack up.
I'm going to have you going further up the line. We're going to catch this little spot that's kind of hot up, so we're going to be going opposite direction with you, left-hand pattern. I'll give you show me when we get in here.
Copy. You think we'll be able to maybe get a drop on the top of the escarpment, tying across the Janesville grade maybe?
Yeah, I got two heavies coming back, so put this in bed and I'll take the heavy back up to the top and try to do that for you.
I'll have to clear some people out, but if we can just kind of put something from that rock escarpment down into the black, that'd be great.
You're talking the escarpment up there at the top of the hill, right?
Yeah, firm. I know it'll be a little bit indirect, or where those spots are up on top. We'll have to pull those crews and maybe tie from the rocks down into the black.
Okay, I'm going to go fly that line for you real quick. If you still got eyes on me, and I'll see if it's what you want.
Oh, copy. Thank you, sir. Echo Alpha, numbers are the same, 3006. You're clear in at 7,500. We'll drop to 7,000. South route, 36 check. For you, hold this so you get behind me.
Buggies on a paved road just above some rocks. So my plan was to grab this paved road here, take it back down into the safety zone, push right here.
Yeah, firm. If we can pull it from that top where you saw it down, that'd be great.
Okay, I'll start at that paved road and come down, and then if we have enough, I'll go back up to the top and build it backwards for you.
Go your rundown, and then you guys got to get back to go right ahead.
Okay, you have two rotors left on station. One, Charlie Hotel, has about 1.3 left. They are working out of Meadow Dip, still working that same area up at Hamilton.
Whatever I get coming back to me. Should have S2s for a couple rounds and at least two more heavies.
Thank you, sir. 0.5 left, and is working. We have a fence set up at drop point 276. He's working the smoke east of drop point 276. Break. Dumping group just requested to work the fire just checking up on its way down to 36, buying some time for the firing tonight and protect the infrastructure up at Hamilton, just like you briefed to as we came in. Over.
I copy. 1 Charlie Hotel working working out of Meadow, hitting Hamilton. 3 Hotel Lima working out of Cow Dip, and 36 checks the fence.
7 X-ray Lima, 6 East air attack TFR 3006. You're cleared in 6,500 below air attack 95. Bravo 7975.
Actually, call it 4 miles north of 36 check. 7,600.
New target's going to be Quebec, supporting Talac. You've got 3 Bravo Hotel pulling water out of Lights Dip. 3 Alpha Charlie is RTB, Nervino for a hold, done for the night. Recommend Dixie route. and working tankers in Janesville area.
Lead 8-9.
Kilo with a request, fly request. Have problems with sharing need board information, but we had set up a fence. They knew we were working in this Hamilton area, and we were no factor, so coordinate.
Copy, not a problem. Excuse me, we're 1 mile north, 36 check, 7,500, looking for you guys.
We passed you right to right. We're working our way back. We're right on time. You good to take it?
Hey, firm, not a problem. We'll catch you back there.
Yeah, 5,000 feet of inch and a half, 2,500 feet of inch, 50 T's, 50 nozzles, and 1 snap tank to be delivered to the intersection of the 36 and Wilson Lake Road at the Division Kilo Lima break, and I got a Latin long for you if you're ready. You've got 9,000 and air tax aware, and keep everybody above that. 0 T's, 50 nozzles, 1 snap tank to be delivered to 36 at Wilson Lake at the Kilo Lima break. Go ahead and do that line. North 40 degrees, 20.077 by 121 degrees, 28.492. That copy, 40 degrees, 20.077 by 121 degrees, 28.492. Contact. Dixie stair attack. 9 Kilo. Side as we go towards Last Chance, and then we're also going back down the other way towards the homes. An old dirty ridge we're going to tie it into right above the homes mid-slope. Trying to figure out which section you're in for shift change. The other, when we come back around, we'll have Bravo 79 right seat, call you for clearance. Headed down a ridge just for shift change, then I'm trying to pick up direct as I can. It's going to need to be supported with hose. Okay, sounds like she's in that area, maybe one other too, so maybe that's the 2 rigs you're trying to hill. Okay, understood. I know the 2 track you're speaking of.
Okay, copy that. Use drive time from the dam at Antelope Lake.
Kilo from Bretschneider, could you repeat that? You were broken. Yeah, firm. The dozers have have that spot across Child's Meadow ringed. They don't think it's going to hold without hose support. Do you got any engines that we can get to support that?
No, they're in the divisions. Lima's checking right now to see if he can get you some, but I think they're all inserted and working. Kilo will get back to you. Craig and Lima will get back to you.
Yeah, copy, and maybe we can split 20-00 Charlie. I got two of them right here with me.
You have a spot, is it?
Yeah, they're saying at least a strike team's worth, and I just put an order in for hose.
Big of a spot, is it?
Yeah, stand by, I'll find out.
Any engine from 2802 Alpha, Christie Group, ceasefire.
Division Kilo with communications by command.
Roger, contact control.
Change crew, have anything?
Right off the Sierra. Fire station, sign the 213 for me for the hose that they're dropping off. And give me a copy of it. I'll meet up with you later for it.
As soon as possible. West communications, copy.
The TFR goes to the west, road just a little bit. I'll be right back with you.
Kilo, estimated about 50 acres.
Copy the, with the engines you have, they're going to have to start putting the hose line in, and we can get them engines. After the other engines wind down, we can shuffle them over there, but for now, let's get them inserted and putting the hose on the ground.
Yeah, copy that. 2200 Charlie, Division Kilo on command.
Going to be shut down about the same time, so air attack I think will still be here if that works for you.
Yep, that's fine. We've been here all day. We know what the plan is, so we can come back in and do it.
Okay, I'll get you lined out on what the newest plan is with battalion when you get here as well.
Okay.
On that ridge on the right side was last year. Eagle Alpha, go ahead.
I think I just get the boarded. I got working over here with you, and I'll bug back out of your way. Sierra, 5-0, Garden 2-1, Garden. Hopefully you copy. Altimeter 3006, cleared in 6 miles below, Dixie route to Elko.
Air Attack 9,500. Let's plan on your coverage level 8 full load with that right amp pattern.
Coverage level 8 full load, 7,500, 3006. Finally into the wind. Be good.
That's the good news. The bad news is it's into the sun.
See on the way down, clean it up. Okay, yeah, we're a white 206. Like, you up there in an SUV?
Okay, the peak at the very start of it all?
Affirmative, they're just going up the direction now, and we got a whole bunch of houses off the right side, so we're doing an underslump line about mid-slope.
Okay, we'll meet you there.
It's going to be action trying to slow stuff down while the dozer gets there first thing tonight.
Yeah, I heard about the dozer, so. Okay, sounds good.
Heading about 350, drop altitude 6,300, a little bit of a pushover.
Okay, copy that.
Give you a show me if you'd like when you get in here.
That'd be great.
The only problem with the show me is everything's good till we get on the downwind of the base and you don't see anything till you're almost getting ready to turn final.
Yeah, because of the pushover. Well, let's get a start point anyway. I'm going to head to the working area.
Sounds good. Just come back, or come right over here, 7,500. I'll see you there.
We'll try to get roads here. We've got a whole bunch of page management that we can piece together here.
Upwind for lift crosswind. Now, do you just want to get something outside of it, or do you want to try to tie it back into the existing?
Just trying to get something outside of it right now. Those guys are ready to engage. I just want to try to cool it off a little bit, something outside, so they can go pick it up from the hill and start coming up and flank.
Okay.
Hard kind of right up to the top part of it. It's just it won't be tied in at the heel, but with the wind, I'm not worried about it.
Okay. Wing is at the bottom of the draw. I'm just going under you at 7,300. If you want to take a quick right spin all the way around and rejoin me, you're welcome to.
Take a right spin? Can I take a left and then take a look at the show me?
Let's just go ahead and do that. Let's just go ahead and keep the left. I'll come back in for the show me real quick.
Right. I'm just looking for a start point. A beam of the most prominent smoke or from the top down? He's about 10 minutes out.
Copy, 10 minutes out. Left turn for the show me.
And I have retardant down to the draw. And we're going to try to paint, let's see, the right side of the draw?
Yep, we're going to have it so that as soon as we come on there, you're just going to extend that, just taking it back onto the fire line. And I'm just getting ready to turn final here now. This is going to be a good position for that show me for you. Right here, the visibility gets good again.
Okay. One more from the end of your drop and tie it back towards that safety zone. And then we're going to go up to that paved road that's mid-slope and start coming down there and start building line backwards. If we get all the way to the top of the ridge tonight, we will.
Okay, when do you got to bug out?
19:15, so I got like 20 minutes.
Okay, we might be able to make it back. If you're not here, what would you like us to do?
Since you put that drop in, if you get back and I'm not here, put that bottom part in at the end of your drop, turn it right, and take it back to retardant.
Okay, we can do that.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, man.
It's 95 behind you?
I think they are, yes. We don't speed.
And we will be at 115 at the top of that.
That sounds good. 40, 30, 20, and I'm at a 6.8 for 7.3. You can join me there.
Okay. 2.
Picking it up to 140 now, leveling 7.3.
131.
I'll be the hard right, you get the gentle right. Go ahead.
Hey, it looks like there's a rig, maybe a crew bus right there on that road. They're not in a bad spot. If they could back off towards the green a little bit, that would help. But I'm going to plan to start right there where they're at and start working it down the flank.
Command 10. Up there on top. Making good progress out there, but it's still pushing us out there. We'll have to get him reevaluated tomorrow to see if we can go pick any of that up.
Okay, copy that. You guys are good to head in or around the whenever you feel fit, and then just want to make sure you check out with those 2 dozers I gave you guys earlier, or 3 dozers, excuse me.
Yeah, firm. We're walking those off the hill now and getting them to their transports to get them down the hill, and we'll give you a heads up when we got it.
Okay, copy that. Appreciate it. We'll see you guys back in Quincy.
Copy that. Talk to you after a bit.
That's the readable. Your supply order left Susan Go supply at 1600 hours.
Copy. They're moving right now. And they're going to start moving that buggy. Was it a red buggy?
Hey, firm, red buggy, couple of pickups, and maybe a white engine, it looked like maybe.
Yeah, they're in the process of moving that.
Okay, so right there where that red crew buggy is, that's where I'm going to start, put down to that other safety zone first. And then if we have any retardant left, I'll come back up to the top of the hill and take it down towards that road.
Copy, appreciate it.
Got one more S2 drop when Tanker 93 comes back. He's going to finish off that bottom piece since I probably won't be here. I got to bug out at 9:15 or 19:15. He knows where to go with that last load down there at the bottom, and that should have that bottom button up for you pretty well.
Appreciate the help today.
Hawaii crew, Division Oscar on Command 31.
About a half a load early.
Dozer 3, come in. Dozer 3, go ahead.
So we're going to lay out where Milford Grade takes down off the escarpment. So you just want to stay somewhere out there, or you going to have to decide what you do? Down into Milford. Okay, copy. Yeah, we'll be looking at working on that area, so wherever you feel safe to park the tractors, and then whenever you guys are good, you and May Dozer, and believe it was one other that you had, we're good to head back to Quincy. Yep. So it looks like we'll be working on Milford grade tomorrow. Is that what's going to make work?
Yep, a firm. But I wouldn't take them all the way off Milford. Supposedly we can't get tractors up it.
Yeah, we are informed it should be good.
Yeah, I could wait for you up top here.
Earl 10 to 11 o'clock, left turn, most probably.
Copy all. I'll sit up here and wait for you guys.
That safety zone, if that gets finished off, we're going to go up above the road and come back down towards the road.
Yeah. Up there. So I'll show it to you when we come in here. Straight and left. Straight and or gentle left. So you have your option there. Do not go right to the right and drain off the right. Straight and or gentle left. Gotcha. Hey, and here, 11 o'clock. I'll just give you a quick in here. Smoke started healing over a little bit, so I'm going to see if I have where visibility for you. I got you inside now, 6.
I found the guys that are out to the southwest. Do you have a ground contact for them?
We'll just put up above the road and tie it back down in.
On the ground, ready, shut down. So I think they're going to get started back up, and then 9302 and 163 is what we got. We'll see if 95 shows back up. There's a new start on the coast.
Copy.
1002 is inbound from Reno.
02893006. You can make it 8,500. Come across the north side of the lake, same vicinity as your last drop.
All right, 3006, 8,500 for Tanker 02.
Plan on coverage level 8, full load.
Coverage 8, full load.
Drop heading about 045.
All right, same as last time.
Yep, working up above the last couple drops there, building it back into that safety zone mid-slope.
All right.
And heads up, 163 is off the fire, coming back towards Reno.
163, you say?
163 is off, headed back towards Reno for another load return, so just heads up for them.
All right, copy. So those are right now, Walter, have that incident?
Shipment off Walters, Christie.
They feel that Kenny Road's going to be faster than I just don't want to do more damage to any more roads.
No, this is probably the best way. Just, it's
07, I'm kind of looking to try to find out where he's at.
Do you see the road that runs through that little saddle out to the west?
Make it so you'll be right on top of that smoke, but you'll see where the terrain is. It's real quick that you're in the smoke and then right back up. That's one.
Back and forth if need be, up to the edge of the fire, but the last time I saw him, he was over there in that saddle.
He's your contact for clearing the ground then?
A-firm.
And are you getting him on tactics or air ground command?
Air ground command, and it looks like there's two dozers that are up here right on the edge of the road, right on the edge of the line that we're putting in, but that last drop didn't get them. We'll be down below them for that one, but if you build back towards the road, they might get a little pink.
Okay, I copy.
They need an agency dozer for Eagle Helcom.
Haven't been down there to look.
Okay, copy. First.
Crispy, copy. Yeah, okay. There was just a lot of heat in there earlier, and with them pulling out, I could go back fast.
We're going to cut across the saddle on the south side, come back towards
A couple of cats up on top of the hill and an old clear cut. I'm trying to link these guys together. I got Turner lined out. He's coming from the north, correction from the east, working through tying the road together with some clear cuts. And I just need to get these guys to get going. They can get up on the ridge line. And there's a lot of stuff they can road to road and clear cut to clear cut with a little bit of pushing direct.
Make it 8,000. 8,000.
Contact, no answer. RP2, there will be purple PT Cruiser in front of the apartment.
More than one.
Follow 395.
Well, and then hold. You have a good one, Donnie. Great work with you. 5 at your 10 o'clock.
I don't have any.
So it's sort of left turn. You'll be right behind me. Coming back up to 7,400. You can join me there.
Okay.
Doing 120 now, and you're just going to be going straight ahead. You're going to see a draw after we start that push over past that largest point out there. And after that push over, after that draw, we made it maybe about a seat low past draw, and the headwind pushed it way back. It's in one potato count after that.
Real good, and
Yeah, it's going to be kind of a push over there with some heavy temper.
Okay, and an 8. Okay, kind of finish up the retirement operation going south. Almost to the river, we stopped at a 2-track just north side of the creek. We're going to take all the tankers back here behind the homes and try to finish this up this evening. Okay, sounds good. I just flew that line. I concur. So those dozers are assigned to the incident, or the private dozers down at the bottom? Assigned to West Zone, so there's been a struggle war here between West Zone and East Zone. Operations is aware he's making contact. Okay, yeah, I'm not saying they need to come all the way up the hill through the timber and rock, but that piece, as you saw 395, so at least that 2-track, kind of secure that line, so nothing runs through the homes this evening. Yeah, Furman, I think once they see how far we get tonight, that should encourage them to get moving. All right, sounds good. And then the rest of the stuff is kind of back in where we're going to run retardant. It's almost to the flats. If you get in there maybe tomorrow or something, some folks. Yeah, it sounds like they got 6 dozers for first thing in the morning. Just right underneath just off your tail here is where they're going to offload all the low boys. Okay, and I don't know if this retardant line is all going to hold. The speeds we're coming up on. It's still the retardant line. If we have a little extra tonight, we'll try to put a squirt on that piece. Understood, like right off your nose, that chunk as well. Yeah, Ephraim, we'll try to double that up there.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
What we need to do, that's what we need to do, but yeah, it'll be quite the feat for 3 to go from 395 up.
Yeah, that's firm for Papa training. He has his resources with him, and there are a couple stops along the way with retardant coming across the highway, and he's got them all, and he's heading down.
Okay, good deal. We'll see y'all back in Quincy. Appreciate it, Ray.
Okay, I apologize, friends, that I had that health appointment that got rescheduled, and my phone was telling me the wrong time, and suddenly I get a call. They're calling me like, "Where are you?" So terribly sorry, but I had to definitely keep the health appointment. Hopefully get better. I'm gonna need a nasal passage surgery, and the ear infection problem just won't go away till then. So, my apologies, guys. Let's get back up to speed here. Going back in chat, have I heard about Clear Lake? Yes, we were covering Clear Lake earlier. Is there an update? I see that the situation is worsening, unfortunately, at the French fire down in Southern California. I know the radio crackling is bad. The forward progress of the fire was stopped the last time I looked at it, but people needed to remain vigilant in the area and not really, return until allowed to. So they said they had a 7 p.m. press conference about it, which unfortunately I just couldn't show. But yeah, Cliff Andrews says no fire near my house, but I'm starting a backfire just in case. Make sure you have permission to do that with authorities for sure. Not good just watching the Hamilton cam, and it's not good over by the Dixie fire. This is what the French fire is doing down by Bakersfield. That also doesn't look good. Today's weather is tough all over California. It looks like they're still standing as of, a few minutes ago? Was that a live image? Can we see the last 3 hours of Hamilton too? Sure. I was having trouble finding still frames about the burnover of the area where the camera is. And that's all it does. Okay. And what's this? No meta update for more than 1 hour? Oh. 1650 as the last frame, I thought. But it goes to a different frame. Okay. Maybe we lost the cam. I'm hoping just wires chewed through. But maybe the fire ate the camera. Hamilton Mountain 2, 1650. Okay. Military time, cheat sheet. 4:50 p.m. Oh. Okay. So it's either offline or it burned up. Does anybody have some sort of a update? Because I don't think it would actually say on the Alert Wildfire website what happened with the cam. And Dire Mountain 2 doesn't have the best view in the world of the situation. However, if we look at Facebook page and we go to Cal Fire Lassen Modoc, excuse me, where they have all the alerts for the latest on the Dixie fire. The West Zone community meeting, I think, took place around 7 as well. So I apologize for that thing going on.
On the activity on the south side of Highway 36 and the Hamilton Mountain, Fredonia, we'll be evaluating that tomorrow. Obviously, the fire.
Nope, that was 7 a.m. This is it. Oh, it says it is live now. Okay.
The wind's blowing the opposite direction today, and that's likely to happen for a few days, and it's likely to change again. So, but all those things will go into consideration when we reevaluate those areas tomorrow morning that may appear to be and for the time being appear to be in less danger. But we'll give those consideration tomorrow and following days. The primary area of concern right now is at Bass Hill to County Road 826 on the west side of Highway 395. And that's that primary. That's all that Janesville, Milford country where the fire has been so active and we've had to do those mandatory evacuation orders. And then we do have an order from A3 to Flux Road on the east side of Highway 395. The fire did, like I said, it's burned across the highway multiple times, and that's an area we'll be looking at again tomorrow morning to see if it's safe to repopulate. Just a word on Highway 395, Highway 44, and Highway 36. I want everyone should be paying attention. If you're traveling in or out of the area, pay attention to the Caltrans, the website, and road status, because those can change at any point in time based on fire activity. And as you've heard already, we've lost some structures and a number of homes in Lassen County, and obviously even the loss of one home is too many. I feel for all those that have lost their homes, And, I promise you that I'll do everything I can to help you, get shelter. I know Sheriff Johns from Plumas County and I met with Director Ghilarducci in Greenville about a week ago. We told him that was our top priority for our communities. Well, obviously the top priority is getting the fire under control and protecting everybody else, but we have great concern for those people who lost their homes. This is a regional, disaster in that regard. We have we have a housing shortage already, and there are particular challenges in sheltering people in our region due to the harsh winters and so on. So I'm telling you, I'm going to do the best I can to help all of you out. There are damage assessment teams, a state team associated with the incident command team. They ordered up a team to do those assessments, and Lassen County Planning Department has been out doing those also. As far as animals are concerned, we are still, in Westwood, we're still feeding the animals that we've received requests for or ones we come across. A number of those animals, when the fire was getting close to Westwood, we moved to the shelter. Been in contact with the owners, and the owners can go pick those up anytime if they choose to, but we will keep them safe for you, or the Lassen County Animal Shelter is keeping them safe for you while they have them. The Janesville, Milford area, with those new evacuation orders, we're getting a number of calls, and that's what we're there for you. We want to help you out with your animals. We've moved some horses out, moved some dogs out. We're feeding some animals in place, but with the changes in fire activity, my preference is to get those animals out of there. So if you need us to help you, or you need to get animals out that are in those evacuation order areas, please call the sheriff's office and we will help you with that. Right now, so law enforcement personnel, we have a number of personnel in our county helping us. We have law enforcement from the Forest Service, BLM Rangers, California Highway Patrol, California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, Alameda County Sheriff's Office, San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, and the Petaluma Police Department. And I just want everyone to know that, if we have to change, and add additional warnings and orders, and those people knock on your door, they're doing it, at my direction and for me. So treat it as if I'm the one knocking on your door. And if you get those orders, I ask that you comply with them. It does cause a hardship when we have people in those mandatory evacuation areas. It really interferes with the activities of my personnel. It causes us to repeatedly place our deputies and officers in danger to try to convince people repeatedly to leave because we don't want people to be harmed, and it can cause issues for the fire personnel. So if you get an order, please leave the area. A couple more quick things. Obviously Janesville and Milford have seen a lot of activity the last 2 nights, and there's been a lot of, courageous work by law enforcement and the fire personnel. When that spot fire started in Janesville, it moved rapidly through the community. We were prepared. We put a ton of effort into briefing up our personnel, briefing up all the agencies that came in to provide us assistance. They all had packets with maps. They all had a local law enforcement officer providing leadership for these squads. And when the time came and we had to do those evacuations in a hasty fashion, our people did an outstanding job at getting people to safety. And then my observations of the last couple of days with the fire personnel, they're doing everything they can to save those homes. That first night it burned into Janesville, my perspective was that we lost far more homes than we did. But when I was able to see it in daylight,
good evening, everybody.
See that so many were standing. That's based on that hard work of the firefighters working to protect your homes, and I appreciate that. So with that said, I ask that everybody be patient. This is something like we haven't experienced before, and we have to work together and support each other through this. And may God bless you and keep you safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Next, we'd like to introduce a video from Plumas National Forest Supervisor, Chris Carlton. Good evening, everybody. Chris Carlton, Forest Supervisor here on the Plumas National Forest. Want to start by
mentioning why I'm here on the West Zone briefing, and it's because this really is one fire and one fight for all of us. And as we continue to work at doing better on integrating all of our communications and making sure that we're all reaching out, we're going to start combining some of these messages and making sure that you're hearing from everybody involved. So as the Plumas Forest Supervisor, just wanted to recognize that we are yet again our Plumas and Lassen neighbors here united by a common challenge and a common fire, and just appreciate the challenges that the communities in Lassen County are going through right now, along with the communities in Plumas County. You know, this really is a shared experience for all of us. We see the evacuations crossing lines. We see our firefighters crossing lines. You know, it's really about what happens on the ground and how we get around this fire together, and continue to appreciate the hard work that all of the firefighters and first responders are putting in there. A lot of them may be our family, friends, and neighbors as well. So just thanks to them for all the work they're doing, and everyone stay safe and have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Federal Agency Representative Jay Lusher.
Good evening. I want to thank everyone for their patience. As folks are able to go home and travel some of the roadways, we want to remind everyone that our federal lands in and around the fire area are closed. This is to help protect our firefighters and that they don't get distracted from other people that are in the area. Many days of walking around, the last 2 days walking around camp, have heard many stories of the fire history in the 395 corridor. There's a lot of firefighters that are here that have been on fires there. They're using their experience to respond appropriately and try and protect everyone's home in that area. There's also been an outpouring of support for Lassen National Park. It's a special place to many people. It's an economic driver for the area, and we're doing everything we can to protect the values that are there that make it special to everyone. We're made sure to protect the visitor center and are holding the road on the 89 corridor. Our crews are working very hard, some more arriving tomorrow, to continue to work and put line through the park and help prevent this fire from moving much farther. With that, thank you and good night.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce representing our Unified Incident Command, Jeff Bellier.
Good evening. As you've heard from our Operations Section Chief, our incident meteorologist, and our fire behavior analyst, this fire continues to be a challenge. The fire, as you heard earlier, is just over 660,000 acres. To put that in perspective, that is over 1,000 square miles that we are using our firefighting resources in 3 operational theaters to battle and try to contain this fire. The western side of the fire continues to be a challenge. The weather conditions have pushed the fire further to the east. However, we remain successful in keeping the fire out of the Mill Creek drainage. The fire currently is impacting the Wilson Lake area and Feather River Meadows. Moving to the middle of the fire, as you heard, the Hamilton Mountain area remains another critical focus for us as we try to continue to work on containment lines and stop the westward spread of the fire towards the community of Westwood. Moving to the eastern side of the fire, that area, as you may recall 2 nights ago when Chief C gave the briefing, experienced very critical winds and extreme fire behavior. Fire behavior that many of our firefighters, many of our seasoned and veteran firefighters have yet to see in their careers that have spanned many decades. Our firefighters went out there, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it, it was a bare knuckle fight to keep and protect as many structures as we did. The firefighters had been working long hours and braved those extreme fire conditions to save your property the best they could. But we haven't given up in that area either. As the fire continues to spread southward and back up towards the escarpment, we're doing everything we can to slow or halt the spread of the fire. Today's weather conditions, while it brought us challenges in several areas of the fire, it also gave us the opportunity to use our firefighting aerial resources to help give our firefighters on the ground some help. We use a lot of our fixed-wing air tankers dropping retardant on the eastern side of the fire between Janesville and Milford. Over in the middle part of the fire, we use a lot of our helicopters with water-dropping missions to help slow the spread towards the community of Westwood and along Hamilton Mountain. When you have a fire this size, we still have challenges in many areas, as I said. However, today we also were able to start to resume a level of normalcy for some of the residents along the Lake Amador and Chester areas. Those residents that have been allowed to repopulate their homes, welcome. I do ask, though, that you be cognizant. These fuels and this fire has been extremely stubborn. If you see smoke, call and report it so that we can get our firefighters that continually patrol that area to come out and help put those hot spots out. Also, for the residents as you come home, please be mindful of the roadways. You're sharing the roadways with large firefighting apparatus and at times with limited visibility. Please help us to continue to help you by driving safely on the road and allowing extra time if you need to go somewhere, and being mindful of the large fire apparatus that could be traveling through the area. We've had several questions that came in during this broadcast. My intent is to try to answer them for you. The first one is, as I stated earlier, the fire has not entered into the Mill Creek drainage yet. We've been battling that area for the last several days with ground resources, bulldozers, hand crews, fire engines, and helicopters. The fire has not entered the Mill Creek drainage and currently is burning to the east, away from the Mill Creek drainage. We'll continue to make that one of the top priorities, keep the fire out of that drainage.
It's there right now.
As I said earlier, the fire is currently burning in the Feather River Meadows and Wilson Lake area. I realize there are a number of recreational cabins in that area, and at this point I can't tell you their status. Our firefighters are still fully engaged in there, and just recently the smoke layer laid down and has resulted in limited visibility. As soon as we get increased visibility and the fire becomes safer, we will have our damage inspection teams to come in and start to inspect that area. But as of right now, the status of those buildings is unknown.
Okay.
You also heard, I'm sure many of you have seen, whether it's through social media, the news, that we have numerous large fires burning concurrently in California. While the Dixie fire, unfortunately, is the largest fire in the state, we have other fires that are burning in very critical areas as well. So as part of the statewide master mutual aid system, we have to be able to reassign resources as needed to help our partners and fellow community members throughout the state in their time of need. So we've had to share some of our firefighting resources with those other fires so that they can also help to start to build containment. When we do that, we ensure that we still remain staffed adequately to be able to address the needs of the incident here in Lassen, Plumas, Butte, and Tehama counties. As you also heard from our operations section chief, Mark Brunton, we're using a surge concept with our resources. So as we have higher priorities or more threats to critical infrastructure, we are surging our resources from other parts of the fire to help contain that immediate threat. And with that, I thank you all for your time, and thank you.
Okay, so what I'm just showing is the last hour time lapse of the French fire.
I'd like to introduce up Operations Section Chief Mark Brunton to handle a couple more questions at the map. Chief, we've received several questions about the area of mineral, as well as conditions on Milford Gray Road. If you can cover that first, please.
Yeah, mineral, but okay.
Okay, so we'll start with Milford. Milford is off of 395 community. It's adjacent to the community of Janesville. So the initial impact that took place from the spot fire the other day and the erratic fire behavior that we experienced, that burn, to 395 and across 395 did result in some loss of structures, a number of outbuildings and so forth. Our damage inspectors are evaluating that still as to how many and the extent. And then the incursion of the fire over the past 2 days down the 395 corridor. So we've been able to engage in active structure defense, bump and run tactics, and firefront following tactics regarding the structure defense. We've had great success with the defense of those structures and protection of the structures. And again, there have been a few that have been lost, and those are being assessed at this time. The community of Milford itself has not received an impact of fire that has taken structures to this point. We've been able to surge our resources, as was stated earlier, to provide a level of protection and the structure protection for those areas, which was still going on as we speak. So as this fire is moving and slowly moving its way down the escarpment, we have active firefighting involved in that area and structure defense, and that'll continue to do so until we can find a way to cut it off. We had some help with the air tankers today, but when we're dealing with a fire that's on top of an escarpment, moving along the escarpment and then down once it gets on the 395 corridor with the various wind conditions that exist there, we're able to take advantage of it the best we can. And then sometimes some of it we've allowed to go across when it's been safe to do so. That just burns out into the dry lake bed. So we're taking advantage of every opportunity, the fuels, the topography, and then the resource we have available to do so. And we have surged a lot of resources in. We have a 3-stage surge plan. And part of that is also bringing in the resources that are on their down hours for rest to wake them up and bring them out back to the firefight. So we are having resources that are working 48, almost 36, 36, 48 hours, even up to 72 hours straight on the fire line, just so we could surge these resources and protect those infrastructure.
Why not call them people?
Moving on to mineral, which we're over in back in our Lassen sector. There has not been any, from my knowledge, structures that have been destroyed. From that, there is active fire in that general area. We have the evacuations in play in those areas. However, we have been able to keep the fire to the east of Highway 89. And the spread that has taken place, Morgan Camp and the Childs Meadows, that is where the fire has slopped and spotted, and we have resources actively engaged in firefighting, as well as just recently on Doe Ridge, and they are actively in suppression activities within that. But as far as any destroyed structures, there have none that have come to our attention or that we are aware of at this point in time.
Thank you, Chief. The other part question we have is for the Cheney Creek Road and Hobo Camp area.
Right, so Cheney Creek, Hobo Camp. So where you see right here, it's in our Duffy group. There were 2 major drainages that run right into the community, Susanville, and they've been on our forefront for our plans throughout. When we knew that we were going to have a spread of fire into that direction towards Susanville, it was imperative that we kept the fire out of both those drainages, the Cheney drainage and then the Susanville drainage. So we established this Dovey group, and we filled it full of a variety of resources to build direct line as best we could, contingency line, and to open up the lines that were utilized to protect the community from the hog fire a year ago, which this team happened to be managing. So very familiar with that area, and also with the local knowledge of from the Lassen Modoc unit, CAL FIRE, we were able to utilize these control lines, and we've been able to successfully keep it out of the drainages. There have been a little bit into the Cheney Creek drainage, but with the fire conditions that were lessening, the fact that we did not have the heavy winds, we were able to rally our resources and go direct on that, and keep it from being established in the drainages, and therefore keeping it from spreading in. And that is continuing throughout the day today. And then that we've been able to pick all that up. And then with the firing operation along 36, it'll also keep that out of the drainages and keep the incursion of fire when the winds shift, that keep it from crossing Highway 36.
Chief, I'm going to keep you up there for one more question. We've received a lot of questions about the Silver Lake area and the cabins there.
Yeah, so the Silver Lake area, it's looking good. We've been able to do active structure defense there. Believe there may have been some loss, but for the most part, we're able to protect and defend and save most all the structures throughout that. That was early on, a number of days ago. The fire activity was not as intense, so we were able to mitigate that issue, and we. I know that there are a number of structures still standing in that particular area.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. Next, I'd like to bring up our federal agency representative, Jay Lusher, to answer another question.
So we've got a question about how much damage has occurred in the Caribou Wilderness and the Lassen Wilderness within the national park. The fire has burned with great intensity in some areas and moderate intensity in others. It's normal to have a mosaic burn pattern across a landscape like this. It has been very difficult due to the drought conditions. We don't know the exact extent to what the fire has done in the area, but after the fire is complete, we will use burned area emergency response tools to look at the severity of the fire, evaluate what tools might be used to implement and protect future values. Thanks.
Thank you. And to answer one final question this evening, I'd like to introduce Lassen County Sheriff Groudon.
Thank you. So the question was about road status, or highway status specific to Highway 32 down to Chico. So just so everyone understands, your best information comes from Caltrans and the California Highway Patrol. I would check with the Caltrans website. They update those restrictions or changes as they occur. And just so everyone understands also that there are California Highway Patrolmen personnel tied to the team. They work with the team each day. So as things adapt and change, they can keep their officers informed. They can shift their officers around depending on what has to be done. So they are integral with this operation. Those decisions related to highway closures are not made lightly, and they're done in partnership with the members of the team. But right now, Highway 32, I did reach out to that officer that's been assigned to the team. He said Highway 32 is currently open. The question was specific to people from Chester, if they could travel to Chico on Highway 32, and he told me that it is open. But I'm not the best source for highway information. The best source is California Highway Patrol and Caltrans. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. And I'd like to thank all of you for joining us this evening for the broadcast. Our next scheduled incident briefing will be Friday, August 20th at 7 p.m. It will be streamed live here on Facebook, Lassen Modoc's page, as well as on YouTube. With that, I'd like to say thank you, good night, and be safe.
Wait, once again, I apologize for starting that while it was in progress, but I don't think we missed very much. Here's the link if you wanted to watch whatever we missed at the very beginning. I found it supremely ironic that as they're saying Mill Creek drainage, there's no fire there. Here in chat, we were getting reports of fire entering the Mill Creek Childs Meadow area, and we have the heat detections from space here on the GOES satellite. And so this doesn't mean rumor confirmed, but it looks very I mean, as without being there, this is about as solid as we can get. Some sort of a space satellite, barring some sort of an error, it may have well jumped 36 here within minutes of them taking the podium and talking about it not being there. So fire is a rapidly evolving thing, especially on a red flag day like this with extreme winds. I kept flipping back to Windy to verify. You know, what I do, not being on the scene, is try to verify as much as I can with these tools that we have. And you can know even before the officials do, the top head honchos, what's going on the ground by listening to the radio, which I had to mute to watch that. Looking at the satellites and looking at wind direction, and wind is pointing directly at that way. We have fire to the right here. And then you look back at your satellite images, and we have a heat detection there. And then we have people saying that that's what happened. And so without listening to the radio and confirming it, it does look like that's true right now. So Mineral is in peril. However, if we look at the wind gusts, some of the fire is blowing right towards Mineral. Where we have the heat detections, the latest ones, they're right around this area. And I'm hoping that they'll be able to keep it off of Mineral Summit, but I think that would be an extremely hard battle. If it is just on Doe Mountain, which is a possibility, just on the mountain, because what fire likes to do is hop ridge to ridge like so. I am hoping that they'll use this road here as a fire line. Maybe they've already made a bunch of progress creating that fire line. I would have to look at briefings maps and such, but here's just hoping right now that Mineral's going to be okay. This is a hard couple of days, and nothing looks very good for the rest of the week either. So the wind will be blowing, according to the forecast, in a general direction like you're seeing animated, towards the southwest. These northeast winds blowing to the southwest. When somebody says it's a northeast wind, it means the wind is out of that direction, blowing the opposite direction, of course. So the winds are blowing to the southwest with fierce wind gusts up to 35 miles an hour at the lower elevations, because that's generally what that means. And on top of ridge tops and mountains, especially in this region, you can have higher wind gusts. Dyer Mountain itself is where the FLIR cam is buffeted by winds when it's almost a calm in places like Chester that are lower in the elevations. So that's going to be one heck of a hard battle. What they just said live could be already obsolete because of the braking situation. So people will keep asking what's going on over at Milford, how many structures we're going to lose. Well, they're still battling to save structures over there. So they just said we don't know, and that's echoing what I said before the meeting. There's a fierce battle going on at the Dixie fire. So Chris Halton, I'm sorry, I butchered your name, or Hilton. Doe Mountain has a lot of dead trees on it from a fire last August. They stopped clear cutting they were clear cutting last fall, but stopped. Ugh. If you mean removing the standing dead trees, that would have been a good thing. If you mean salvage logging, the fact that it stopped is horrible. You have to get rid of standing dead trees, the snags. They shatter apart and they throw basically burning shrapnel, the concept, across the landscape. They can burn for 1,000 hours, and anytime during the 1,000 hours that the wind picks up, then you have ember cast for long distances. So getting rid of the snags is important. Getting rid of them on the top of peaks is vitally important. But it's the hardest thing to do because it's like helicopter logging. Part of the reason we're seeing the Dixie fire get so bad over on the Moonlight Burn Scar is I toured that area before and saw how bad it was. They were helicopter logging some of that stuff away. They couldn't reach it all, and those logs have been drying out now for so many years, and they're primed and ready as fuel with a lot of brush and baby trees stacked them dry as a bones, stacked up at their bases, ready to create a bonfire. So we can keep praying for the region, but it's going to be one heck of a tough battle for them, and to save much of what's in front of wherever the wind is blowing. So there's a color code here to windy. The lighter blue and cold colors are less wind. When you're on the wind tab, it's hard to see, I know. So it's blowing more fiercely and quicker over the Childs Meadow and Mineral area than it is like over even at Susanville at the moment. These are the sustained winds. If you go to wind gusts, this is huge wind gusts and red flag, low humidity day. This is absolutely brutal. Just completely brutal for firefighters and firefighting right now. If you go down to what's fueling the thing down by Bakersfield, just intense winds over down there by the French fire. But just a reminder, the French fire is far away from what we've been covering. It's a new start today, just hours ago, down in by Bakersfield. If you look at the the offshore winds and such that are affecting going into the Bay Area. That's what was fanning that going on by Clear Lake. It creates this volatility where those coming in from the ocean meet the winds trying to leave. They're coming into the valley from the Oregon and Great Basin area, where they meet, where we saw last year's glass fire and Zog fires. You get swirling, shifting winds. Completely awful day. Awful day to have fires anywhere, to have new ones. Just critically bad conditions. So once again, we're looking at a wind gust map on windy, and it's just awful. So let's look at the regular wind, the sustained winds, 11 miles an hour to 8 miles an hour, and that's not going to stop until like 11 in the morning. But the gusts don't stop at 11 in the morning. They're still 30 miles an hour tomorrow. 5 p.m., 20 mile an hour wind gusts. We've got the winds coming out of the northeast and just going into the valley that way. What they do is they run into the brick wall of the coast range here, and then they go up. I need to go south. And what you get is a swirly pattern sometimes. A lot of instability, they can shift. So while we see solid arrows and stuff, they just for a few minutes, like 10 minutes at a time, they can shift, blow back on firefighters, and create an extremely difficult, dangerous situation for all of them. And when they have to, they pull out and get out of the way of the fire, and they come back where it's safe. So expect a lot of talk like that to be occurring. And as Zeke Linder's blog was explaining, the offshore winds that will be blowing into the valley more as the week progresses and over the weekend, that's going to create instability and perhaps lightning, because it will bring a bit of moisture. So thunderstorm potential coming in off the coast. We would have to look at meteorologists for more details on the forecast, but that's the basic understanding right now. Holt Hanley is live right now. Okay, I don't mind when people go and watch him and come back. He's completely awesome. Yeah, he will explain things better, but he tends to stream for like 3 hours at a time, covering all of California, all the fires. But come back and see us if you see him. In the link in my description of the video, I got the link right to him. He's the man. Oftentimes I tune in to listen, but it's taboo to steal viewers, so I'm not going to be showing his stream. Like later I can go back and show you clips of it, but while he's live, it's traditional to go to his channel and watch him. So, if he is live, that's awesome. I'll watch a little bit more about what he does later. Do I have any radio traffic for Child's Meadow teams? Let's turn it on. Let's listen right now and see if they're talking about it, because that's a new...
just a straight shot down the hill, easy out over 90, if that works for you over the lake. Works for us. We'll call you on scene for 163. West Air Attack.
West Air Attack.
Air Attack, West Elko. West Elko, West Air Attack. Go ahead. Operator wing returning south. Awesome. Little bit of a spot drop on there, coverage level 8. We got a spot that's out to the right of the fire line down here. I'm going to give you a quick show me for it. I think we see that one, but give me a show me. I'll give you that show me. About 350 and down about 5,800. Okay.
Who do you have for a contact in here? The homes as it comes, quarter mile west at 395 up towards the escarpment.
Okay, I'll talk in a minute, but we got to see what's going on at Mineral right now. It's in grave danger.
22-7 air attack, you have traffic on air to ground command.
Won't be able to put a retardant drop on it, but I want to talk him into it before we depart.
Yeah. Affirmative, make sure that pavement's clear. He checked in, he's just a couple minutes out. He's going to grab that pavement, go as direct as he can, take it as far as he can. That'll be our load for the night. That'd be a perfect spot, thank you.
Ranch, Division Papa Papa, command.
Okay, gotcha. I'm overhead. Appreciate it.
Talking to back, we got a spot fire down off of the escarpment grade group area. Wondering if yourself or grade group could come on east air to ground command. Talk in. He's going to put a retardant drop on it, but want to make sure the line is clear.
Okay, is that grade group, you're talking down closer to Milford?
Affirm what you guys got working down there off 25.
Okay, I'll have them come up air to ground east, command.
I appreciate the help. We're having our resource driver on to Quincy tonight, so sorry we're not in there to give you a hand.
Yeah, copy, no problem, thanks.
Your guy.
Track over that way right now from the 36.
Some sort of spot that east of the ridge line.
If you go through section 36, section south there, you get there.
And 163, we got you, where you're, let's say 10 o'clock. Bye.
And for 163, come out, team.
Gray group, what's your location? We got a spot fire. We're just about to make a drop on here with a couple structures close by. It's about a 50 by 50 right off a 2-track.
130.
Yep.
Alright, 163, as you come around, you'll see, you'll pick up that road. Vehicles are clearing out. Access the driveway, and I'll get you a lat long. I'll be on station in another 1-5 minutes. So as direct as possible, wherever it makes sense for you. Safe.
The road direct as possible for 163, copy.
Everybody see that heat from that upper dozer safety zone now from last drop you did?
Thanks.
Anyway, order. Turn your engines to, like Eric said, 50 by 50 spot next to a road. We're going to put a quarter load on it, and then we have one more drop for the night. We'll try to put a lot of retardant down off the hill tonight to shore that stuff up. I'm not sure if the dozer's down here or agency or not, but it'd be good to get them in there and kind of just reinforce what we did tonight, at least down the flats here.
Chris, 813 Golf, set.
Everything here, 5.5.
Copy, all resources are clear.
2207 Air Attack Air Ground Command. That way the smoke's laying over. It's going to be a little bit tough for him to get tight. He's going to do what he can for you. And I'll let you know when he's out of there, where you guys can re-engage.
Yeah, copy. And you seen that flare up that we were hoping to target there to just keep it on that side.
Yeah, for him, I don't think he's going to be able to get that tight with the column, but he's looking right now. I'll get right back with you.
We'll do what we can. Hopefully it lifts just a little when we come back around.
6-3, I copy. Give it a lift right now. Go as tight as you can. Yeah.
Copy, perfect. Thank you.
Air Attack reporting. Okay, it's they're making a drop on it right now, and it's off a 2-track. You can get back to me on that long.
I'm on Shane Lane, that's next to Clifford Road.
It's going to be off of Shane Lane.
Shane Lane. Okay, let me see where that is. Right there above
3,
Milford.
left downwind, live run, 6 all.
6-3 left downwind. We copy.
On there, it's next to some structures. Shane Lane is what I have on my map. Keep the tanker back up to the main edge of the fire there, just to the north of where we dropped.
They pulled some aircraft off of mineral area to help an emergency spot fire by Milford. But it only takes planes a second. Just a second to steer over there. It doesn't mean they'll abandon mineral, but it means that maybe it's going better at mineral than it is here.
Get your left base.
I don't think they should repopulate this time. I think that's insanity. These are red flag days. Look at the insane winds and high winds to come, and the unstable air from the ocean making thunderstorms possible. The most deadly fires are the ones that haven't started yet, that will start right next to you from lightning or whatnot, which they possibly can get later in the weekend.
42 Charlie, advise on dozer needs. I have 3 dozers on 395 in the area of Warren Road. 163.
Let's get a cockpit's eye view here, just for a moment. I think this tanker is the one working Milford right now. Kind of gives you an idea of
163, copy, going around.
Gives you an idea of the terrain.
At 42 Charlie, I'm also going to be sending you 2 low engines.
Don't worry, if it looks like they're hitting the ground, they're not. Okay, looking back at chat. Going back up there. They said on the meeting there that they were protecting Susanville. Sorry for the car sickness. Sometimes they lose track of the plane and they correct like that. But it is low. It's probably doing a drop right now. Okay, looking back at the chat.
Looks good for a minute, then switch back down on you.
Yeah, read the chat. Guys, read the chat rolls and description of the video.
Into the spot fire. I copy, break 9142 Charlie, Dixie, air attack, air to ground command.
Yeah, Grupo, I think it is about to merge.
9142 Charlie,
Sorry,
Dixie,
excuse me.
air attack, air to ground command.
163's left base.
163 air attack has your left base.
I'm worried for Genesee Valley. I'm hoping they'll talk about it because this is alarming.
Okay, and if you can grab them as well, you need to go back down to the road, 395, and keep going northbound for the next left. Northbound. I copy, I have your final lines clear to drop. 163.
Air to ground on command east. If you could monitor that, he's trying to get a hold of you and advise that you need to keep going north. The first image is off the 395.
Way to save it on that last one. A little early, but it's falling in. That'll help those guys out.
What's going on by Shingleton?
163. Okay, where are you guys heading, ETA?
Back to Fresno, and we're 45 minutes out.
Okay, copy that. Air attack's at 10,500. We'll kind of follow you in the trail, and then you're good to climb up to 10.5 here in a moment and get out in front of us, and then
We'll see you on the next one.
Copy, we're going to clear to the north up to 7.5, clear of the TFR, and we have Tinker 40 just north of us before we clear.
Okay, copy. 7 air attack, he tried getting it tight for you. That's what we got. We're all out of here. Good luck tonight, guys.
Battle Creek Holidays.
Battle Creek Holidays, first communications, go ahead.
Communications, Battle Creek Holidays.
And what's going on at
2207,
Shingletown?
you're extremely broken, unreadable.
That was the last tanker.
I don't see the winds shifting back towards Susanville, according to Whitney.
2207, try that again.
Just confirming that was a drop.
This is the last load, affirmative, all aircraft released for the night.
Oh, man.
Good luck.
I copy. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get through. You know, they grabbed that first turn a little too soon here, but I'll try and see what that white truck can do. And no joy for him. I'll grab those engines, carousel back down to 395, bring them up.
Okay, it is just in a splash pile. The retardant drop is pretty much a direct hit, so they should be able to get it. I imagine they should patrol pretty hard up in here for some other spots.
Yeah, right off your left wing there, that whole road, I'd like them to just gain access, spread out there, and then get the dozers on the back door. It makes a lot of sense, but yeah, we got you.
So, nice turn there. Should be able to get into it.
I got me.
92, correction. 2392 Charlie. 2392 Charlie. Copy.
Yep, 2392 Charlie, appreciate it. And you've been having come up the 1600 road north of drop point 116, that'd be great.
Copy, they'll be contacting you on Nifty Texas.
Thank you.
Division Uniform, Division Tango, command. If possible, we'd like to keep dozers 5.
Yeah, you can.
Copy, thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna pause that chatter for a second. There's something going on by Shingletown. We see a lot of aircraft over there, but I don't see a heat detection yet. Let's listen to the pilots again. They're over by Milford. We can't hear them.
Here on this frequency.
That would be Shasta we would have to listen to, but we can hear Milford.
31 heading to the south. It winds around to 36. Is that the right road?
On 3375, no tones. 683375.
I want to cockpit side view.
Trying to get all the west air attack on taxi.
I think they're returning to base. This gives us a good idea that a little bit. The terrain is a lot steeper than is shown. Hills
Bravo
are not.
79, air attack 120 on taxi, CF traffic.
Hills aren't shown very well, but
You can get there from here. I have to go back down the hill on my map and come up through that campground to get over to there.
East air attack Bravo 79, right seat, on rotor. On right seat, go.
Hey, David's trying to get you on fixed.
Bravo 79, Dixie air attack,
we would like to depart north to Reading around the fire. Do we need to, if you have the air tech fill up?
Mike, Whiskey, is located the smoke report the Forest Smith. Get contact on
Romeo, Trinity, I copy that day resources are off the line, and then your traffic was broken, but it sounded like Whiskey researched that smoke investigation.
Great. Dozer proposed in West of the line.
Trail of glow 6, sorry. Perfect. Thanks.
Previous smoke and fire investigation. Keep communication clear.
Okay, so all the aircraft, the tankers seem to be away from Milford. They got released.
Dispatch, Bravo 79 on National.
They're losing the light of day.
Yeah, go ahead. Location.
But there's a lot of aircraft.
That's Meadow, just to the east of Wilson Lake. Where's your, that big spot you're talking about? Basically right across the meadow from where I'm at. If you look on your map.
No, Joy, you need to go further up 395 to the turn that takes you dead into a pumpkin, and then hang a right around that pumpkin, and then it takes you up to the other side of Shane.
I'll send you 09 Alpha. You can lead them in. Yeah, hey, they're saying access is off the Doe Mountain spur. They just keep going to the southeast. They said it's a good road. Should be good for type 1 is what the dozers say. And it runs right into Chicken at the toe of the slope at the bottom of the spot.
Not connect through, so loop line to Shane, and that'll take you right to it.
So right now we're going to hear a little bit more of the air attack command. It's over here, one of these, probably this one, the Aero Commander 690A. So he's going to be directing the ground crews, telling them where it's safe to go, where they should go, how the retardant affected the area. So there's going to be a lot of chatter right there, but the tankers are off Milford. Some of them have may do a drop near Singleton on the way back towards like Reading and such, the main airports. So we could do a pilot's eye view. They're over Lassen right now.
And 4 down low, 4 up top on the escarpment, and you can back up everything we did today. A big investment was put in, and best bids we've had in the last 7.
And listen a minute and eat.
Confirming this spot's in the actual Charles Meadow, not up on Wilson Lake. Yeah, to your left. Just confirming with you that this spot we're looking for is not up on Wilson Lake. It's actually in Charles Meadow. Yeah, it's actually that across Charles Meadow, going up in lower box 36 on the west side of Chicken Peak. 09 Alpha, Lima, on command.
Papa, Dixie stair attack, air to ground command.
Okay, so Tim Whittington says the restart from earlier by Shingletown is a 1 acre. Okay, that makes sense. That would explain why it's not showing up.
Oscar on 31.
Hang on.
Yeah, you think you're gonna have a need for the arrowhead buttons tomorrow? Yeah, I would say there's going to be definitely a work for everybody on this side. So I would say yes. With that, I guess just make sure that the branches are talking about that 9 and 13, right? And then grab Shane. With you in the morning at briefing, but just want to make sure that the branches are all clear on that, because it's 9 and 13. Yeah, I'll let 9 know tonight. You can talk to 13 in the morning. Probably 2 blades you can get in there, and then hand crew from the top. The spot right now that I'm talking the engines into, that's a can't handle with 1 engine. Just upslope of where Shane Lane peters out to the mid-slope, coming down off the top, and then up over the top, going back towards the Plumas side, 4 miles worth.
I don't know if I can talk it. Yep.
Communication, Lima. West Communications, go ahead. 12-hour resources are off the line. Copy, 12-hour resources are off the line.
That just describes the shift change from day crew to night crew.
Branch 9, West Communications on command. Communications, Branch 9 on command. Susanville ECC of increased fire behavior and structured threat in the Willow Valley. When you're ready to copy, I'll give you the address of the reporting party. Dixie's air attack, air to ground command.
Next one, go ahead. Copy, head back to ITP.
I'll talk in a second when I hear this.
Lehman, did you copy that report from communication? Let me get the address from one more time. Affirmative. Let me know when you're ready, and if you can send someone over there. Go ahead with the others. 9743 Chester, Warner Valley Road. My task force to Nico on command. Did you copy that address? Affirmative, I'm about 5 minutes out. That address is right next to that hotspot we were working earlier today. Picked up in that area. I'll report back. Give me about 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, I was hoping I'd be able to cut in and get a summary going here. As the aircraft leave the east zone of the Dixie fire.
Units, West Communications, repeat your identifier.
Hang on.
Communications, branch 13 medic. How do you copy?
Branch 13 medic, West Communications, copies loud and clear.
West Communications, branch 13 medic. We're going to be changing over to branch 9 medic tonight. Branch 9 is away.
From there at that intersection, hopefully he's right there and he's at Caldor already.
Branch 13 medics, West Communications, copies.
I'm just going to mute them for a second because they'll be over here. The good news is that a single engine can handle the spot. The spot is over here by Janesville, kind of where they were circling around right here, to the south of Janesville, southwest of Buntingville, as far as I could tell. And they slammed it with some tankers and did some really good work. And they remarked that, great, now just a single engine can handle it, which is a single fire engine. So they'll send one truck to go and handle it, which is absolutely wonderful. Tankers can make such a big difference in all these fights. They can really, really turn the tide. Now, when they pulled some of the tankers away from being by mineral, I think that's because they were confident that things were okay for the moment over there. And they slammed that spot fire and they flew back over past mineral and they reported where the fire was. And best that I could make out was the confirmation of what the satellite was telling us, that the fire was, let me turn off the fire activity thing. They said it was south of 36. I'm on the wrong map here. Let's go to OpenStreetMap there, and then turn on some shade relief. Now you get the labels of the highways. Just south of where it is CA 36 and 89. There's actually a portion of the map where the highways are the same name, right here where 89 and 36 meet. So it was on the south side of, he said 3689, which is kind of like local term for right south of this area, south of where Morgan Springs is. We know that it's probably on Doe Mountain. I do think they mentioned that. I can't really remember, but it's also known as, 3689 over here. They did remark south of Childs Meadows. And where exactly, I'm not sure, but if it is in Childs Meadows, then it would just get up into the mountain, unless they have some sort of a super defense of that area. Let me turn that off. That was our meeting before. However, I don't know if they can hold mineral because of the 172. I would imagine is a pretty good fire line. Where the heck did I go with where'd Cal Topo go? The second version. Here it is. Okay. So hang on, I got two monitors, guys. Fire activity. We can see that there's a big detection, but I just wanted to remind people that doesn't mean that this whole area is on fire. This is the square detecting the breach of a spot south of the 3689. It could be like just something like that, or it could be just something like that, or just something like that, and the whole square is going to be filled. So it doesn't mean that the whole thing has roared past or breached, because the fire has been on other hills and ridges. It probably just went as a hop, like so, because 36/89 is a really good, a pretty dang solid fire line that they have in there. They keep remarking on how solid it's been, time and time again, night after night, where we've had pretty almost red flag conditions. So I am so glad to see that. We didn't hear any chatter of, oh no, it's getting out of control, let's go save mineral. It seems like they are confident enough to even redirect some craft over to help Milford and Janesville. So we'll continue to be very concerned because the wind is blowing right towards mineral, and it's coming off the area where the fire is to the northeast of it, and it's blowing southwest. So that's quite a concern. We will keep abreast on the situation. We have extreme wind gusts that don't really let up until like 11 a.m. tomorrow, and not by much. There's still 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Look at this week. Almost constant high winds. And they get even worse further on into the week, around like 1 p.m. Saturday in the weekend. So we keep abreast of the situation. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I even missed the fact I had donations. Thank you so much, Bree. Thank you, Kathryn and the mods. Good to see you all praying. Thank you so much. Amberline, thank you again. You are my shero. Thank you for every single second you put to make sure we stay informed. Lord knows the professionals aren't. That was the biggest irony. They keep saying this fire is surprising us, and a lot of it's because those guys are. They come from all over the nation to do these fires when they're that big. I mean, the 6,000 people on the Dixie are not like mostly Californians. There's a lot of the nation on the fire. This is the way California fires work. This is one of the worst regions to fight a fire in, with the crazy hot winds that come out of the desert, meeting the Bay Area winds, high terrain, extremely steep, nightmarish to work in, heavily forested, mega drought, just all these manpower shortages, COVID complications. This is a perfect storm, making all these things big. And it's going to be a bumpy week. So I continue to say the boots on the ground are making extraordinary. I couldn't agree more with the meeting. Extraordinary good work. It's just like they kept remarking, like just seeing where the satellite maps were over where Milford was, I expected a heck of a lot more structure loss at Milford and Janesville than we have already experienced. They really are pulling miracles out of their hat. Every time that Mother Nature gives us a break in the weather, they seize it and save the day. We saw last 5 nights, we have this thing called Miracle at Midnight, where even though in the middle of the night it's forecast to be heavy winds and heavy wind gusts, and we see the fire get on the doorstep of communities and even start to eat a few buildings, it just stops. I think we saw another miracle at midnight last night, even on the Caldor fire, which we got to turn to in a second and look at. But I wanted to watch those 2 firefights, the battle to save Milford and Mineral at the same time, and that's what we were listening to. So, looking back up, is Highlands Ranch Resort and Child's Meadow in the fire? I don't have any information. They got up on the podium and said, we'll continue to keep you guys abreast of the situation, but I don't remember it specifically being mentioned. And there's an ongoing fight there. Like, we won't know until like the end of the week what survived this week. So in general, all the winds are forecast in this Mineral/Chester area to be pointing in general towards the southwest until 11 a.m. Friday. And this is, of course, day by day we have to verify this. So I am not too particularly worried about places like Susanville and such until 11 a.m., but we have to put our flag over there by Susanville to verify, because the winds can be quite different. And by 8 to 11 a.m. Friday is when winds shift, and it will be pointing over by Susanville, that direction, to the northwest. But that is not scheduled, asterisks, until like 11 a.m. Friday. So it's going to be a long, bumpy week. And I was so saddened to hear that people are working not only 48-hour shifts, he calls them resources. They're humans. They're people. Some of them have been woken up after they have already had a 48-hour shift to get up and fight the fires again to complete a 72-hour shift. This is unbelievable. We have to support our firefighters. I was reading a report today that out of 52 that were polled somewhere in the United States, this is a non-complete study, 52% of them were thinking of suicide. 52% of 52 participants in the poll were thinking of suicide because they've seen an unprecedented amount of sorrow and loss, and they have a brotherhood and such while they are together. But when they're released, wildland firefighters don't have the brotherhood like the to call up and hang out with the guys like a city firefighter does at the firehouse to get the support they need. They go back home and they're alone, and they really need our support. Just no matter what, just wave at them and smile and keep issuing messages of support directly to them as much as you can. So it's good news over on the cache fire. They've stopped the forward progress over by Clear Lake. It seems to be pretty good over there. They slammed it with aircraft. Seems like it's pretty good over by Shingletown. Somebody said that was a screw up. They had a previous fire they thought was out and it just flared up today. And I don't see a new detection over by Singleton from space. Thank you so much, Grupo, for bringing that to my attention, and others who mentioned what was going on there. So it doesn't seem to be a new thing to worry about at Shingleton at Shasta County. So, but once again, thank you so much for supporting the stream so I can keep going here as I enter. I don't know how many weeks I've been doing this now, but of course without working my normal income. So I can only cover this and help educate people because of you guys. Eventually it would reach a point where I'd be like, okay, every 4 days I'll give you an update, but you guys keep me here. I feel terribly guilty when I wake up and lose some hours because of being terribly sick, but doing the best I can to take care of my health. I'm glad I haven't lost power again, and sorry that's what happened this morning. I am terribly worried for Taylorsville and Genesee here. We didn't hear a peep. We heard mostly air control. But if we continue to monitor, I'm going to give you guys a link to monitor the Dixie fire. We have to go look at the Caldor fire, and I have to answer more things in chat. Yeah, definitely tell your legislatures that you think they deserve a raise and more mental health care for sure. It's day 37 of the Dixie fire. Yeah. And it's going to continue to grow. In these conditions, it's bad. But with these winds generally coming out of the hot, dry desert, in general, blowing that way, the communities now that we once thought were safe, Taylorsville, Genesee, Crescent Mills, and other places like that, are now in critical danger for what's going on in the Moonlight scar. So if you guys will please keep abreast of Dixie Fire, I do want to listen to what may be going on at the Caldor Fire, and get abreast of the situation. I continue to look at the FLIR cam off camera. Both of them are back, but I think that this is a pretty good solid line now. We have the wind direction mainly blowing this area from Coyote, the Coyote branch, I think. Coyote Mountain, kind of towards Dyer Mountain and over at the reservoir. It would take a hard shift in direction really to go over towards Westwood, but Westwood is something that we could watch out for. It seems the cameras were lost. They were burned up here on Hamilton Mountain. I was like, they're fine, and I didn't read the fine print about just how long ago the last update was. So those seem to be gone. I can't talk constantly like I usually do, so that's why I'm going to put radio on again, and we need to figure out what's going on in El Dorado County over here at the Caldor, and that'll give my voice a little rest. Did I miss any questions? I already did, Abby. We watched the French fire at Bakersfield, Lake Isabella. We watched that quite a bit. The Caldor is what I didn't even mention today yet. So we know that people are running around there, getting out of the fire's way. It's looking bad by Lake Isabella. I was already showing you guys the spread. Let's look at it real quick before we switch to the Caldor. If you do like a 1-hour time lapse, it's pretty bad. So feel real sorry for everybody in the path of it down there. Would otherwise be a nice sunset. And once it gets dark enough, all the cameras switch to infrared, and you can see much better through smoke. It looks like the fire's worse than it is, always on infrared, because some of the white is just heat. And it kind of obscures what's flames and what's heat. I hope one day it's all FLIR. FLIR is the color-coded stuff, like on the Dire Mountain cams. So everybody wanted me to look at the Shirley Peak too. Supposedly this is the fire's start. Different angle down there by Bakersfield. Then we'll get to the Caldor fire. Yeah, John A., we'll go look at Caldor in a second. Sally says, I just found you. Are you COVID positive? No, I had COVID last February. I have an ear infection, and I keep getting extremely nauseated because the whole 2020 thing with lockdown meant that I had to not schedule my prescribed nasal passage surgery. And anybody listening to this stream last year knows how bad I got when I had all that smoke inhalation stuff. So it looks like we've got to go back further to see the start of that fire. George T., oh my gosh, thank you for the donation. And TJ, you guys are great. Thank you for helping me keeping the stream going. I need to put the links up again to the official donation sites. Please, I can just take the pocket change after giving generously to the people afflicted by the fire. That'll just keep me going. I do have a camera fund, so I can be more like a real journalist and interview survivors and make fire safety videos. And that generously, with your generous donations, that's going to become a possibility real soon. I'm happy to report. So let's go back 6 hours to see the start. Why is there red retardant on the ground already? Before the start of the fire, or before the smoke. I'm a little confused. Or is that a stand of dead trees and not retardant? Oh, it could be a stand of dead trees. Okay. Wow, did that explode? So yeah, that's what's going down by Bakersfield. I don't cover Southern California fires as much if there's still something going on in the north, because I can speak with a lot more authority about like what's going on in Plumas County and such, because I grew up there. I can just tell people this or that place is in danger with a lot more, personal experience. I tend to cover the north as much as I can, and well, this Southern California just hasn't had a lot of it. I did the Bobcat fire last year. And by the way, welcome everybody who just found me. The whole quick explanation is I'm just a fire educated citizen, as my description talks about. But I wanted to share the knowledge that firefighters have given me personally, so that I train people how to look at fires, and find how to protect themselves. You can monitor everything I'm doing. Once you learn a little bit about fire behavior, just the very basics, it's real easy to understand how to check wind forecasts and find your own special vulnerability and get out before you're told to. And how to listen to the radios like I do to find out when you should go. Dolores, thank you. Dolores and Humboldt Guano Man, I love your name. Thank you for the channel. I feel inadequate right now and really guilty that I can't do all of this at once, but thank you so much for your kind support. I tend to just answer the questions in chat as they appear and try to get to them one by one. I can't train people right now, but when there's lulls in the fire, like sometimes in evenings, I will teach you guys how to make your own evacuation plans, shelter-in-place plans, how to monitor like I do. And thank you so much for supporting me. And give my mods a hand, a round of applause for them. They keep this happening too. I don't promote. I'm like a shy person and don't know the first thing about it. It's all you guys sharing my links and hitting the like and sub button. That helps me spread the message. YouTube doesn't connect people who search for fire info. They just do it if it's a trending channel. So thank you so much for that. I became fire educated in childhood when we had rural property in Northern California. We were friends with a lot of firefighters, and they taught my dad, and of course I listened how to make a safe, defensible property in a real vulnerable location. I was shocked in this 2017 Cascade Fire, which PG&E's equipment started, same night that Santa Rosa burned down, that we lost a good family friend and his girlfriend, and they made heartbreaking 911 calls and couldn't leave, couldn't get out. And what I do is teach survival tales so people can survive. And then I almost lost my brother 1 year later to the Paradise Fire, and which also PG&E started. And I realized, to get the message out about how to prevent fires, reduce them, talk about new technology so people can get hopeful about the future like I am. And a lot of these fires' intensity and size can be completely mitigated in the future. That'll be what you hear more from the channel. Right now we're just going to get to what current news. But I try to keep hope alive and keep this the facts-only resource. And after nearly losing a couple of family members to other subsequent fires, the North Complex, etc., I made it my business to learn all about it so I can educate the people how to track fires and learn how to get out before they're told. That's the number one thing, is realize your own special vulnerability and get out before you're told. We just lost Greenville when they said it was safe to come back to Greenville. Don't trust the authorities saying, you're just under evacuation warning right now. If you learn to read the signs and fire behavior, you'll have a heads up, an early heads up, and that's the best chance of survival. So we are going to go over to the Caldor right now and continue looking at the Dixie. Looks like there's a lot of spread towards its east. People were concerned it was going towards Tahoe, like I was talking about. I see a lot of northward spread, a lot of westward spread, and eventually a lot of eastward spread as the most likely scenario in the near future, judging from what Wendy and other things were talking about the wind forecast. But every single day, we've got to check it out. You can't just look at the weekly forecast and make your plans or try to figure out your vulnerability. You have to check it every day because it'll change every day as new weather patterns emerge. So I don't put much stock into any forecast beyond the next day. And several different times a day, it's important to take a look. Rebecca S. says, the Indian Ridge cam past the last 15 minutes. Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot that one. People were talking about it showing what's going on in Indian Valley because Genesee is in critical danger. So let's do that real quick. Yeah, it just flipped over to infrared. I didn't see the sun today. I didn't go outside. That was my goal. Oh, okay. Well, dawn comes tomorrow. I'm glad to see this is working again. The Indian Ridge camera didn't have infrared the last, much of the week. That's been smoldering for some time. Now remember, a lot of that's heat. And what we should look at is, I do believe they have a fire line here. We see some stuff on the other side. Whoops, that is the wrong color of a marking pen. Oh my gosh, Tia Tiao, thank you again for your kind support. You're a long timer. Thank you guys. What's the temperature there by 9 p.m.? We'll take a look. And remember, I only look at chat every once in a while, so when you say there and such, please be very specific which fire, which region, so I don't have to ask again, and then I can just get right to it. I would be worried if it would get down here. I don't think it's supposed to. But if you go back and look at Daniel Kern's Facebook site, he was talking about that today and pointing at where they have lines. If I remember right, this looks like 1 and a second, which are the roads there. But we'll continue to watch that situation. I want to look at the Caldor and turn on some chatter, because they're going to be talking about shifting their crews, but also about where the fire is going. And I have to take a little bathroom break too. Jeannie Webb, I hope my cabin doesn't go up in flames on the peninsula. My new dog won't be there. We'll be staying away till it's really safe. That's the best course of action. I don't think anywhere around Amanor should be repopulated yet. Not after the tough weather forecast. We could have new lightning. I just don't think that area is safe. Patricia says we have no sun. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss, Jeannie. Looking back up there, did I forget anything before we go to Caldor? Butt Lake Cam, okay. Once again, I'm thinking that as long as we don't see 36 there, as long as we don't see heat to the south side, they've got a very robust line. It doesn't mean that they're out of the woods, but I don't have immediate concerns for that area, because the Coyote Mountain thing is pretty, and Hamilton Mountain thing is pretty intense over there. They've had time to prepare. This wasn't like 5 days ago when it looked like the town would be, that everything would be obliterated. And here's hoping for another midnight miracle as well. So, Butt Lake can't show us whether or not it's crossed 36. Real quick look at it before we go to the Caldor. Do listen to the Dixie fire. Broadcastify and tell me if they say anything. We'll come back and look at it. But with the crazy spread of the new Caldor fire, we really have to address that and figure out what the authorities are worried about and what it might do. So I'm going to turn on the radio, use the bathroom, and come back and I'll read the forecasted outlook for the Caldor fire. And I'll give you guys a link to the Caldor fires. You guys can listen live as well. And thank you so much, Josh and others, and mods for posting links. And thank you so much for the kind donation, guys. You guys rock. George T, everybody, you guys get hearts. Dolores Tia. Thank you. I am taking care of myself best I can. You guys get triple hearts. Okay. So I didn't forget any others. Judy, good. This is the Dixie fire. Had to travel down 70. It looked really like they were trying to prepare for the fire to come that way. Yeah, I hope so. I'm worried for Genesee and Taylorsville. So let me play live the Caldor fire operations and go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, it says it's playing. Yeah, they're just not talking. So I'm going to put the new message.
Are you trying to tail east communication? If so, go with your traffic.
All day resources are off the line heading into camp.
Copy, all day resources, the line headed back to camp.
Go ahead. Hey, I came to a Y. Did you guys make a left or a right? Yeah, pavement till
Water tender 1395, point to Trinity on camp.
Slow down, straight road.
Sorry, trying to fix the feed. broadcast if I had just a little interruption there, a little burp. There might be a little bit of quiet as they transition from day to night shift, but I'm going to leave it and be right back.
Night Division Alpha, Night Division Delta on your attack.
So far.
Night Alpha, Night Delta, your attack.
E-152 Alpha.
Division Delta, 4163, attack 6.
Ice Water Tender 152 Alpha. Eight. You guys are good to head into camp.
Division Alpha, Night Delta on your attack.
Night Delta Alpha.
Yeah, I'm seeing a good glow down, I want to say it's on your side of the river. You guys got eyes on that? Confirm it's still on your side of the river?
Confirm we have a fire that's pushing up to Wild Rose and Blue Mountain area. Pretty sure that's what you're seeing.
Copy, pushing to the east.
Okay, thank you. I feel more refreshed. Sorry about that, folks. All right, so Heather Williams, it's official. We got us a fire near Wolford Heights. Yeah, we were looking at that. It looks awful.
You'll see all of us up here.
Okay, Blue Mountain and Wild Road. There's fire on the Caldor. I'm so sorry to hear, Heather. Thoughts and prayers. Blue Mountain and Wild Road, is that with a Y?
I'll be 10-10, good night. 3 Charles 1, 2054, have a good night.
Yeah, I don't think that took us to the right spot.
Edward 6, same traffic.
Really, Blue
Need a
Mountain.
report from a resident out off of 6455 Omo Ranch Road that there's a flare-up approximately 2,000 feet in from Omo Ranch Road on Little Mountain Road. 306, 2055, have a good night.
There's a flare-up.
455 Omo Ranch Road, advising it looks like there's a flare-up approximately 2,000 feet in on Little Mountain Road from Omo Ranch.
Okay, we got us an address.
Night Ops copies.
Branch 1. I'll be up there in just a few minutes to take a look.
Okay.
Branch 1, thank you.
What?
Branch 1.
Where the heck did...
Delta. I just confirmed with Division Alpha the activities on their side of the river. We will keep an eye out though.
That's pretty far away from where this all is. Yeah,
My guess is going to be
wrong road.
drainage burning out over on Caldor.
Sorry, guys. Must have said Lomo.
Angela, Desert 10, Alpha.
That doesn't make sense either. That was Momo. Sometimes Caltop was not the best, like, navigator to addresses. Omo, okay, I'm sorry.
David 104 from 907. Can you check out
Omo.
AFS 241 and just see if you can get eyes? Check it out.
Makes a lot better sense.
David 104, 10-4.
It's not big enough to be detected from space yet. So
Here are the details. I don't have CAD right now.
The resident at 6455 Elmo Ranch advised there's a flare-up and the fire is 2,000 feet from his property. He was refusing to leave.
10-9, the address.
6455 6455 Elmo Ranch.
10-4, in route.
yeah, Highway 50 being open, that's a good job they did protecting it yesterday. That was extraordinary. We also had the midnight miracle happen last night again, where around midnight, just when it looks pretty bad, there's a dead calm. Or at least a calming of the winds enough to give them some time. So I'm so glad that Pollock Pines and such is still standing. That's good. We can look at the live webcam in there, see if it's running.
Dozer, 2040,
Yay.
Delta, check.
Now I want to see what's going on at Hayfork. Real quick detour. Yeah, Yoko Ono Road. Sorry, I'm so confused by that sometimes. I have a tiny monitor. And sometimes I initially read something wrong and get stuck with it. Okay, so what's going on at Hayfork? I duplicate. Just tab. I still want to check on the monument fire real quick, but we're listening to Caldor fire. Nice and quiet on the radio. That sounds awesome, but it may not be so quiet over in what is that, Trinity County? So if we go to the regions, isn't that Shasta Modoc was, I think, where the Hayfork cam is. Yeah, Oregon Mountain shows some of the fire. a Hayfork Divide cam. Yeah, this was visible last night, and we thought we might lose the cam. But they've got a good defensible space around it. See the dozer work?
Dozer 2140, Night Delta on command.
Well, usually the animation is a lot smoother. So we still got the fire over there at Hayfork Divide. Let's look at the number 2 cam with the eternal tree standing right there. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse. Is the town of Hayfork okay? Indian Ridge cam is looking nasty. Oh no. If things are quiet enough on the Caldor, we might be able to just do a quick summary and switch back to looking at the escalating situation on the Dixie. The fact that they didn't even say Taylorsville and Genesee is in critical danger at the meeting, it was kind of distressing to me. I think there should be a lot more forthcoming with what towns are in danger, why, what can we expect. Best case scenario, middle case scenario, worst case scenario. That kind of very clear communication is what people need to know to be able to have trust in the authorities. The vague, we continue to help the situation, please obey our evacuation orders. That's not the information the public needs. Yeah, this is the cam we thought was doomed. Whoa. Whoa. There was a network error, so it just failed to complete the time lapse. Let's do the last 15 minutes.
Dozer 2140, Delta, contact.
Let's look at Hayfork, the community. Looks like the cams are okay. This is just smoldering stuff left over from overnight. Where did the main fire go on the monument? Real quick. So it looks like Clear Lake is winding down. I'm so sorry for the tragic losses of everything that happened today. A sad situation. I guess I can just go to Hayfork. Okay. Yeah, lost in space. Good to see you back in reporting. Where are you? Did you ever evacuate Lost in Space? So yeah, hopefully the community of Hayfork will be protected still.
Dozer 2140, Night Delta on command.
The winds are blowing right to it. What? Who said 40? Yeah, and George T, you get many hearts. Many hearts. You're awesome. Thank you. Let me look back up a chat. Who said 40 something? Where's the FLIR? Yeah, the FLIR's still functional. It's been completely boring. I'll show you guys the FLIR around
2140, Dozer 2140, Night Delta, contact.
Around Dyer Mountain. I don't have any special connection. This is just what's available on the internet. You guys can always monitor it for yourself, even if I move on to a different location for a moment. I mean, it's publicly available. There's the link. It's also in the link in the description of the video. Ooh, they have a better, a little camera guide thing now. Wait a second. Are they saying there's a second FLIR camera operational? Not just Dyer Mountain? Did that change today? Huh. They put one over by Susanville? Huh. Wow. Why don't they have a guide though? Oh, they do. Okay, I get it. Just sorry. Blue. Okay. And then I get it. So And they've got a green. Well, how about that? I think maybe they just detached one of the cameras off Dyer Mountain and put the other one over by, where exactly is this? Right next to Susanville. Neat. So there you guys can monitor it for yourself. There's not a peep coming out of the Caldor fire right now, so I'm going to call that one as pretty good. I'll read a summary or whatever we've got to do, but I want to switch over to listening.
All night branches from night operations on command. We do have night flying water dropping capabilities tonight. If you have any imminent structure threats,
night resources? What are the, Heather Williams says, where are the cams with the 3 red curved lines in the lower corner next to the blue? Can't seem to get them to work for me at all. What? Cams with the 3 red curved lines in the blue plus. Not sure I understand. Is it about the FLIR? Was that a question about the FLIR, Heather? This is showing the direction, and sometimes it lags behind. So sometimes, now here's the image of the blue one. So that's looking, to north by northwest. And then the other one is rotating off Dyer Mountain, this image. So those are the still frames. You can do a time lapse of the last hour on the still cameras. And pause it. But I don't do that. I go to the live ones. The live images. The still images are just coming from the video. And that's interesting that they do this live thingy. Exit time lapse. Instead of looking at stills, we've got the video, the live video here. And so you can see the guide if you go up north, but mind you that these beams lag behind where the actual camera is and are not always lining up with what you're seeing. So you have to organize, you have to watch them for a while and train yourself like, oh, this is this and this is that. But that's pretty cool. They have a new feed away around Susanville. Just remember, if the landscape looks too yellow, the calibration is wrong. Cool things should always be purple. And that's bodies of water, most trees, at least the ones that don't absorb much heat of the sun, like the ones on the shadow sides of mountains. Rocks can look like they're blazing hot because they just absorb and retain heat of the sun, and these are like 100-degree days. But there's just 2 colors here. Just yellow, just purple. Purple is, and it looks like it's good calibration for the lake. It's a nice dark purple. Purple is cold, and yellow and white is the hottest. So if it would please move around the lake. And then we need to get to, I'm going to stop Caldor Fire right now, and I'm going to play Lassen County Fire and EMS. See what's going on by Taylorsville. Let's listen, and I'll look at chat. I'll look at chat in a second. And that's Shirley Peak. Let's go to, that's the Caldor over there. Let's go to, that's Butte Lake. Go to Indian Ridge. Last tower. I've got it playing, they're just not talking. On Lassen County Fire and EMS. course, when I want to stop talking, they don't. But quiet is generally good. The feed says it's operational. Okay. Is that a fire start on the Butte Lake cam? I didn't see one. And this camera is struggling to update. It's still doing a time lapse. On Butte Lake? Okay, I'll look back at it for a second. Yeah, those flare cams, they have to be constantly calibrated. The temperature changes throughout the day. Morning, cold, noon, extremely hot. Evening, pretty dang hot. Still pretty hot into the night, and then cold again. So somebody in a control tower apparently has to, select temperature of the afternoon to calibrate the camera. And we see many hours go by where everything's a solid yellow because it's still calibrated for like a cold morning, and they don't get around to fixing it for some reason for hours later. And then suddenly you can see fire clearly. But if it's all solid yellow because it's calibrated wrong, you can't really tell the fire from the landscape. Now this cam, can you hurry up with your time lapse? I don't know what is the situation with these not working very much. Night drops for the Caldor fire. Is it night ops or drops? Because ops is looking. Ops is looking out for people. Now for reference, the FLIR camera at Dyer Mountain is like here or here, somewhere in the hillside. And it rotates its beam around. I can't quite orient.
Water tender 1398, is that you heading back down? Negative. Just up here on the left, you'll see a glow stick. You'll hang a left and you can take it back quite a ways. And there's a couple other glow sticks back there, guys.
They're marking their trails with glow sticks. I'm not hearing excited, crazy chatter right now, so we're listening to Dixie. As bad as that can look, it might be...
Division 2202, 9223 Charlie on V-Fire 26.
As bad as this can look, a lot of that's heat and not fire. And I'm watching this line. Is anything below it? Now this down here, I don't know if it's below it or if it's across the valley on the other side. Like is it over here? Or is it on Kitty Ridge? It's hard to tell.
9223 Charlie on. You said?
Alright, this is borked. I'm going to rewind.
Which dozers are what by numbers? Hey, come on, to do this. 12. Now we're going to bump ahead, and we got a little project for it. Widen and improve this. So we got a little project. You want to follow me up the hill?
Scary. Anybody in Taylorsville looking up right now is probably going, oh my God. That is...
Kilo Lima. It is 42 Lima. Are they on 29? Yeah, purple. And we have 41 as well updated.
I don't think that's anything new. That's where the Inferno is marching day after day, always burning up in here, and then trying to go south, and then trying to go south. That's the same stuff that's burning, as far as I can tell. We just saw that night after night after night. So sorry, I went back to looking at the Dixie, because Hayfork seems to be okay for the moment. We don't know if Genesee is. It's going right for Genesee right now, and a blind spot to the cameras. There's nothing to see over here. So the Indian Ridge cam is here, looking that direction. And poor Genesee is down here where we can't see anything in a pit. You know, that's a deep canyon. So here's Taylorsville, Crescent Mills. We frustratingly can't see what's going on right there. Now we can listen, see if they're concerned that the wind is blowing. Okay, I just want to make one more statement about the Caldor fire right now. The wind gusts are significant. But by 11, they're going 20 miles an hour towards the east-southeast area, towards that direction. But with not much, those are just gusts. There's really 4 to 6 mile an hour sustained winds. Not as bad as we saw yesterday, not nearly as bad. Now at 11 o'clock, it'll switch around and burn towards the west again, towards Pollock Pines and Placerville. So we'll check back at 11 down there at the Caldor. But right now we gotta figure out right directly in the path. Right now is Genesee over here, and the Genesee Valley is a tiny little valley compared to Indian Valley, and it's more narrow, but it's just adjacent. 29 mile an hour wind gusts with barely any sustained winds though. So just like the last couple of nights, last 6 in a row, it's a gust driven fire, which means we'll see massive flare-ups and then we'll see a calm and think, oh, everything looks good for the night. Let's go to bed, and then we'll see a massive flare-up and freak out, and then we'll have a calm. We have much colder temperatures right now. It's hang on a second.
36, there's Bobby, safe. Hey, firm, I can meet you at DP 116.
So the wind gusts, though, will go throughout the entire night and into the next day, taking direct aim at Tennessee. And Taylorsville and Indian Valley, basically. Until... Can't make that out until 5 p.m. tomorrow. And then it's still going to be kind of bad. At least there's a lot cooler temperatures. That's going to help moderate fire activity a little bit. And I haven't checked humidity. I don't know if anybody was listening to Holt Hanley and get an idea about this. I missed the broadcast because I was doing my own. Now he can have some very good insight. He's a wizard. That kid's a wizard. I mean, gentlemen. But we have to ask him. Is he old enough to drink yet, though? I gotta tease him. So let's go back and look at Indian Ridge. Now, the thing I was teaching about fires in the infrared cameras is they can look pretty bad. They can look really, really bad. It's exaggerated on infrared because that's a lot of heat. Where did my camera go? Butt Lake. Okay. So during the day, it just looks like a cloud. It just looks like a cloud, maybe a little bit of red or pink in it if the fire really flares up. But a lot of it is just smoke that's hot. The heat rises off the fire, and because... Okay, that's unreadable. I'm going to mute it for you guys because it's so... The clouds are so hot, it's going to look just like fire. It's indistinguishable. It'll be the same yellow, same white. But I'm not disturbed by anything here. This looks pretty normal. This is mostly hot clouds. Like here's a little bit of a fire and a little bit of hot clouds coming by it. That's it would have to be huge for me to be worried by that. And I keep refreshing the FLIR cam off camera, but it keeps kind of... We keep losing the feed with this refresh loop. In fact, it might be down right now. Okay, it's back. I just don't see anything concerning. Now, as bad as Indian Ridge might look, if I get up... Now, what is wrong with the website? This is concerning this section here. That this is lower than what seems to be a road/fire line. That's concerning. Small for the moment, though. And we keep listening, and it's still playing, and I don't hear anybody talking, about it. Whoa, that's quite a flare-up. In fact, I don't hear anybody talking at all, except for that little... Whoa, it's really fun.
Going the right way.
It may have found a bunch of dead trees to eat. I'm like confused also about the wind here. It must be shifting. It must be variable. There's a microclimate. That's why you have to be very careful about where you plant the Dixie. Sorry, the windy flag, because these mountains have microclimates for their valleys, and the one little valley can have totally different wind speeds in direction than another. So what we saw in windy was the wind should be going that direction, but look at it going that direction. Still, it's nighttime. The change should be occurring. And it just goes to show that these cams are vitally important. You have to look at the cams, look at the radio, look at the reports, look at the maps, look at the satellite. It's like the 5 things where you can get the most information you can from your armchair without being on the scene. Okay, looking back up. Taylorsville is right below the flare-up in the valley. Sort of. If I'm interpreting the cameras right, what we can see that is here. So below, if you mean south, yes, but it's not directly in the path. The fire up here is what I'm worried about, because these are the higher elevations above Taylorsville. See, I mean, you could have a spot over to Taylorsville from Keddy Ridge. It's definitely possible. But look at the current wind, at least in this microclimate of the valley right now. So if the wind changes, Taylorsville could be affected, but that's quite a bit of range. I am much more concerned for the fire getting all the way here. This is a higher elevation, thus much more risk to getting on it. And we wouldn't, of course, want this on fire. This is the most critical part. But when they were protecting Taylorsville before from the fly fire, they'd done a lot of work up there. But it is scary close. But we've seen this happen night after night without affecting Taylorsville. The fire is not on the tip of Kitty Ridge. It's across the valley on Peters Creek. Okay. That sounds a lot better. So Peters Creek, that's what I was wondering about earlier. Over here, correct? So if that means that this line's holding, I'm wondering, what is that about? You know, that's why I was thinking it was on Kitty Ridge instead of back here. It could be a lens flare, kind of a camera trick. But that's what made me think it was on Kitty Ridge. There's a free tri-tip dinner for all the evacuees in Quincy. Dude, I'll fly in for that. That sounds awesome. A free tri-tip dinner, 5:30 next to the courthouse in Quincy. Awesome, EVAC. That sounds awesome. Let's look at what CalTopo can tell us. You know, nothing. We don't even have a heat detection in the same spot. Flare up either here or here, because our camera angle is like so. But you see how it shows the wind's going that direction, and yet the smoke is going that direction. That's it could be that the higher elevation winds are going to the valley, but the lower elevation ones are not. And I mean the general valley of California. There's a word for that, where the winds are different directions at different elevations. We see a lot of that in wildfires, making them do weird things. I'm going to replant the flag in Indian Valley. If somebody knows windy better than me, and if there's a way to change like elevation, that would be cool. Because we're seeing the different wind directions at different elevations. Dusty smoke, the bright glow you're concerned about with in that camera shot are on the heat map. Wait a second. Oh, Peter Creek's over there. I'm sorry, boy. I forgot. That's Peter Creek. Okay. I haven't been to the region a little bit, and I did see that, and totally forgot. Thank you for the correction. So then that's the glow. Let's look back again to see if that's that lines up. Or do you mean this one? Because that's what I'd be thinking of Peter Creek, right? See, you can't tell me the glow, because I was just talking about that one. You know, and I only look back at chat every couple of minutes. So chat will go by, I scroll up, and I'm not sure, you know. Yeah, we can't talk about that subject as much as the outreach message is a good one, because that subject will get me banned from YouTube. It's I signed an agreement to not talk about that subject that should be legalized everywhere. You know what I mean? Don't get me in trouble, bro. But am I correct now, Fire? That finally? Joe Speeney, we did look at the Caldor fire, and it was absolutely quiet. The winds have died down considerably. Portola looks safe. This is the best way to monitor it. This is a bad life-threatening situation right here in Indian Valley. If there is a life-threatening situation on the Caldor, please do let me know and we will look at it immediately. But it has moderated so much that there is hardly a peep. There's hardly a peep right now on the Dixie fire. I don't know why, but we're trying to figure out what's going on right here, because this is a very serious situation where there's 2 towns in danger right now from the Dixie. Thankfully, it's all quiet at the Cache fire at Clear Lake, as far as I know. It's being pretty quiet at Hayfork. It's being pretty quiet at the Caldor fire, and it's roaring to life over here, where they were really trying hard to defend properties at Milford. Mineral was in danger. We see that they're making good progress at that little spot fire that was by west of Mineral, guys. What's that? Shingletown. That seemed to have been handled very well, but this is a serious situation where we have at least the higher altitude winds pretty much scheduled to go right. Oh my god. Oh my god, my head.
Unmanned Romeo, go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm gonna die. Heart attack.
3-1 will be conducting IR, possible PSG mission in the light zip area near Division Quebec, flying at 7,500 feet below. Please inform of any air traffic.
My heart.
Communication copies, IR, and possible PSG mission at the zip in Division Quebec at 7,500 feet below.
Yeah, Dusty, the Morgan Mountain Fire was called L1 or L2. It was struck by lightning last week over by Mineral, by Mount Lassen. It was over by the Childs Meadows area, but they were so, they didn't have too much concern about it. They put aircraft, pulled it off and went over towards saving Milford on the east zone. When they flew back over it on their way back to Reading, they remarked where it was, but I think ground crews responded. They could be fighting over there by Childs Meadows right now. But the ironic thing was they said the fire is not down there by Mill Creek or Childs Meadows.
Hey, I'm up on a ridge.
And that's because 5 minutes before they went up to the podium and said that on the meeting, that's when the spot over happened, and nobody tapped them on the shoulder and told them that. And they told the public at the meeting, it's not there, the fire's not there. And live on satellite, we were seeing that it was. And then the pilots flew over and confirmed it. So we could check that out and look back at the Indian Ridge cam. We are very concerned for Mineral. It was evacuated before midnight last night.
31 up on top of the ridge.
He just reported his own location, so hang on a second. Between 30 and 31 up on a ridge. Hopefully they'll talk about something. We still have constant new heat detections, but I haven't seen it move.
Full backtrack.
So the night teams are coming in. It takes them up to an hour and a half to go in from where they're encamped and replace the day shift. They'll be talking a lot about that, and then it looks like there's an eye in the sky going to look at things, but I'm so worried for Genesee right here. No camera shows us Genesee. Let's look back at Indian Ridge. So what? Let's go back talking about this. Namvet Buck, hey, welcome. Namvet, sorry. I am not from Alabama. From what I have been able to scope out on the Elmore Peninsula, it looks like it's not in imminent danger, even with the wind direction, yeah. But like Cam, best view of the day and night. Now, it's the same conclusion I came to, because looking at it when it was worse, now they've had one in 6 days to secure the peninsula and Westwood. They did some phenomenal work. That looks solid, and I'm just seeing normal nighttime activities. And we're going to watch this for a second, try to figure out what's going on. Dusty smoke, the tall column on the right is pushing down towards Genesee. Yeah. Well, reminder though, we cannot quite see Genesee. The best thing.
Partly cloudy with a temperature of 63. It was cloudy with a
sort of right there.
A cold front moving through is shifting the winds.
I wish we could hear that.
Calling these communications, repeat.
Safety Barnhart with emergency medical traffic.
Uh-oh. There he goes.
Barnhart, go ahead.
Priority 2, yellow incident. You prepared to copy?
Go ahead, I'm prepared to copy.
Method of injury, burn to the hand, transport, country medical on the scene will transport. Patient location currently, drop point 170, break.
Communication copy, yellow priority 2 patient with burn to the hand, country medic 1 currently on scene at DC1 with the patient, break.
What?
Safety Barn, can you provide additional information regarding the patient as far as additional information on the A-line?
Communications continuing, page 27, weight 215, chief complaint, second degree hands, burn hands, break.
Safety Barnhart, I copy 27-year-old male, approximately 15 pounds with second degree burns to the hands.
Barnhart continuing, skin signs, level of consciousness times 4, blood pressure 148, HR 90, respiration 73 NSR, break.
Oh, that's sad.
Someplace we can tie in with you. Barnhart continuing, an IV has been established with stand by. Fluids and pain meds. The ambulance is contacting Quincy Hospital as we I'll get back to you on where they're taking them.
I copy. Has been established, fluids and pain medication administered, and waiting to confirm hospital destination.
Barnhart continuing. It's been confirmed. Plumas Hospital there in Quincy.
We'll be en route to Plumas in Quincy. Communication copies, estimated ETA 1 hour. Can you confirm who will be transporting? Will he be going with his crew, or is there additional on scene?
transported by Country Medic 1.
I copy. Country Medic 1 will be transporting. Do you need somebody to meet along the way, or are they clear to go direct all the way to Plumas Hospital?
Continuing, they'll go direct all the way.
Safety Barnhart, can you also confirm which agency this patient is from?
Oh, it's so sad. Okay, I'm looking back up at chat. There's a lot of
Barnhart continuing, it's crew 163, contractor.
Okay, I'm gonna look at Butt Lake camera too.
Barnhart, East Communication copies all traffic.
Did they say where the firefighter had the burns, what his location is? I couldn't catch that. And I think it's a firefighter with burns. Did they say it was? Did they say it was a contractor?
Communication copy.
Either way, that's so sad. We never want to hear about an injury. We can't forget this is the most horrible kind of dangerous working situation they can be working in. It's burns to the hands. So drop point 170. Okay. Yeah, the camera by Lake Isabella might be consumed too. These are the worst situations for life and property. Is down there by Lake Isabella, which is in Southern California, and then over here, like we just heard, the firefighter injury on the Dixie fire. So I'm trying to figure out if Genesee is in danger tonight. We're seeing a lot of danger. It's quieter. Much quieter on the Caldor. For the moment, Hayfork looks okay, but it's in danger. Silver Lake area, they were talking today about it in the meeting earlier in the broadcast. I did stream that, and they were saying that they needed to a little bit more time to tell people about that. And I have to go to a dark mode on my screen because I'm getting a righteous headache. So bear with me for a second. I'm going to look at the cams again. Let's quickly look at what's going on at the... so this is the Caldor fire. Nice and moderate behavior at the Caldor fire. Looks like the winds did switch to the west early. Or at least in that point in time when the camera was showing, it looks like the winds have shifted west. We'll continue to monitor that. This is Shirley Peak 2. Down by, whoa. Yeah, it's on daytime mode because the fire's so bright it thinks it's daytime. Down here at the Lake Isabella, where they had a mad scramble to evacuate the whole area. This is down in Southern California by Bakersfield. Just wanted to let people know. But I do wonder if the camera will do a burn over. We're listening to Dixie Fire because I want to know more about the injured person. If they were part of the crew. Okay, going back up there. What I'd like to do a show. Can you please email me? I got a mind of a goldfish. I'm terribly sick. But if that's Friday, I'll definitely check that out. Thanks. I'm honored for the invitation. That's the first one I've ever gotten. I was contacted by the press last week, and they said, "Can we use our footage and stuff?" I thought they were talking about the fire tornado footage that we were able to capture on the cams, and I was like, "Sure." And turns out they had nothing to do with me.
Barnhart on command.
Safety Barnhart, can you confirm if the crew chief will also be headed down to meet the patient at Plumas Hospital?
Ooh. Sounds like a hard, painful injury. Yeah, do you have the email? This is it. It's in the link in the description, but here it is.
75 Golf, Christy.
And I will check that out. Thank you. I'm honored. Let's see. This time lapse is borked. A lot of these cams are struggling to do time lapses. I bet the whole world is tuning in. Maybe 1 hour. It's just not working. Okay.
The temperature was.
Yikes.
Phone call.
Don't ask me why they're struggling today. A reminder, we're looking at what's going on in Southern California live. Near Bakersfield at this new fire. We're monitoring the Dixie. We're listening for any trouble by Genesee and Taylorsville. So far we haven't heard of any except for that horrible firefighter injury. Private crew. I definitely want to find out what's happening. Things are much more quiet at the Caldor. They had a flare-up by Omo Ranch. But looking at the cams and the wind, it seems much more calm and moderating.
75 Golf, Christy. Can you give me a quick update on any progress at 1321 and 1087 made?
Not a damn thing.
Yeah, that was 2 transmissions at the same time.
Make one, go ahead.
Whoa.
Copy. Make one, in and out to hospital with one patient at 2148.
Wow. Reminder, this is Southern California. I'm trying to monitor a bunch of situations at the same time. That's the nature of red flag days. When these winds pick up and fill the valley, it just has a domino effect of making the winds in other places higher. Because there's only 2 places generally where winds can reach the ocean that come out of the northeast, that come out of the deserts. And that's San Francisco and LA. So the whole valley can fill up with these swirly, shifting, unpredictable wind situations. So, yeah, that's the latest live view of Shirley Peak 2 cam down in Southern California at Isabella Lake. They might lose this cam. Or Shirley.
Dixie Medical. Just curious, does the patient have group representation for arrival at the hospital?
Yeah, the flames aren't at the camera, but could be. If the embers went over across the lake, this camera's in danger too. But we'll come back and try to keep abreast in that situation. And we want to look back at the Dixie fire. That's insane. That's insane down there. So the good news is we're not hearing chatter about fires jumping lines or anything up at the Dixie. I'm going to look back at chat in a second. We're back in Indian Valley. Thank you, non-vet luck. That's very cool. Yeah, mineral's still there, Daniel, but it's not out of the woods. We're not hearing about any specific concern right now. It got into the Childs Meadows area. They weren't real specific on the radio. It was crackly, but it was below 36/89 in that little area. And I can't quite tell if it was on the mountain there in between. But they've got some good lines. They hit it with aircraft today, a lot of retardant, so they might be able to trap it and contain it in that area by tonight. We'll keep checking the satellites for hotspots. We can't hear anything about it. We actually can't hear much at all going on the Dixie right now with Lassen County Fire and EMS. So it's a situation we're trying to gather the most data about right now. And we're trying to monitor 4 fires at once. What's going over on the monument with Hay Fork, the Dixie fire that's threatening life and property, and the down there in Kern County that's threatening life and property. I think they already did most of their evacuations, though, if I am assuming. I've got the links to those resources in the description of the video, the evacuation links for most of the fires. I do believe Zone Haven had Kern County. Let me make sure. If not, I need to update. Okay, it doesn't. So I do want to change the description of the video and make sure that we have an evacuation map link. I have no idea why there's more than one for the state of California. None of that matters. Makes any sense to me. Just doesn't make any sense. You know, here's several counties. Here's several counties, and they skip one. Sierra County, screw you. It's like this map wants to say, I like El Dorado. I like EVAC County, and Sierra County, I don't like you. It's just like, what? Map? Come on. Here, I love all these other counties, but not you. There needs to be one-stop shopping for information. I would love for my channel to not need to exist. That's the goal. That the public can actually get all this information for themselves, one place. That's the goal. I keep remarking on every single night in either New Zealand or Australia, there's a penguin show. I mean, it's our nighttime, it's their daytime. And there's live people ready to tell you all about penguins. And there's not one for emergencies and fire in the United States. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to do the government's job to help people, but holy mackerel.
Yeah, 2200 Charlie from Kilo. You up on command?
Okay, looking back at chat. Hang on, guys. Back at Indian Ridge. I'm checking out Westwood and such.
02 Trinity.
Looking good by the peninsula. Charles Meadows area. Mill Creek. Crossway, thank you. I'll go and look at emails in a little bit. I've got a bunch, but I'm actually dragging right now. I'd love to try to go to bed early tonight and be there in the morning. Night times when fires usually moderate, we were seeing a huge flare-up in some instances.
West Communications Division, Kilo, on command.
Oh, good. We have nighttime infrared flight over the region.
Division Kilo, West Communications, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm having trouble reaching 2200 Charlie. Can you see if you can hail them and ask them if they need any water tenders up in Warmer Valley?
Division Kilo, West Communications. We'll attempt to contact.
Yeah, it's great.
Such as 1368, 727, and 452.
Let's look at Penguin Show.
Copy. I'm also showing 85 as a 24-hour. Confirming we have 4 water tenders at the rest stop.
Let me know when you guys are done up there and I'll be connected. We're going.
Seven and 1368. You have 452 and 1385 with you.
We are listening to the Dixie Fire. CS, I thought this was just mainly for Dixie. That's what I did. 80% of my coverage today was the Dixie Fire.
Fahrenheit, communications, on command.
Okay, alright. Yeah, there's a private contractor person that got burned. We're listening. They'll probably talk about the medical transportation. Looks like an ambulance has been sent out. We're trying to figure out the Genesee Valley is okay.
Christy, are you at Cedar and 395?
West Zone Communications, Branch 1, did you have traffic for Division Charlie?
F403, Christy.
Okay.
I have 1398 with me up here with 13 Gulf. And then I just wanted to make sure you copied. We have 4 water tenders, 3 of them at the rest stop and 1 down off the Cedar at 390. Do you guys need more water? There's 24-hour rides so we could utilize your assistance.
Yeah, I'll take a look at Inventor. Thank you. Very honored. I want to check my email in a second.
West Communications, on command.
Hang on, I'll talk in just a second. I'm checking the cams for the Dixie. We can't see everything. Now this is looking past Janesville to the southwest from the Susanville area. Let's look at a 3-hour time lapse. This is by Milford. reason.
2200 Charlie, West Communications on command.
Okay, I'm happy with what I see here.
2200 Charlie, West Communications on command.
It looks like they have a line holding and a line holding on the ridge. And it's having flare-ups. It ain't moving. Okay. All right, see that there? And no, I do not have, just to answer the question, I do not have a single stream dedicated to one fire. I try to monitor as many as I can. The ones with high threats to life and property, we immediately switch to, and we cover that. So I got Dixie Fire people angry at me yesterday when I looked at the rapidly expanding situation in Caldor, but most people were cool with it because we couldn't see anything on the cams. It was solid white smoke. Everybody goes, look at the Dixie. And I'm like, look at what? It's solid white smoke on the cams. Look at what? And so we listened to the Dixie fire, and what we could see was the Caldor fire. And so I showed the Caldor fires on the cams. But no, I mean, last year I was doing Glass Fire, Zog Fire, North Complex Fire, the LNU Lightning Complex Fire, the Beachy Creek Fire, the Clackamas County Riverside Fire. I was covering Oregon and California at the same time. I was covering about 14 different fires, literally. I even lost track of all the names of the fires. And we switched to threat to life and property because this is a safety channel. This is about trying to save lives. This is not about trying to look at a disaster and just analyze it every single dang second. It's about teaching people how to monitor fires for themselves. And that's totally cool. If you want to leave and monitor a fire for yourself, that's what I'm teaching. I don't want to do this. I don't have any special interest in fire. I don't like it. I'm here to try to save lives because I saw so many people died when I toured Paradise's aftermath and other places that they were within 200 feet of a shelter, almost every single one of the victims. And they just didn't know about it. You know, my brother drove through flames. He drove through flames because he didn't know about the safe shelters all around him. And so I teach people how to monitor fires and how to survive them, and that's the whole point. And, oh gosh, the donations are going to expire. I just ran into that problem. It wouldn't let me log in to Google. Thank you so much for the reminder. Here I set up Google Pay, and it won't let me log in to change my email to accept the donations. So I've got to figure that out. Let me do that. But it's live questions and answers where people need to know the information about the fire coming their way, threat to life and property, how to survive, how to make a plan. And that's what I want to teach. The reason I was mentioning Penguin Show is that somebody should be doing this. Okay, let's listen to Dixie Fire. Not me. You know, somebody in the government should do this. If they can have a live question and answer show about penguins somewhere across the world where people can tune in, then the government should be doing that for the populace. I'm sorry, what's going on? Is there a problem? Is there a problem back in chat? Okay. But yeah, Barbara, I linked the Penguin Show as an example. It's like stress relieving. It's at night. People that can't sleep monitoring these fires, you can go to sleep to something cute like that. I don't know if New Zealand or Australia has emergency live streams for their firefighting thing either. That would be cool if they did. But I think there's no excuse anymore. The governments can afford. You know, they used to have telephone hotlines. Governments can afford to have people doing what I'm doing to actually have a paid position. This is what the community needs, 24 hours a day, live updates, questions answered. I don't want my show to have to exist.
Dozer Boss Sim, 75 Golf, Jack 26.
Right now I'm feeling better about the Dixie because there's such little chatter. We might want to go check out the others and see how they're doing. Let's go. I miss Greenville too. I've wept openly on the channel. Just unable to compose myself some nights. But looking back up, guys, there is no discussion of illegal substances, federally illegal substances on my channel. I'll have to ban you if you insist on talking about it, because I signed an agreement with YouTube to not discuss that topic or firearms or other things like that. That's YouTube's rules, not mine.
75 Golf.
So I have no choice about that. I can either quit the show or...
does he have 23 Charlie working for him? Can I steal one or two of his engines and do a hose lay from James Grade Road down to Honey Lake?
Okay, they're just talking about boring stuff. That's awesome. So the Armstrong camera at Caldor. Okay, let's go and take a look at the Caldor. We continue to monitor the pretty scary looking situation in Indian Valley, but I see, like on Kenny Ridge, things seem to be holding. That is indeed Kenny Ridge, which I think it is. Or really, maybe it isn't if it's angled that far. If that's Peter Creek, it still seems to be holding pretty well along that line. So at least part of their line seems to be intact. So let's look back at Caldor Fire. This is Hayfork. Continue to monitor that. We're still listening to the Dixie to find out about the injured firefighter.
Charlie 75 Golf.
And I'll check my email in a second, guys, and try to figure out the situations. Misha Momo, because of what I have learned from you on this feed, I was able to help a friend get out and the path of the monument fire. Thanks again. I'm so happy to hear that. So happy to hear that. That's the mission. That's the mission. I'm going to make 5-minute type videos showing every step of the way how to monitor all these resources. Looks like Hayfork's okay. But I have not had any chance. I said, guys, for my health, I'm not doing Firestream this year. Not like last year. I said, but if there's a crisis...
Charlie, West Communications on command.
I'd say I'd come back if there's a crisis, and then people beg me to. So I'm just trying the best I can. I'm sick.
West Communications, Division 0. You can disregard 2200. I tried to get a hold of them. I found out another way.
Okay, let's go.
Division Kilo, West Communications, copies.
Caldor. That's Sierra, Greater Tahoe, right? Okay, which camera? The Armstrong? Because we are still very worried for Pollock Pines and such. Armstrong Lookout 1. Whoa. Okay.
26.
Mike Angelo, we live near Caldor. I'm worried about the western winds tonight moving into Pollock Pines and Placerville. So am I. It's clearly.
Division Kilo 2200, did you have traffic? Yeah, seeing if you had water up there. You had a water tender down here that was attached to you earlier, looking for some work.
Yeah, I'll take it if it's that 1395 water tender. If you want to send him around, we'll take him into where we're assigned to break.
Okay, yeah.
At the one-lane bridge.
Yeah, not sure if it's the same one. It's the big 6x6, the big one.
4,000 gallon, I'll use it.
Firm, I'll send her up.
Alright, I'm getting more concerned about the Caldor fire.
Task Force D'Amico or myself.
Charlie, Task Force D'Amico, I copy. Water tender 1395 is going to be assigned to you tonight.
Just send him up and we'll tie in with him. Thank you.
Okay, the alert wildfire cam. I'm going to mute Dixie Fire for a second. I continue to monitor it in my ear here. But so I can talk. Does anybody else have these incredible problems with the time lapses from Alert Wildfire Cam? I know that they probably have the whole world watching them and overloading their servers, but thank you so much for the information on Australia, by the way. Can somebody else test this and see? I'm on the beta version. Maybe they've changed the beta version and I should go to the normal version. Well, that's the thing, though, Mike Angelo. A lot of the public doesn't realize what a sleeper fire is. And a sleeper fire is a natural fire that seems to come out of nowhere. Like, oh my God, there hasn't been any storms over here for weeks. It must be man-made. And what the firefighters have told me in chat and in person, the other ones, is that they're sleeping, because they're smoldering. And a smoldering fire is one without open flame. It's like coals, hot coals. Same thing inside of the walls of a building. You don't really know that there's a fire until you touch this wall of your apartment and go, why is that hot? And you vaguely smell a campfire-esque kind of smell. But then eventually, that smoldering thing would breach through the drywall or someplace, or maybe reach electrical wires and come in through the electrical outlet. Then smoke comes to the electrical outlet and you go, what the hell? And then flames shoot out of the electrical outlet and you have an flashing over inferno type thing. Not flash over, but you know what I mean. Roaring to life inferno and you're running. That's the kind of thing a sleeper fire happens when there's not enough oxygen or wind to fan the coals up into flames. So you can have a lightning strike. It can hit the understory, or more traditionally, a tree, and then it can start a fire wherever there's a knot or a hole in the tree and be burning the dry wood there underneath the bark, but not have enough oxygen to have a lot of open flame. It starts smoldering. It's like the coals of wood when your campfire's really started to die, right? But it's still warm and red, and it's not producing a lot of smoke because it's not having a lot of oxygen. It's an extremely slow burn. But if there's just the right amount to keep it alive, but not enough to fan it, it can sleep for months, days, weeks, even months. It can depend on the situation. You could fly over it with a plane. Lightning strike detected. Okay, let's fly over it with our plane. And then, still checking these cams. We're going to switch to Caldor fire in a second. Dixie fire is really not talking about much. And then, the moment you have high winds. Oh dear, I'm still on lookout too. Whoosh. Mega fire just starts. Or smaller fire with smoke starts. So what they have to do is they have to go back and look at historical, well, not historical, but the record of lightning strikes in the area, and even man-made sleeper fires can start, such as a campfire not extinguished with water. The hot coals, if there's just enough amount of winds. What if the campfire reached a root? And it's burning underneath the trees and the roots and finally makes its way up into the tree, and it's smoldering, and finally a piece of bark falls off. Or finally it makes its way up the tree and it reaches the knot where the branches fall off and there's this exposed hole. It probably burns out a poor squirrel nest or something, but you get the idea. This is the last 15 minutes of the Armstrong camera. We're going to switch to Caldor. Just a second here. I want to listen to the last thing they said at Dixie, and then we're switching immediately over to Caldor's monitoring. Oh, okay, never mind. I shut it. Let's listen to Caldor for a second. Yeah, GTTO. Let me take a look at that spot. Okay, we're listening to Caldor. Hopefully it won't be too loud when they start talking. Red spot under Kybers. But the wind in general should be now blowing towards Placerville to the west. Yep, and back up towards 50 according to the wind on Caltopo. This is hurting my eyes. Helps slightly. Just trying to make it as dark as possible. Okay. No chatter yet. This doesn't show place names anymore. Okay. So there's Pollock Pines. There's a red spot below the reservoir. But gray means the last big heat detection was more than 6 hours ago. Like 6 to 12 hours ago. Yellow is 1 to 6 hours ago. The red happened about 24 minutes ago. Right now. So is this down here by Omo Ranch? By Big Mountain? Okay. I do believe they're trying to use the river here as a line. We kind of hear a static, sort of. We'll continue to monitor Dixie. But that wind change and that flare up on the cameras is a bit on the alarming side. So that's going on to Dixie still, not a whole lot of change. But the Armstrong is showing a march to the west, but I can't tell where. Like, how far north are we looking? This could just be the southern tip of the fire. In general, it's showing the wind direction. That's not good enough from that cam. Is looking south. Last 15 minutes of Saddle Mountain El Dorado 1 cam. And you can see the winds going to the west. Oh my god, heart attack. Gee. Mike Angelo, the night ops were grounded in the Caldor fire. Too much turbulence. Yeah, the helicopters in action are awesome. Go back up.
David 976, Sweeney and Miners Trail. HMA, black shirt, green shorts.
Yeah, the fire has been trying to back down a slope south. They had a lot of retardant and such down there. Yeah, Inventor Lee, I'll try and look what the show's about. I'll respond on email shortly if I could try to find a moment to look at it. Armstrong lookout 1 since 8 p.m. Wind shifted to blowing to the west. Yep, heat and flame movement picking up good towards the west. Yeah. So let's look back at this. It's almost dead silence on their radio. But we will have to continue looking at the heat maps. As long as there's not a red, like here, I wouldn't say that I wouldn't be concerned immediately for Pollock Pines, but it could go red. Oh my gosh, thank you for the donation, Matthew Thresher. I can't be bribed. I can't be bribed. Please type me an email about what's supposed to have been happening. I try to keep abreast of the drama in chat, but monitoring the fires is the main goal here. Where? Can't hear. Hang on. Indian digging school. Let's look. Okay. Yeah, Omo Ranch, they're trying to make a line at the river.
Central, David 976, 2729, probation on 1.
So, a reminder, this is margin of error. It could be here.
By DL number. Cal DL number, boy 677 5539. And it's a male.
No, oranges within the last hour. We'll see if that turns red. We got red coming towards Big Mountain. The witch cam shows us best from there. Where we continue to monitor Indian Ridge. Frustrating we have that hill in the way. But did anybody else see a problem with making these time lapses? Is it just me? Sophie King MC watching from Australia. We don't have any specialized emergency channels. Our state-run broadcaster ABC will do special reports if the situation is severe, but that's very rare. The work you do is amazing. Thanks for the thanks so much for the people who keep encouraging me. I just have a motivation to help people. I have no grotesque interest. If I
928 to 79. Clear, valid, detailed probation. Shows the residence address off Wild Road.
That's just a medical call. If I think that I'm not helping people, I just will go back to my life. But you guys keep me going with the kind donations. It allows me to be here. So as long as I know that I'm helping people, I'm here. It's 10:24. I'd like to go to sleep, but I just can't until I find out the situation. The Omo Ranch cam is what I'm going to check next. So the Leak Springs cam, I want to align myself to where are we seeing things? Leak Springs Hill must be where the cam is. Okay. We know Mormon Immigrant Trail's one of their lines for evacuation. That must be the 3-mile spot that happened as we were watching live on KCRA. That was crazy. The running uphill spot, that's pretty extraordinary jump for less than 35-mile-an-hour winds. So here is the cam. And okay, that would be the 3-mile spot ahead of the main eastern edge of the fire. Do you guys concur with that? Does that seem like that? Did I have the right track? That's unfamiliar territory to me. Okay, I'll check out your channel. And check my email a little bit here. And once again, honored for that. Let me see what's going on here. I make a world difference. Thank you. Trying my best. Zero lag on your cam. Okay, are you on the beta version? Because it seems like I should go to the regular one then. The beta version has been pretty amazing, but I've turned on hardware acceleration and done everything. Turned off all. I've turned on third-party cookies and everything you're supposed to do. And it's acting completely different than yesterday. Seems like a V1 alert wildfire cams are also slow. Okay, I help lots, thanks. How far is the fire from Pioneer? Let's see. If we're in the right spot by Milson's corner. It's in El Dorado County, correct? It doesn't even say Pioneer, though. It says Melson's Corner. Amador. Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you. Volcano. Now that's a place I've always wanted to go. That's famous with the Motherlode. Let's do a measure stick. Now I want to try and look back at cameras by Pulp Pines again. Center. Alright, so it's right there. Eleven and a half miles as the crow flies, approximately. Yeah, okay. So let's go to the Omo Ranch. I'm going to keep doing that. Cam. So Leak Springs shows us the eastern flank. Is Armstrong Lookout. Wow. That's going to be one heck of a view. Like, that would be red. A red horizon. If you were to photograph there. Where's Omo? There we go. That's where we saw all that dropping action yesterday. It's looking east. A lot we can see with that. I was hoping it would be facing north. Oh, we just had a camera shift for this one. This one's looking at the correct area. Saddle El Dorado 2. Oh god, it's in pivot mode. Okay. Well, there's a burned up tree next to it.
Delta, is there any way you or your trainees can meet out on the pavement at the EVAC?
I like how quiet the radio is. Yeah, it's just in rotate mode.
Take your time. Got a water tender and some other stuff going on. The plan's looking good. And then, did I hear something about a wind shift? Everything's still looking okay?
Okay.
I copy. One of the things I want to face with you about.
No, these are particularly good. Not showing us the west flank. We just don't have good eyes on the west flank that's threatening Pullett Pines. This is kind of okay. Big hill. But it needs to be facing a little bit more west. It's looking south, so the winds are actually going towards the west. Well, are there any Highway 50 traffic cams I'm unaware of? I think we were trying to look. And we've got the Pullett Pines webcam. It's standing. Okay. Back at the heat map. Alright, looking back. Armstrong 1 still the best view. Yeah, I think so. Red. Still red south of the reservoir. Oh, that big one in the Bay Area? Yeah. So what's the story on the Leaning Tower of San Francisco? The tower, that condo tower that they didn't sink to bedrock in San Francisco? That's completely insane. How did that get permitted? What the hell are you doing? The condo tower is like one of the most expensive places to live in the world. And then you can take a marble on your kitchen table and it'll roll off at a great rate of speed. It'll hit the floor and it'll run to the end of your condo and slam into either the wall or your front door. And a lot of people are fleeing that and trying to sue. Are they going to demolish that thing? Coit Tower, is that what it's called? Because that's not going to fix itself. Yeah, Omo is 12 miles south of Pollock. Right. Okay. That helps me get an idea about the situation. Let's look at the Armstrong cam. Continue to monitor what's going on in Indian Valley 2. Can't make out what they're saying.
Let me go up here and look a little bit. Looks like it opens up right here. Yeah, it opens up here off of the left side. So if you want to push it up to here. Yeah, that's like they're going to want to tie into. Okay. Just got to make my way through this little sliver.
I'm not asking for
Copy
concern.
that. Yeah, there's a good turnoff right here too for the swampers to park. So I'll basically just come to my headlights. That'll be a pretty good spot.
Matthew, come on, whatever. Come on, come back to us. Be cooperative. You can say cheers all you want.
6 from 907.
But by the way, I personally hate alcohol. I personally hate alcohol. But I don't mind that other people do it. Okay, so I'm one of those teetotalers. I don't think it should be illegal, but it does terrible things. I can't really get a bearing. I mean, this Armstrong here is showing the wind direction, but yeah, it's not Quake Tower. Okay, it's not. The Millennium Towers. Is that what it's called? The Millennium Tower one? Yeah. They're gonna pay millions, if not $1 billion, to connect to bedrock. Wow. Wow. How? That's part of the incredible frustration Californians have. That's why they're leaving the state en masse. It's not because, oh gosh, I hate liberals, I'll go to a red state. It's liberals are leaving too. It's the corruption. You can't live. Like, there's a huge shake in everybody's confidence in having a safe place to live.
They're working on final approvals to get the water dropping helicopters to you. They are approved for use in Tango. They'll come up, contact you directly once that approval is finalized.
That's awesome.
Copy, and we are using them for that structured threat in the cabins down the Pipe Valley.
Structure threat to cabins in Pipe Valley.
That last, I missed it.
Yeah, it's the spot fires I briefed you on earlier down the Pipe Valley. Got 4 or 5 structures down there. Fire activity's picking up down in that drainage.
Okay.
Is that where you plan to use the bucket ships?
Yeah, it's affirmative, and I've got the Charlie down there prepping around the structures now. So we'll do our best and see what we get.
Am I in the right spot? By Croft and Caldor, is that Pipe Valley? Because we're seeing the red there. That's why we listen to the radio. Is you can't know exactly what's going on unless you hear it. So there's a structured threat, and we might see some aircraft going over there on the Caldor. Going back up there. What was I reading before this? I got a serious. Yeah, it might be $1 billion to sink that tower to bedrock. Yeah. So what people in California are experiencing is a profound sense of lack of security for where they live. It is hard to find a place in California anymore where you feel like your house. is not in mortal danger. I mean, some people in California have moved from one fire zone that got burned out to another, where they get burned out again, and they're experiencing this year being burned out again. And even in San Francisco, I mean, people are living in cars and vans and stuff because a one-bedroom studio is like almost $3,000. And that's why we had the ghost ship fire, one of the deadliest structure fires in modern times.
278, Division Alpha. Dixie Charlie is starting its firing operation.
Firing operations, okay. That's surprising me. In Charlie, I'm making that a note real quick. But the ghost ship fire, I studied that as a structure fire disaster, and they just housed people in a warehouse that all lived together without heat and running water and electricity to the building, and they were stealing it from an auto shop next door and made a snaky network of bad electrical lines all around it. And then had an inferno, a mass casualty inferno. So Pi Valley cabins threatened. Night drops, making a timestamp. And also Charlie firing ops going ahead. So yeah, in BC and Canada, elsewhere, yeah, it's horrible. So David, are you is your nickname you're a mockery of the original, right? You're not the David, are you? Yeah. We at night when it's low like this, we open it up to a lot more a random-esque kind of chat. There's a lot of decompression, stress relief that we want to have at night. You know, not ridiculously silly as much as possible, but yeah, we're gonna have nighttime choppers here. They were grounded earlier, but they're coming back. And last night they tried to have them, but they couldn't apparently. So we'll see when they come up. People kept saying they don't do things at night, but I'm like, no, me and others, we clearly heard nighttime dropping, not just nighttime ops, which is eyes in the sky, but dropping. So we'll keep abreast of that. Is activity around Sacramento Airport and McClellan, but I mean there always is, so we'll just kind of see. We'll continue to look at it. But there are cabins threatened at Pi Valley, and they're trying to do what they can on the ground. They just got approved for night drops, night bucket work, which sounds awesome. So going back up, I'm trying to figure out catch up with chat. Yeah, there's homelessness, crime. That's another thing that makes people feel unsafe. If you go into big cities, you got the gangs and the crime and mentally ill homeless people that a lot of them are just good people, but a lot of them are scary, super scary. Should be locked up and just run around making threats and spitting at people and picking up sticks and threatening you and menacing you and following you around and twitching and, you know, like, we need to reform mental health care. That's all I gotta say. Just dropping trousers and going in the streets in the gutter, needles everywhere. Yeah, the Leaning Tower of Millennium. God. We know that Caldor is making a move. We gotta pull out a little more and keep abreast of that situation. It's California is a wonderful paradise type of a state that's unique, but it's under horrible mismanagement. And a lot of times, many groups will have the right idea, but it'll be implemented wrong with good intentions.
Right down here.
But it's become too polarized where people left and the right can't work together anymore. And city people have no idea that country people need a lot of things that they don't approve of it. It's not optional. And then that leads to a lot of hatred of, city versus country sort of thing. Is city people going out telling country people how things are, and it's like, no, dude, you just don't just try living out here, see, Slicker. So I just try to explain the dynamics. So in order to keep this from being a circus, there's a lot of topics that we're just not going to talk about. But we can talk about why people are fearful. Going back up, did I miss any direct questions about monitoring specific fires? We need to keep monitoring what's going on in Southern California too. I did sort of go viral with the Bobcat fire last year. I was very, very concerned for the Griffith Observatory. And it seems like the Bobcat fire was started by a power company too, by Edison. Although I can't find the information on that anymore. What the heck just happened? Okay, I don't know if I'm still broadcasting, guys. Edge browser just had a massive crash. Whoa. Are you guys still with me? I just lost all... What do I have? 25 tabs open right now. Hello? Is there anybody out there? Toggle time. Yeah, I'm still live. Wow, that's incredible. Because you have to stream through the browser. Wow, I'm getting superstitious about that. Every time I talk about controversial subjects, like power companies, I was just explaining how the Bobcat fire might have been started by that company. I suddenly get a massive crash that might take me off the air again, like once I was talking about PGE the other night, and then what I said was, wow, nighttime airdrops, Senator's cabin must be in danger. Bam, I was thrown offline. Whoa, okay. I never lost signal. I'm glad. Huh. Okay. What I was saying, let's test this again. I can't get confirmation about what caused the Bobcat fire of an entire year ago. Like, you Google it, and it says under investigation, no phone. I didn't just say that word. Never mind. My phone just thought I was trying to talk to it. Hang on, guys. Still trying to get my windows back up. And why does it take more than a year to do a fire investigation? Do they normally do night drops? Smoke is clearing. It's extremely rare to do drops at night. Extremely rare. I don't think I've really seen it before. I have heard of it. But people on my channel last night, when we heard about it being authorized last night, wow, I have to log in everywhere again? Crying out loud. Edge browser. I bet it auto-updated in the background, and it's just... Can't stop browsers from doing that anymore. Hang on, I gotta log in off screen. but it's a sign of urgent need, really. I mean, joking aside. Okay, this refreshed okay. Okay. Yep, I'm logged out of Facebook and stuff. Okay, now I'm back with airplanes. Okay, here's Indian Ridge. Did things die down? It's maybe an early midnight miracle. As far as Dixie Fire might be concerned, I hope. Yeah, they need more military assistance with that. No, you can't ask how old I am. That's rude in my culture. I just tell people an 8,000-year-old vampire. That's my new thing. Going back up. Bugs Bunny, I once rented an apartment on the 4th floor and hated it. Needed to be close to the ground. Welcome, Bugs, by the way. I don't know what YouTube is doing or monitoring me or doing anything. I suppose I should read more carefully the whole sign-up agreement thing. Going back up to questions. I'm glad I was still live. That was weird. And welcome if you guys are just tuning in. There's multiple situations we're trying to monitor. I never lost the Caldor fire feed. It's still live. We still hear them talking. Pai Valley, there are cabins at risk right now, so we're going to see if they're going to do nighttime airdrops. That'd be exciting. I don't think the camera would show that, of course. However, we could see here on Flight Radar 24. We would see, presumably, the craft going over there, unless it's completely. We just don't see a lot of flights over the Sierras. Smoke is so bad for visibility. We would presumably, unless it was completely military, see the transponder, which would show us the craft. Okay, let's refresh Armstrong Lookout. Yeah, we still see a push of the fire moving to the west. Now, on the east side of the fire, that's great news. Means the fire will blow back on itself and use more of its fuel.
You want to bump down home ranch a little bit? Yep, en route.
Okay, they're converging on Lomo Ranch. Let's do a 15-minute of the other Armstrong Lookout. We've seen by far the most activity here and down by Lake Isabella. Let's see how it's going down there. We may lose the cameras. We lost the Hamilton Mountain cameras today. They burned over at Dixie Fire, it seemed. But I'm still feeling pretty good about the North Shore and Westwood in general, because they've had such a long 6 days now to fully prepare the region as best they could. And so Mineral I'm more worried for, but they were quiet tonight about Mineral. You just made coffee. Hey, Cheryl, welcome back.
You're 10-1.
Hey, Mr. Jewelers Jr., welcome.
David 104.
Yeah, 5x5 means they can hear me, so that's an okay comment.
David 104.
Be off with an unoccupied vehicle. License plate 5, John Henry King 151. We're going to be off at Coyote Ridge Road and Cedarville Road. David 104, I'm going to be with both Alpine units also.
Now, you don't see this too often, but the fire's so close.
No, I'm meeting with
The fire's so close to the cam and so bright, it thinks it's daytime. It's in daytime mode down there by the that new fire in Kern County, sort of by Bakersfield. That is intense down there. Absolutely nuts. We gotta go back and monitor the Caldor, of course.
7944, go ahead.
7 William X-ray Victor 520 to Subaru. And for info, we have scans off with us. There's multiple sources.
Confirm Stanislaus is with you.
Thank you, Brandon J131. Thank you for being here. It says Cal Fire has a bunch of.
How far down did you go?
Hang on.
I think you might have went by me. I don't know. I found you.
Go ahead.
7 William X-ray Victor 520 is clear current on a 2017 Subaru to Alaska Clifford with an address off of Pottsville Drive in the city. And confirm you are revising the Stanislaus units are with you?
Hey, friend, we have 2 Stanislaus deputies with us.
So far, do you know which one?
Not sure if my descriptions of city life are accurate. Okay. It is, though. Have you been to San Francisco lately? Have you been to Portland lately? Holy crap. I didn't say it could be bad now, Bugs. Okay, going back up. I was trying to read the thing about the aircraft and I just scrolled past it. You're his better twin, David. David Kizia. Awesome. Okay. Going back up there. Yes, in San Francisco there are needles everywhere. A lot of people may not understand that there are. They had a good intention program. They had a huge hepatitis outbreak and AIDS sort of a situation because of the heroin use. There's a lot of heroin use in San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle. Those are the main hot spots where it comes into the ports and it's cheap. Cheaper than getting OxyContin or whatever people are addicted to. They cracked down on the pills and there's a huge surge. Heroin is so similar that Vicodin, OxyContin, and those addicts
944-98, clear.
turn to heroin. Thus, we had a huge needle and bloodborne diseases outbreak. So, since they're going to reuse needles and
David 104.
Anyway, the idea was, why don't we give them free ones and have needle exchange? You use one.
The vehicle is.
It's about a vehicle. I'm going to mute that. And so they said, give us a dirty needle. We'll give you clean ones. And then something went wrong with the whole process, and they don't turn in the old ones, or they're passing out too many new ones. Well, whatever went wrong, you can't take a couple of steps without tripping over needles in the gutter in some places of San Francisco. And that has been one heck of a disaster, a program with good intentions. The better alternative would have been a safe injection site where people arrive, inject, leave, and leave the needle behind if you wanted to do a program like that. I'm not espousing a program like that. I'm just saying if you didn't want needles all over the streets, keep them inside of the same building and you hand them out. It would have been a more wise kind of a thing. The flare up here is alarming. Looks like the wind's picking up. So there's been extreme I told you so from the right wing that never wanted the program in the first place. And as good as the intentions are, the implementations of a lot of these things are incredibly bad. But you can find tons of photos backing it up. I didn't even believe it at first until I saw a lot of like the mini documentaries. There are needles everywhere. Yeah, and now they have a huge program, a money-wasting program to go clean it up and get people to touch dirty needles. It's just like, oh God. So I'm explaining life. Yeah, Crispy, you better be civil or you're out of here. In fact, you know, we don't talk about that. I no longer warning people. When you get uncivil like that, show lack of caring to your fellow human being. Not the place for you. But I'm sure you'll find a home elsewhere. I can talk and explain about these things. It's okay to just explain this is the situation, but that's not an invitation to make cruel comments or to start a debate in the channel. Part of what I do with my, education thing here is explain why fires get worse. A lot of us, the left and the right, don't cooperate, and the reason they don't is over a ton of issues where they've fought bitterly. And what I'm trying to do here is explain the situation that is preventing a lot of cooperation for fires. And you have to realize the unique cultural, hang on, there's a delta, hang on a second. Part of the Caldor fire, let's listen. I'm going to just nutshell say that sentence, illuminate but not debate. How does that work? I'll go back here. But yeah, Portland and San Francisco have been completely trashed by graffiti, trash, needles, crime. It's bad right now. It's been so bad. The protests, the riots. I can't even recognize these cities anymore right now. The new French fire, that's the one down there we keep monitoring, is decimated by the bark beetles. That would explain it in word vice. Moderate and then high winds are forecast the next 3 days. Yeah, it's going to be bad down there by Bakersfield. When we looked at windy, and this is a weird thing on the cam that I'm noticing, there might be another wind shift going over here by the southwest flank of the Caldor fire. I want to look at the next couple of frames. But that is one fierce fire turning the cameras into daytime down there. And when we looked at windy, we saw... Oh, come on. Come in. Transmission's broken.
David 104.
Yeah, what's doing it, trailer?
Copy out with 2 in a trailer.
Okay, I guess I was just police. This is fire and EMS, emergency services, so you'll hear those kind of calls, not just related to fire. Yeah, that is really flaring up.
Cinder 20,004.
Oh. So where's the Armstrong Mountain? Is that one still El Dorado County? Okay. That must be where Lookout is checking out that flare-up. What community is in the way of this?
Delta, Center 20,004, you're broken and unclear. Approximately 2 minutes to Indian Diggins.
Okay, the pilot view is when you click on a plane, like Southwest Airlines here, and there's a 3D view right down there. And you have to have, your browser has to enable 3D hardware acceleration. That's going to be in the settings of your browser. Just search the settings, type in hardware, and you'll see hardware acceleration. And it'll depend how smooth this is, depends on your video card. Now that's the next thing I need to upgrade for the stream. I have been unable to. Because of the crazy Bitcoin mining is making all the video cards. Okay, that's making me sick, sorry. I'm going to write a letter to them, disable sway, horizon sway, because I'm getting plane sick while watching a plane. That's just not right.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's listen. But you can really...
Division with you. Negative.
When you're in 3D view, you can tell when they're making a retardant drop or a water drop because they'll go so low to the ground. Okay, looking back at the chat.
For water temperature school. Copy. You can have them hold tight with you guys, and then if you're able to make it in, lead them back in, but if you guys are out of service, we'll make other arrangements. Charlie 2538, we're looking at what the symbols mean just to see before we commit again. 26 Charlie, copy.
I'm back up in chat. Come back up in chat. Yes, I am from California. Okay, Kim Weaver and others, negative talk, downer talk. Everything's going to get worse. Everything's going to get worse. Everybody should be angry and frightened. We don't do that here because we already have a lot of traumatized people in the chat here. I think we can look forward to a better future. It just depends on what humankind will make decisions about. New technology is going to give us a better future. It's here. We're going to have easier times fighting wildfires if we invest in the technology. That's very exciting. And many times in night times, I show people the technology, like the firefighting drones. They're coming out. So the future is going to be what we make it. Going back up here. YouTube has bots that monitor. Sometimes YouTube automatically. Oh my gosh, I got a donation. Thank you. Mike Land 2, my small donation for upgrading your graphics card.
David 104-1039.
Thank you. Great work. Wish you all the best. Stay safe. Love you. Thank you for the support. I dropped $1,000 into my computer to help make Fire Street possible just on my own dime, and lost 31 days of income last year covering the fires. That's why I accept donations reluctantly. People just kept telling me I need to do that. And I admit that I do need them because I had 31 days of no income. I didn't think the fire crisis would last that long after Labor Day. But of course it did. And since I have some free time, sort of, I mean, I can make a lot of free time, I figured I would do this to get people through crisis time as well. So your donations really help. The whole reason that we just had that crash could be a video card not being able to handle things. But hopefully prices will come down real soon, and I'll get a real camera, a real 4K camera, and go covering and making covering the fires, not live probably. I don't know if I want to get in front of them live, but film survival stories and tales, interview old timers. I wanted to make history videos, but California history and the West is burning up before us. Okay, I'm continuing to monitor that, guys. There's a reason I'm looking at this. But to finish my sentence and thought, I originally wanted to just make straight up videos, not really do a live YouTube show where you show disappearing places, disappearing ways of life, especially ghost towns, the Wild West history, not the paranormal BS. I use that word lightly, the thing. You know, people can believe in what they want, but I just think the paranormal shows are complete BS. You know? And I don't want to be confused with those exploitive type of people. What I mean is, you know, saloon doors swinging, gold mining, gold rush, ghost town, that sort of thing. And so the camera fund is going to help me meet that goal, but mostly it's to interview people and their memories and survival tales. I promised, I made this sort of career choice this way. After I pulled a fire victim out of a structure fire, luckily I was there. I kind of wondered, you know, how best can I help people as far as a career choice. I wanted to be a writer at first, and I realized I should do video. And I saw a fire safety bulletin, fire safety video creators wanted sign for a fire department. It was a weird mystical thing.
Brand
yeah,
30,
that's
Caldor communications on command.
I'm continuing to watch this.
30.
Hang on a second.
Living on the property, and she just couldn't get in the gate because the battery to the gate was dead, so an open hour will be 1098.
We're approved. Per Amador Elevate, they'll be launching shortly.
Yay! Yay! Well,
30 copies.
I think maybe we could see the silhouette of the helicopters. They may drop right here in this area that's flaring up. So yeah, what I saw was that, and I thought fire safety video type things, media, you know, volunteers for. They were even inviting students and, you know, newbies. I wanted to have, of course, good gear and get some decent practice first. I thought maybe I should do that, but and then I kind of joked to myself and said, "Give me a sign. Should I do fire?" I mean, last year I covered. It was right before I started covering the things last year during the Labor Day thing, because I still had the intention to make a general video on what happened at Paradise, because that's one of the ghost towns that burned up. Of course, Paradise, people will go, Paradise is not a ghost town. It was at a time, right after the gold rush, and Magalia is a time capsule, well, was of that. And I was going to do a Dogtown Nugget documentary about the 54-pound nugget they found in between Paradise and Magalia. Of course, as soon as I make these plans, just like months before I'm ready to go, the mega fire takes down first Paradise, then Magalia, and then all these other historic towns near it. Thank God they spared Cherokee. But complete obliteration of the history there. And so I sat kind of sad.
Night Operations, Branch 30, Caldor Communications. Additionally, the EDSO UAV is aware that you're launching the night helicopter. The UAV is grounded. Your airspace is clear.
Yep, good gold nugget days, yeah.
Operations copy. 30 copy.
Thank you, Gravy, no glitter. I'll read your thing in a second. Just want to make sure I'm not stepping over them. We're going to have helicopters in the air. This is flaring up good and they need them. I think I can talk. Thank you for providing this service. A huge burden to carry, but it's so needed. Such great tools you've shown me. I've also recommended the app Windy. Thank you. You know, there's a fake Windy app on Android Play Store. I want to make sure that people get the real one. Yeah, we've been looking at here. It's been very, very helpful tool. But the My Radar app looks even better than Windy. Than these graphics look good, but the My Radar app is just gorgeous. And that can be life-saving with its hurricane tracking and the real-time weather updates. It'll just show like a drawing a pen like this. It'll just show an area in like an orange, and you click on it, and it says all of the special weather statements. There's an orange for warning, and dark red is like flash flood warnings, and fire warnings, and this. It's incredible once you get to know how to use it. The My Radar. It really does local forecast. You have to click that button though. But yeah, Windy has been quite good, and thank you so much for your kind donation. To finish my mystical story of why I'm a superstitious person and yet a scientist, I told myself for years these weird feelings that I have, these feelings of kind of knowing before you know, just weird gut instinct feelings that I randomly get. I'm like, there's nothing to that. That's just, silly, blah, blah, blah. And I kind of joked with myself when I saw the sign for fire safety videos. I said, well, give me a sign. Should I do fire as the first thing after I get a real camera and save up the money for one? And by God, the things that happened sequentially, just one after another that were so spooky and weird and coincidental, just made me realize, okay, I get the message. I mean, saving somebody from a structure fire, then she was able to this old lady put out the fire herself, but then she had terrible smoke inhalation, collapsed, and couldn't get out. So I have a spooky story about that. Alan Man 428, nice name. Thank you so much for your kind donation too. Just please give to the victims most, and then I can survive on the pocket change to make the stream happen and the camera fund happen. Oh crap, I forgot to put up the donation pinned sticker. Plumas Bank takes official donations for the Dixie fire. And there's been so many now, I think I need to put a little spot so people can donate to all of them. But first I helped the old lady, and the next thing that happens is I'd be driving around, and just on my way to destinations, there would be fires, and I would see them, and then hear the lights and the sirens, and be like, oh my God. And be in the area. Sometimes scanner radio app on my phone would jingle because there was a massive response, and I would just be in the area and go over and film the aftermath. I rarely arrived in time to see flames. I would park well away and walk to the scene, of course. because you can't just, block response vehicles. But I do have more to share with you, some more weird, spooky coincidences. I was just like, okay, all right, I'll just roll with it. Don't know if it's a real sign or not, or if it's all in my head, but I'll do that. Okay. I didn't witness it, but street racers slammed into a house, and I arrived soon after. I was just happened to be there and took some video of the aftermath. And I want to do fundraisers for these people that got afflicted so badly. Ace Dubs 499.
26, 2538.
Thank you for the donation too, and thank you, Mods, and everybody for explaining how that works. And thank you for explaining to me how that works. Stan's K, welcome.
Yeah, after speaking with the water tender, he's a mechanic. He says that we have a definite possibility of going to limp mode due to that diamond being on.
What mode? I don't see aircraft. But yeah, that's what I plan to do. DQ wants to know.
26 Charlie, 2538. You copy that possibility of limp mode?
Oh wow, what lens?
I mean, when you have time to do face to face, I know you don't have time right now, but later on, come on up and we'll give you more of a rundown of it.
Okay. Anybody know what limp mode is? Diamond mode? Yeah, this is good. This is good chat, guys. Wow. I need something compatible with the Sony A7S III. That's the camera body I need. It sees in the dark, and I think that would be pretty ideal for covering fires and, of course, ghost towns that oftentimes don't have electricity. I'm pretty petite and frail. I can't run around carrying car batteries into remote locations to light a scene. But the Sony A7S III would see in the dark. So I need a couple lenses for architecture, one for interviewing people, and one for more of a movie sort of a thing, like an active fire scene. So it's not like the kind of telephoto for wildlife photography or anything like that, but it would be the different wideness of angle. One has to zoom in at least a little bit. I'll need a cage for the Sony A7S III. Probably some way to kind of attach it to my body, because my arms, I have a arm injury that will probably be with me the rest of my life. So I don't know if that would be a shoulder mount or whatnot, but any of those things would be very helpful. But I'm so new to doing video. I know the basics of photography. I'm so new. D.I. Maui, thank you. Mahalo to you too. Am I saying that correctly? A 50mm prime is good for interviews. Oh yeah, okay. And I definitely want a lot of feedback about what do I need. Do I want to record them aftermath? Absolutely. You can only get people to care if they see before and after. I want to interview survivors and their survival tales for teaching and close calls. And I want to interview just old-timers. So you guys know my email. It's in the description of the video. Do you know an old-timer who wants to tell a story? In general. I had the great privilege of interviewing a kamikaze attack survivor. I hope to have that as one of my first videos once I get a little bit of a better video card and do some editing. I now have the processor and the RAM and such for it. Please, here's my email. I'm going to type it again. I'm behind in the emails. I'm trying to get to them. But when I wake up, I can either start the stream or delay it and read emails, you know. So with such action happening during the day, I basically just got up and started the stream. How many acres has Caldor burned now? We'll find out by the morning. They're doing infrared flights tonight, probably. But it's actively chewing through more. I don't even have an answer for you. Old timers never stop telling stories. Yeah. When the tanker sensor dies, it thinks the tank is low on DEF. Oh, yeah, Brandon J131, what's your background? How are you so knowledgeable? GTTO, it would be interesting to see how the firefighter management work behind the scenes. Yeah, I don't know if I'm making a lot of friends with CAL FIRE right now with my statements that they're putting people in danger, but I'm sure many people would, you know, I can do the journalism thing. If you would like to remain anonymous, go ahead. Email me. If you send me photos of your fire experience, even now, I can show them to people as a teaching thing, but you have to say I have permission to use your photo in the email. Make that real clear. Make that real clear if you want to be credited or anonymous. Or, you know, all those specifics. Because I have to. I have to have that. Ouch. In order to be able to share. Let's turn that down a little bit for you guys so that random crackle won't be severe. So, what we're looking at right here.
David 975 K94. Can you check your phone?
Phone call, okay.
I copy, we'll get it. Copy, break. Central K94. David 975 will handle T66.
It has been movement. Now, since the browser crashed, I'm not trusting CalTopo. Is it red for you guys on CalTopo? I would imagine there's plenty of red spots that are supposed to be there. 611 UTC, either that, or we just haven't had this satellite fly over there for a minute, which seems weird. It generally is in geostationary orbit over California. There we go. Sometimes you zoom, different levels of zoom. See what I mean? Now, just as CalTopo is about to update, sometimes you get the glitch like that. You just have to come back. Looks like there's overlapping times of update. So I think I'll just come back, but you might be better to consider dedicated video and stills than still cameras. DSLR video is a bit cumbersome, expensive. Dedicated cams will be cheaper to begin with. The Sony a7S III does something that no other cam can. I'll show you that in a second. It sees in the dark. You can light a match inside of a completely black gym, like a school gymnasium, high school gymnasium. Light one match and you can see the entire gymnasium with that amount of light. There's nothing else does that. Not even the $50,000, what are they, $500,000 red cameras they filmed The Hobbit with. I mean, I thank you for that's very good daytime advice. Unless there's a video camera that does that, the Sony a7S III is a DSLR made for video. We don't know what's happening at Lassen Park because there's no cameras there. We know over by Mineral. Mineral was evacuated last night before midnight. But thank you so much for the advice. I do accept, of course. I'm not trying to be resistant to video advice. But the A7R is what you have, Jason. Yeah, it's a magical piece of machinery. Yeah, the S is the one that sees in the dark. Even better than that. Yeah, Jason Smith. I would love to hear all about your A7R III and what you're able to do with it. Somebody's going to sleep. Patricia, hey, thank you for being here. Yeah, we hope Mineral is going to be there in the morning, and most of Milford and Hayfork and these communities like Pi Valley where we're trying to see this flare up. I still don't see helicopters. No helicopters over the Sierras. It said they were launching in 15 minutes. Maybe they're doing them, but we don't see them on the cam either. Let's see here. Oh, you are an angel. How many guys are on the Caldor fire and its progression? Yeah, I can read the I could read for you guys the official report. Maybe it just had a nighttime update. But I know Neil I do know what you're saying. I absolutely have a very specific need for this Sony a7S III. The a7S II I would buy as a used camera. Like, it's better to do, the last year's camera for cheapness' sake, right? But the a7S II overheats bad. And the a7S1, a lot of those are old, real banged up now, has no 4K without a really expensive...
Caldor communication.
I need a retired guy in Reno to carry it all for you?
Sir,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I need Hodor.
Information, Copter 76 is off of Amador en route to Division Tango, 8-minute ET.
Oh?
Copy, Copter 76.
Yeah!
Affirmative.
Here we go! And you know what? Because we have a nighttime airdrop, I'm feeling good about this. Let's do the song, guys. Last year, we got silly whenever the 747 supertanker took off. It was such a inspiring sight that we need to play the music, the theme song. You guys remember it from last year? Who knows what it is? Anybody know what it is?
Yeah, Caldor fire traffic, Copter 76 inbound to the TFR from the south, 3,400, any aircraft up, identify.
Do you guys know the song? You know the theme? There we go, bing, 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 bing. But that's cheating. You weren't there last year. Yes. Night drop action. Heck yeah, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. That would be so cool. So my last year's stream, we had so many cameras around the Bay Area that we would see. Oh, and the Bobcat Fire and others, we would see the drops right in front of the cams, and we'd switch between that, and the song would play, and it seemed to match it. It was like splash, dun, 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 splash, dun, 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 dun. It was the coolest thing. So we'll keep track of it, where it's going. And what you do is you listen to the radio to hear when they're going in for it, then you switch to the cams. Sometimes we get lucky with that. Yeah. You're going to Volcano? I gotta go to Volcano and film there. Isn't that one of those classic kind of reinvented ghost towns of the Gold Rush era? A lot of them stay alive because they reinvent themselves for the tourist trade. That's called a Class E ghost town. Anyway, I'm writing a book about it. You'll know what I mean. That's the Gary B. Speck model, and I wish to interview him and work with him. He's the godfather of ghost towning, in my opinion. He invented more of a science behind it, the classification system of ghost towns. So the book I'm writing is called The Classification of Ghost Towns and You. And I elaborate on his system because I'm trying to make the world's largest database of ghost towns, because we can't have a study of the phenomenon without statistics. Like how many gold rush towns died with the executive order in 1941 to shut down gold mining after the attack on Pearl Harbor. It's probably thousands. We don't have statistics. And so when we have a classification system, we'll have the statistics, and that's not a topic for tonight. But yeah, satellite shows the intensity here. I do believe this is where they're going. There's a lot of crews there, and they called in the helicopters, and I think this is what we're seeing from Armstrong Hill. I believe we're seeing this. This is Caldor in Pai Valley, if I'm correct. If you locals could correct me. I keep asking that, but I may have missed it in chat. So we are seeing it looking a little bit further to the west.
Side ops, Helco, Air Ground Command.
He's flying past Pioneer, guys.
Side operations, Helco, Command.
Pony Express. Is that a
There you
road?
go. It does look to be below minimums for us. I'm not sure what you guys have above, if you can see, but we're having trouble working our way in there, so we're going to cancel on the mission.
This is the spotter, hello?
Copy, you're a little hard to read. If I copy you correctly, you're going to cancel the mission due to visibility. Yeah, affirmative. We haven't operated in that area in the day, but we were going to scout it in the Helco and then bring in the Type 1. But visibility is getting towards minimum, so we're going to cancel.
No!
Copy, I concur. Thank you.
No! Oh.
Branch 39 Operations Command.
Rip.
Branch 30 copies traffic from Helco.
Oh. Okay. The best camera is the one you have. I have a cell phone. I don't have a video camera. I've never owned one, really. So that's not going to cut it. These days, you can't... with the tram video on my channel, that's a Sony S3... Sorry, a Samsung Galaxy S3. I used to have a series of batteries I swapped out with it, because you could pop the back off. And now you can't.
Night Ops Communications, I copied that direct.
I'm not sure if I'm getting out to Branch 30. Just try to relay the information from Helco that they're going to have to abort the mission.
Affirmative, 2338 break. Branch 30, Caldor Communications.
Branch 30 copies direct from Helco.
At 2339.
Yeah, Neil, if you got suggestions, go ahead and email me with them because I can't save chat all the time or go back and look at everything.
Amador Helibase. Caldor Communications. If you can copy Helco's 5 out from landing.
Communication, Jackson Elevate, copied, in contact.
At 2339.
Yeah, I can make a wish list, definitely. Number one spot would be a 3080 Ti. EVGA 3080 Ti. Whoa. Then I'd have one awesome computer. Yes. Ryzen 9 of the 5000 series. That'd be good. Right. I've got the socket for it, but I have a Ryzen 5 3600. It can be upgraded. Yeah, even a Ryzen 7 would do a little bit better with this. I finally have a 4K editing capable computer, as long as I have a video card upgrade. But I wanted to go and look at, does anybody have another question? Yeah, they're canceling the helicopter. It's going back. It's going back to Amador. It's going to go land. We need a sad song for this part, but... Yeah, I could film in caves with it. I do cave a little. I've just gotten into it. I can show you some wonders. But first of all, yeah, there will be a lot of mudslides here. Right after the Paradise Fire, there was a torrential rain and mudslides that ended the search for victims because it washed away the ashes of victims. I mean, there was still a little bit going on while I was there, which was really dark. Which I've described before, and I don't want to describe tonight, but let's go look at the fire again.
Control, Folsom K92.
Nice, Jason Smith. I'm glad you got one.
Hey, I'm on this stop, Pony Express. Can you run a VIN for me, please?
Alright, I'm muting the vehicle identification number there because that's something. I know Grizzly Flats. I watched as much of that as I could tolerate before I had to look away. Hang on. We can look at Hayfork, the town. Let's do that real quick. I'm sure if I had an actual Ryzen 9, then this would be zippy compared to these kind of delays and stuff loading. I've got pretty dang snazzy internet. Checking out these hotspots. A lot of this is pretty remote, but I mean, people still do live here. God, I wish there was dark mode. I have not found a dark mode for Caltopo. I don't understand. Well, they recovered a firearm for that vehicle. I muted it for you guys, but they just found a vehicle with a firearm in it, and they are out there protecting people from looters. And I'm going to look at Hayfork. I haven't heard anything about it being impacted, but the camera keeps showing the whole landscape burning up. But somebody reassuringly said that Hayfork has a history of the fire hopping over it like this to ridges. that's the nature of fires sometimes. If you can rally around your town and wet it down and take precautions, it's a small enough place. Sometimes the smaller places like Markleyville, the Miracle at Markleyville, get saved because there's not too many places they have to run around defending. The bigger cities are easier to lose than the smaller.
SPD 2.
So fingers crossed, but the Hayfork can.
For Folsom Cat 2.
Affirmative.
Go ahead.
Need to confirm that VIN is coming back is not conforming, not on file.
Hey Karen, thank you for your kind donation. I love your little classic Hollywood fan, huh? What's your picture?
Cat 2 on the clear copy.
Dixie is 35.
Go ahead.
Is not.
It's 4 Sam, 3 Boy North.
Sorry, I gotta mute that. It goes like this. Dixie fire 35% contained asterisk. It was 38% contained when it grew 100,000 acres in less than 30 hours. Reached 4 different lines, surrounded Chester, burned all the way to the lake, went into Indian Valley, destroyed multiple towns like Canyon Dam and Greenville, ran past Indian Valley, ran at a beeline towards Susanville and Janesville, got into the Moonlight Scar, and that was when they said they had containment. It was the black line that it breached again and again and again in the spots where they were they had the most confidence. So what I keep trying to say is, and even they are saying now, after I said it the first time, the officials are admitting containment lines don't mean as much as they used to because of the historic drought, the high winds, the red flag conditions. I'm glad to see Indian Ridge activity really die down. That's looking great on the Dixie. We'll take a look at what's going on in Janesville too and go back to the Caldor. That was a special request. But I think the fire really moderated because the temperature tonight is so low. It's like 60 degrees. And that cold front coming out of the northeast, the cold, dry winds. Now that is spooky. You see that swirl of the smoke? Making that spiral. Winds completely shifted direction. Okay, they're talking about date of birth of subject. There's police activity on the Caldor fire, so I keep it muted right now. But we were seeing the wind blowing towards Taylorsville and towards Indian Valley, and that must be why it moderated so much. The fire's blown the other way. I continue to have personal details on the radio. I'm still listening. But Midnight Miracle, guys. A calm descends over to Dixie again. Not happening here at the Armstrong Lookout for the Caldor. This is around the. I think this is. Was this confirmed that this is around the Pi that this is looking at?
.28 white pickup truck, 1 on board.
Oh yeah, they're using the police acronyms. Yeah, Justice is patrolling around El Dorado. You're right. Micha. I still don't know if it's Micha or Mika. I'm keeping an eye on the small fire, Miller Fire in Shingletown. Thank you. Wasn't that a boo-boo where they thought they had it out yesterday and it flared back up again today? And the aircraft going to Mineral were like, hey, what is that? Guys, what is that? That's what I heard about today. The French fire, let's see here. Yeah, 3080 Ti, a girl can dream. You know what? 3-way SLI, a girl can dream. Edits 26 Smithsoni. Cool name. We just got Google Fiber where I live, and 2 gigabyte is a maze. Yeah, Jason Smith, absolutely. Helco was just trying 3 startup nighttime water dropping missions, which would have been for the first for NorCal, but poor visibility has halted this. Several copters are on loan from Southern California. Yeah, that is so sad. Hayfork seems to be standing. Rest in peace, Grizzly Flats, I know. Oh, post my wish list on Amazon? That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Okay. I think I'm caught up in chat. I still can't show you guys what they're talking about. They're reading license plates and stuff, but the law is being enforced in El Dorado County. It sounds awesome. It seems like they found potential looters or law outlaws vehicles while they're out there doing their outlaw thing. And it may be that they're going to just kind of wait for him to come back and slam the cuffs on him. That's what I'm getting the impression of. But they're describing people, suspects, and their last names and birth dates. They've already gotten all their last names, birth dates, and their current residences. This is amusing. And I'll continue to listen to see what happens when they return to their vehicles. So, yeah, that's Danielle Bryan. I live below Singletown. Yeah, it's I'm glad that they had that more under control today. Mike Grover was state-of-art GPS guidance. I expect night ops for fleets of tankers to exist. Yeah, smoke shouldn't be a factor with new camera gear. I'm thinking they'll have heads-up displays. Maybe graphene cockpit things. The coolest thing about having goggles, and I like to talk about new firefighting technology so that people feel optimistic about the future as much as I do. As bad as these times are, they're going to get better. Hang on. They're reading the aliases of a couple of the suspects. Oh, wow. Okay. Sorry, that's amusing to me that the law is laying in wait for them. They'll probably come back with a couple televisions in their arms and put the TVs down slowly and raise your hands. Okay, but back to the terrible fire. Yeah, thank you God you've evacuated. Yeah, nothing around these fires is very secure right now. Don't censor the radio chatter. I won't be able to talk though. They're just constantly talking. Okay, they cleared. See, they just cleared one of the people. One of the people's vehicles, they were looking at multiple ones, is a resident of Pollock Pines. So this, one of the reasons that I don't want to air that live is sometimes one person is just parked there for normal reasons and looters park next to them. But I don't want people confusing completely innocent people with the criminals. You know, you got a grave responsibility when you have a huge audience to and these videos will be on YouTube for forever, really. Asterix. That's just bad, you know. That person could approach me and be like, because they're also reading the owners of some of the vehicles, and sometimes those are just stolen. And so I would hate to get emails in the future. Dude, my vehicle VIN number and plate number and my residence and my name was read on your channel as a suspected looter, then I was cleared because that's my house. But that's on the internet now, and I would scramble to go back, and sometimes you can't edit these videos very well. So, of course, sometimes police make mistakes, and it's not looting. It's somebody trying to desperately get their stuff out, you know. But you can hear it all if you want. You can tune in. So thank you for the information on Kern County. Sure, we should go back and look at that. That's the Hayfork camera. Currently, that thing's still alive somehow. Schaefer Mountain, this is at Janesville. It looks like very moderated around Milford. I got a big sigh of relief on the Dixie fire. This is flaring up still, Leak Springs over by Caldor. And the Shirley Peak still shows the inferno over down here in Kern County. Let's see if I can do a time lapse. We were wondering if we were going to see a burn over and a loss of these cameras. It's possible, but it doesn't seem to be getting closer. The fire did not jump the lake as far as I can tell from this camera's point of view at Lake Isabella. Am I saying Wooford right? Is that like the name it's pronounced? We can't see that. It's just out of view to the right. Is Wooford okay, or has it been impacted? How much does a 3080 Ti cost? Well, its MSRP is not what you can get it for, because bots buy them the moment they hit the market for the Bitcoin mining trade. So people buy those by the thousands, literally, to mine Bitcoin. And the bots buy them for them immediately. The rest of the bots buy them for the resellers. And so the moment you get a stock drop notification that one's available for sale, you can't even open Best Buy or Newegg's browser fast enough to even put it in your basket. I put a bunch of them in my basket, and they're sold out by the time I hit purchase. The bots do quick as lightning purchases. It's a robot filling out all your stuff. I got into the lottery system and never won it on Newegg. They started trying to do a lottery for purchasers. So what you do is you have to look at eBay, and the MSRP might be one thing, but they jack up the price by a third. So a lot of people are just lucky enough to get that. Let me look it up. eBay or Newegg. 3080 EVGA. Depends on if you get ultras or this or that. So EVGA's GeForce RTX 3080 Ti is $2,029 because that's a reseller. You jack the price up. You can tell because it says sold and shipped by deals a day. Ironically, these people buy them off of Newegg for their MSRP using a bot program, and then they put it right back on Newegg with a huge markup. What is the MSRP? This is an Ultra, by the way. I wouldn't need an Ultra. But what is the MSRP on the Ultra? See, on eBay there's still $1,700. I'm having trouble even finding what the MSRP is. $1,300. $1,300 to $1,400, right? I don't need an Ultra. But 3080s, there's 3080s and 3080 Ti's, if I remember right. The Ti means titanium, which is a little bit faster than a 3080, but an 80 series graphics card is what a pro video person needs. And these, since Bitcoin mining began, are more expensive than ever. But like a $670 video card might do okay, like a 2080 last generation. I could get a used one, but still, even my video card is worth more right now than when I bought it 5 years ago. I bought my current video for like $350, 1070 Ti, the Cerberus, and I checked eBay, and it's worth $500 now because of the Bitcoin mining and the chip shortage because of COVID. I'm sorry I'm showing you guys this, but it's relevant. So the Asus 1070 Ti, not Strix, but Cerberus. I have to say Cerberus. I'm going to get off this subject in a minute. Used ones for $380, but the buyouts were $578. Here's one for $600. Just the markup is insane. When did this come out? I still have the cool looking box. They usually say, I can't really recall, but anyway, I'm off that subject. But that goes to show you that the struggles I have with creating a machine. It is now 3 times more expensive to build a computer than it was just a couple years ago because of the chip shortage and video card shortages. I just had to drop hundreds of dollars just recently, and your kind donations allow me to buy new hard drives for the stream because I am using up a ton of hard drive space to archive my own streams in case YouTube takes them down. There's one for $1,000. Just get a 3070 Ti LHR on Ethereum, and you can get it on it for $1,000 or an offer up for Craigslist. Yeah, buying a used mining card is a risky proposition. Yeah, you're right. I should probably just wait on it. Yeah, MSRP is $1,200 on Nvidia's website. Yeah, and they're selling for $2,200. Actually, there's a new surge in buyouts for LHR cards because they just found out a way to hack them and make them mine Bitcoin. So much for that idea. Yeah, just getting a 3080, I could be satisfied with that. I don't need the Ti. I don't need the Strix. I don't need the Ultras. But yeah, Lunar Sparkles, thanks for backing me up. Vigilante justice can be bad. I just heard of in Algeria, a poor guy monitoring the fires in Algeria went to respond and volunteer. He got mistaken for an arsonist, and they dragged him into the street, nearly beat him to death, put a tire around his neck, lit it on fire, and burned him to death. I mean, vigilantes can be insane. And he was a volunteer firefighter. The amount of rage over these wildfires is absolutely nuts. There's a lot of people who just lost everything and we're already on edge. You can't take this situation lightly. That's why I'm not taking the situation lightly like what Matthew did with my channel, trying to enrage his own viewers and get them to invade my channel and cause havoc. That wasn't a polite situation. There's always crazy people listening to you that are willing to do what they think pleases you if you have a large enough audience. You can't say, I hate such and such person, go do something bad to them, or go invade them, or go irritate them, because somebody will go way beyond what you call for and try to hurt somebody to impress you because they're ill. You never know about the mental illness of some of your viewers, and I've had some crazy people come in here saying some of the craziest stuff to me where I've had to ban them. Like last year, I was told by some crazy people that I shouldn't masquerade as a young woman because I was confirmed 61 years old. And I thought that was hysterical, right? I thought that was hysterical. But she and others that she was convincing people and were coming in and watching the stream last year were threatening to hurt me eventually for my deception. I said, I am not 61 years old. Where the hell did you get that? Look, there's a video of me on my own channel. And I was called a liar. And then people said I had reptile DNA. I was part of the mass psych ops thing. And I was promoting 5G and trying to make people die from COVID. That I was a mass murderer. And I realized it was those QAnon freaks that came in that believe what QAnon believes is that there's an evil cabal of Jewish people out there with reptilian lizard DNA that are drinking baby's blood and getting eternal life out of it. That's part of the QAnon thing. It's just completely dark. And 5G is making everybody's immune systems weak. And there was a guy who blew himself up in his trailer with a bomb. Where was that? I mean, he committed suicide trying to destroy a 5G tower or something. What was that, in Texas? These people, there are a lot of severely mentally ill people. So you have to be extremely careful with what you say, and you can't reveal personal details of strangers and that kind of thing. You know, because you never know who your own followers, what they will do. You know, did you know somebody tried to kill Ronald Reagan? Ronald Reagan, the president, shot him trying to impress Jodie Foster. They will try to bring you the head of your enemies on a platter. They'll be rabidly dedicated to you because of mental illness. There's also a couple of mental illness things where they think that you love them. You know, if you have a stream and have enough people, you'll get some of those that come in and say, so when are we going to meet? Are we going to have children? And you're like, well, who the hell are you? And they'll be like that. Because they're convinced that you are in love with them, even though you don't even know who they are. That's one of those mental illness things. And then they'll say, well, what do I have to do to prove my love to you? And they're ready to kill for you. And that's the thing that happened, I believe, with Jodie Foster. The guy says, well, I heard you don't like the president. I don't even know if she even said anything about the president. I'll go kill him for you. There's a lot of things to be terrified about. So safety is one of those things I take very, very seriously. Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of people just they need help. So yeah, sure way to get a date. Yep. The funny thing was, they don't realize that's an old conspiracy theory. In medieval times, they thought that that Jews were drinking Christian baby blood and bathing in it to have eternal life and eternal youth. And there's a word for that, but it was part of the great anti-Semitism. But so many people believed it that they did pogroms where they attacked Jewish communities and murdered people. Will this medieval crap never die? I don't know. But yeah, I'm just explaining, you know, just trying to explain. And there's a lot of stuff out there that there's a reason why we don't discuss and allow a lot of the conspiracy talk. Now I continue to watch this back to fire stream here. And the winds are consistently blowing west again. And I don't see, we can't see, it's out of view. This is the best view that we've got of the Caldor right now. And shifting winds. Okay, Leak Springs. Let's do a time lapse of this. This will be important to look at where the smoke might be going. This might be the case where we've got there's the log in talking. Hang on a second.
Law branch.
Information. Check the additional narrative in CFS 219 area.
What's police code for 219? But sorry, I gotta go back and look at the wind. I think all of the wind is pointing in the same direction. Sometimes you have, the reason they were saying visibility was a factor and not flying, sometimes you have the ground winds like this and then over the top winds like that. But if it's, it can create a lot of instability and keep the smoke in the same area, because some of it's trying to go that way. And as you get changes in elevations, sometimes the smoke might go to a ridge and then kind of go back up here and do that. I'm not saying it's happening now, I don't see it. But then you have smoke that doesn't really clear the region, blocking their attempts to do recon or fly over it. But in this case, just visibility because of smoke surrounding the planes. I would imagine that's because the wind in general may be dying down, and we won't have too much movement that direction because there's occasional gusts flanning the flare-ups. But we gotta kind of make a... We went back to knots again, miles per hour. No, 9-mile-an-hour sustained winds. But it's only 66 degrees, 17 to 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And we know it ran into a bunch of retardant and stuff. So that would explain why it's moderate. The coolness, the low temperature, explains why we don't see a massive flare-up in movement. I haven't checked humidity. But that's pretty good. It's midnight, guys. Going back up there to I'm not sure why some of those got deleted. Going back up. Okay. Let's look back at Kern County. Wow, there's the Hayfork camera. Is this thing still alive? When did it stop? Wait a second here.
7, do you have anybody en route?
Jeez. Fire has been advised. Do you have anybody en route?
Got it.
Wait a second.
Copied. The additional, it's 301 Silver Ridge, if you have someone en route.
Hey, firm.
What's a 307?
Can you advise who's en route?
Nice, Jason Smith. I like your
K92
video card.
and South Lake are en route.
K9's en route.
So far.
So sorry, Nicole. I couldn't stand watching too much of the video about the remains of Grizzly Flats. Yeah, we're live. I'm trying to figure out something about this cam and what the police are doing over at the Caldor fire. They had a 307. What's that in radio talk? What heck time zone are they on? Oh, this is the hour and that's the minute. Okay. I need sleep confirmed because midnight is 0:100, right? 0:100 hours. Okay. I just need sleep. The camera is alive. I thought it was saying 1300 hours, like at 1 p.m. I'm like, wait a second. Fire activity has moderated across the board, except it's blazing down there at the French fire in Kern County. The Hayfork is still around. It looks very quiet over by Janesville and Milford. That's going to give them the time that they need to finish their prep. It looks very quiet in Indian Valley. I'll have to restart the stream and go to sleep. I have to read my emails. I was invited to some sort of a show on Friday, but I don't know what it's about because I haven't had time to look at it. Some sort of a live YouTube or Zoom show. I'm nervous about the whole prospect of eventually being interviewed or something for this. I was approached by the media, and I was like, they were like, can we use your footage from Thursday? And we saw multiple fire tornadoes. It was some of the most incredible stuff we've ever seen. And I was like, sure, yeah, it was incredible for all of us. And they said, no, you're driving. And I'm like, that wasn't me. I was just showing a streamer for a bit. And I said, but about me and the footage about the tornadoes you want to use. He goes, okay, take care. Oh, okay. It's fine by me. I'm shy. I've had to get over a tremendous fear, like for interviewing people. I've even picking up the phone and like making a cold call and just anxiety in general. I'm the person who would just read a lot and be an author, and then I realized I should do video. And when I first started Firestream, I was just silent and showing the radio and typing to people my interpretations, and people said, talk. I can't look at my phone. And I went, okay. Being in front of the camera is a lot like stage acting, and I did that to get over my fear of interactions, but it didn't help with social anxiety as much as I thought, because on the stage, you're a different person. And this is more like stage acting too, because there's nobody talking to me right now. I just go over and read. I'm trying to look at the wind, but you can't see a lot of its activity. It's just swirling around down there. Let's check the second camera. But the fact that that camera is in daytime mode means the fire is so bright that it's confused the camera. That you don't see every day. But hoping and praying for everybody down here at the French fire in Kern County. Looking back, yeah, that one's called the French fire. They usually name fires after the nearest road. Camp Road was by Polga, by Paradise. That's why I got the stupid name of the campfire, which I only refer to it as that because that's its official name. I continuously refer to it myself as the Paradise Fire. But even this activity has moderated a lot, even down in Southern California. There's quite a response. You can see the emergency vehicles coming and going and responding to things. So hopefully they can get a good handle on that. At least the Cache fire in Lake County, they stopped its forward progress soon after it began earlier today. The Caldor fire is at 62,586 acres. French Gulch is the campsite near where it started. Aha, Heather, thank you. Thank you much. The neighborhood is full of smoke. Yeah, so sorry, Shell. What a horrifying thing. She should say that code means this and this. These words are in watch list for YouTube computer to tell a person on to look at stream. 307 was part of the address of the call. Oh, I thought they said we have a 307. Sorry. I know what 1050 is. I had to report a lot of those as a miniature type of truck driver. Have I got it, Cat? Yeah. Got to amble off to the hay. Dusty. Sorry, let me go look up and see what you said to me. Have I got what? Have I got it? Because I'm about to go to sleep too. If mods want to volunteer for the night duty, do we have enough for that? Dixie Fire's looking much better because it's moderated throughout the night. I mean, we were just looking at the Caldor is moderately active. But look, here's the Schaefer Mountain camera, the live view. Look how it died down over by Milford. and it stayed within its lane right here. Stayed within its lane right here. Now it's gone back over on the other side. We can't see anything over Antelope Lake. But that's a good thing. We were on the Dixie channel. A private contractor with the firefighting crews got his hands burned to 2nd degree, and that was horrible. Indian Valley looked horrible. The area above Genesee, the Peters Creek area, looked horrible. And it just died back down. It's the Midnight Miracle again in action.
Central, Canine 2.
Oh.
Clear that call on Silver Ridge. We just drove through. There's no flames.
Yay. Okay. Yeah, we don't blame various groups of.
K94, all units are 1097.
It's a real fine line, getting political there, but I don't believe that QAnon is one thing or another, except just a bundle of mental illness. There's a lot of things called like paranoid personality disorder, and others that make people prone to believing anything that has a fear message. That one senator, I don't even know who that was. People on the right were like, she's nuts. Nobody started a fire at Paradise to make room for a stupid train. There's never been a plan to put a train anywhere near Paradise. There's a train museum because the railroad tracks died. You know, there's not enough reason to warrant a train anymore. You know, the high-speed train from LA to San Francisco is nowhere near Paradise. It's like she's never looked at a map. And she kept saying that it was a conspiracy to light these fires on purpose, and Republicans are like, she's nuts. Nobody freaking believes that. So conspiracy minded doesn't know. There's plenty on the left and right. It doesn't. These mental disorders don't distinguish. You know, they're just different sets. But the QAnon thing is more anti-Semitic than anything. Whether or not they even know it. And big shadow government, you hear about that on the left too. And it's just a hodgepodge mix, and maybe that's why it's so successful. It just takes a little dip into every crazy pocket out there. And the anti-technology people dips into that. Mentions the 5G stuff.
You know, if you check the backyard.
Oh, Fire's requesting you to know if you checked the backyard. Okay. Let's look at Pollock Pines. Anyway, enough of that babble. Nighttime, yeah, we can discuss it, but what the whole point of that is that we can talk about nut conspiracy things, but we can't turn the right and left against each other or use labeling like that. That's not allowed in the chat. We can remark on crazy psychological factors and how that influences what people say about wildfires. That's relevant. But the whole ultra generalization thing is not going to serve us with the whole come together message. So let's go back. El Dorado County Community Foundation, great source for Caldor fire donations. Okay, let's see if we can get that as a posted message. I should always post the charity that people should donate to, which is El Dorado County Community Foundation. Is this official? I mean, like, is this official though? eldorofc.org. Can make a difference. Unrestricted. What's that mean? Very charitable interest to participate in tax-deductible charitable giving. Grants and scholarships. Because I want to be super careful about endorsing a charity. Like, is that their private thing, you know? What's just a tad hypocritical? What is? What's the latest on Caldor? I just went past that. Every 5 minutes somebody says, what's the latest? And I have just explained it. From what we can tell, I've been listening, and I muted it because they're doing a police action. They're doing a police action right now. The wind generally did blow towards the west and is going towards the west. Pi Valley had cabins at risk. They asked for air helicopter night drops. Those are grounded due to visibility. So we can see through multiple cams the fire is edging towards the west. But we know that crews are trying to stop it in various places around, like today there was a hot flare-up around Elmo Ranch, north of it. And they went to go get a spot fire reaction, respond to it. Hang on, there's a code 4, it said. It's just police chatter. There's just police chatter going on. There's, you can see that's its direction right now towards the west, but it moderated quite a bit, and I think a lot of it has got to be because of the colder temperatures right now. The wind has died a little bit down to like a 7 to 8 mile an hour sustained. They still have 20 mile an hour wind gusts, but not the 35s and such last night and the crazy high temperatures last night. So I'm just trying to continuously find a way to go to bed. And what happens is something happens right before I go to bed. I've been trying to go to bed since 10. I'm really, really sick. So looking back up, did anybody have something? Do we have enough mods for the night shift? It started out as a 4chan troll. Holy mackerel. Yeah, it just goes to show what people will believe. Will Paradise get a train station when it rebuilds? The train station museum survived. The train station is from the steam train days, because it was, most of America's rails have died and then been abandoned. We have very few actual train rails left compared to what we used to have. And Paradise had a lot of Paradise, Magalia, Stirring City. Those are all ghost towns that people don't understand that they are. People, when the gold mining days and the logging days went to a lull, people left the area in general because partially it's just a bit on the remote side compared to the valley and expensive goods, and things have to be trucked up there towards the mountains. Partly because it's a windswept plateau that's a fire trap with no way out. And it's really hard to build in. It's just got gulches, rises, gulches, white rises, and then sheer cliffs and canyons all around it. And it's hard to even maneuver around the town. You have to let go left, right, left, right, left, right. The fact that it's so expensive to live in the valley is why most people are returning to the hills. They're just being priced out of it. And retirees mostly moved up there because you could still get down to Chico to do a lot of your shopping and stuff, and then live on a trailer real cheap up there in the hills. And that's part of the problem, is a lot of those people that died didn't have cars to escape. and they were housebound and had nurses come in every day. And so it's not a community important enough to have train service. It once had a train. But so did many, many places in America. So the train museum, the old train station is their train museum that survived, but the Gold Nugget Museum did not. Just a couple blocks away. So that's what made the conspiracy all the crazier. Is no one would ever want to spend $1 billion to put a train to a very remote town, and it was trying to reinvent itself after being a ghost town for a long time, after the gold rush, into a nice growing little community, and it was starting to really take off when that disaster happened. So that's what I study, is why towns are established, abandoned, and then sometimes re-established. What is that flare-up? This is struggling. I still want to monitor the Caldor fire for a second. There's only police stuff going on. They are hard at work with dozer crews in the Pai region especially. I have not heard a thing about anything going on by Pullett Pines. We've been monitoring that for hours. Looking at the satellite. Everything has died down, even south of here, south of Pullett Pines. They still have Highway 50 open. They're patrolling. They beat back the fire a couple of spots where it spotted over today, as far as I heard. And they're patrolling and monitoring. And the winds are currently blowing to the west, which is wonderful, because over here you have, like, say, the active edge of fire for the most part, right? So the fire went here, right, during the day, and at night the winds blow back this way. So that means all of this is getting burned, exhausting its fuel, and there'll be a cycle of that as the daytime versus nighttime winds go back and forth. On these edges, it burns its own fuel source as it goes back, forth, back, forth. If you don't have too much movement around the perimeters, it starts exhausting its own fuel source, kind of making its own black line of scorched earth in a way. There's never going to be a solid amount of fuel that's burned. It'll continue burning for weeks. All along the interior, that will continue burning for weeks until there's heavy rains or snow. Probably. It's too big now to, like, let's put it out. When fire gets big, let's contain it and let it burn itself out. Fires either end by snow, rain, or exhausting their own fuel in the center after a certain point in size. There is no, let's drop a whole bunch of water on it. Well, what water? California's in a drought. Some lakes are so low now they can't even do the scooper planes in them. So, yeah, Wicked said the Milford fire will merge with the Dixie in the next 35 hours and ramp up again. That's probably a fair assessment. That's a cool YouTube video. Awesome. No anti-Semitism I have read up. I don't know what that means. But yeah, the first sign of anything like that, instant ban, no toleration. So, non-mobile Caltopo can be forced to use background color black in its body styles in Chrome's developer console, or consider adding for the stylus extension. Okay, thank you, Xandro Rev. I have a dark reader that kind of helps, but then I can't see some buttons. You're saying stylus? I'll look that up. It's for Chrome. That'd be cool. So a lot of these lag out my stream a bit because they're these dark modes can really be resource hogs. But looks cool. I have just bookmarked that. because this does give me a raging headache. If I don't have dark mode, it's OLED monitors are kind of like an arc welder to your eyes. So going back up to chat, they have water drops for the French fire. Also, last I heard, being right next to the lake and near the Kern River. That's awesome. I did see some helicopters down there. I did see helicopters down there. So going back up here. Dorado County. Dorado County. Yeah, Mike, is something I'm trying to figure out something. And guys, if there's ever an issue with chat that's terrible enough to warrant my attention, there's my email. Yeah, Smitty says Magalia, Bidwell's Bar were the train stations for what we know of as Paradise. That's right. The old tracks went right into where the lake is today, right? Yeah, they were logging the mountains. And of course, there's Sterling City was the big mill town, wasn't it? You Smokey the Bear? Yes, I will. I do want to know, where did the tracks go into the lake? Now that the lake level is so low, I think you can maybe see Bidwell's Bar again. And that's where I would take my shiny new camera, and that's what I would show you guys. There's only once a decade that you can usually see Lake Orville that low, and there's many more towns underneath the lake. Let's look at Hayfork Cam again and look at the Caldor fire. But I like to do some stress relieving thing. I haven't done my good thing for an hour. I'm listening to the Caldor fire. That's just a bunch of crackle. I'll turn it on if they say anything. We'll go on and look at it again. That's Armstrong Lookout 2. This is a lot less fire activity than I frankly expected. It's been another midnight miracle as far as winds being less than expected. So hopefully this buys them some time. But I wanted to show you guys something. Some of you have seen it on CalTopo. Because to relieve stress and prevent burnout, because I've done a lot of crying over this, I'm not a reporter that has just flown in from the scene and doesn't know anybody, and doesn't know the landscape, and doesn't know the history, and doesn't love California, and just can report with a bit more detachment. I do this because I love all these places, and I'm terribly afflicted, emotionally impacted by what's happening. And I can only imagine the people who have really taken serious personal loss, how much worse it is. And it's my caring is why I do this about it. And so part of what was so devastating last year is I didn't take a 1 hour break even every single day. And I was just really floored, really drained, really affected. And one of the stress tips is that everybody, no matter what you do, take 1 hour a day doing something that you like. And I didn't do that today. But I can do 5 minutes of it. Yeah, we do all need to blow off steam. So the end of the stream is more random subjects and something happy to end it is usually what I like to do. But this is also fire related and teaches people about how to use CalTopo. And since everything on the radio is winding down, this is a perfect opportunity. So if we have enough volunteers, I'll keep the stream going through the night. Smitty says, when I was little, they sent me on the train to my grandma's in Paradise. She picked us up at the whistle stop in Bidwell Bar. Man, that's a cool story. Wow. Is that the 40s? Or just before the dam completion? Was that around 1950-ish or something? 55? When did they complete the dam? Was that 57? I have no idea. Mom remembers them building the dam, and so did Grandma. I should have asked Grandma about Bidwell's Bar and stuff. She would have remembered so much stuff. She came out in the 30s as an Okie, Grapes of Wrath. Grapes of Wrath. I come from migratory farm worker stock. So let's see, Orville. So this is how you use one of the core functions of the map. Turn off my dark reader a second. So you can stack a base layer. One of them is called historic. Now it'll just choose a random map. There's only two, 1915 through 1945. And it won't even tell you what year. And you can choose up to 1950. Now I have fancier apps and fancier ways of doing my research. And that information and technique I won't give away for free. And not because I want to sell it. You know, my whole, it took me a long time to figure out how to do things. It is a valuable thing. I don't want to train looters how to go loot archaeological sites, for one thing. But this is innocent enough. There's only two maps. So you can see, here's where Lake Almanor is today. And Prattville is underwater. I think it's under at least 60 feet of water. Lake Almanor is 90 feet deep at its deepest point. And so they moved some buildings and some historic things up to what is shown as Prattville today. But really, most of the town just doesn't exist anymore. Almanor and Prattville are really the same thing, less than a mile apart, just buildings strung out between them. Almanor West is a very new development of a neighborhood compared to the history of the region. It's called Big Meadows, some sort of a swampy thing. And a lot of these places were renamed, but a lot of them just don't exist anymore. Oh God, ironically I said that as I scrolled over to Greenville. Last week I was describing Greenville as one of the survivor towns of the gold rush that reinvented itself for the tourism trade as a Class E ghost town on the rise. Everything can change in a moment. So, Orville, though. What I wanted to know is, where did the train go to Bidwell's Bar and basically enter the lake today? I've seen some where the old highways used to go, and maybe you guys can tell me about that. I would love to interview people, and if you have pictures, I need that for my documentary. It would be so sweet if I go there and show the Bidwell remains sticking out of the mud here. And the Bidwell Bridge. And I think the haunted train tunnel. Haunted, you know. Where's the haunted train tunnel? Or when they had that bad accident when they were building the dam. I mean, haunted people die there. Not that I believe in ghosts. I don't. But it's spooky. It's below the water line in most years. Daniel O'Brien, I'll just plug the computer and fall asleep listening to you like last night. Oh. Let me go back up here. Sorry, I may have been ignoring chat. Why don't they release water from the dams to put out the fires? None of the fires are downstream. Like, in a way that would matter. You know, the Feather River Canyon has a river in it, but you couldn't flood that canyon. You'd wash away the highway. And the Feather River Canyon is got 700 feet to 1,000 feet above you in some spots. So there's not enough water even in Lake Almanor to flood it high enough to put out the fire. That's how the Dixie fire began. The way that the Feather River Canyon came to be was, I believe, there's a massive glacier on top of the Sierras that cut Half Dome in half, carved Yosemite Valley. And a lot of these deep cut canyons over the Ice Age melt carved it with the massive Ice Age floods. I mean, it could predate the Ice Age, the other geologic era, but as far as I know, the geologic formations like Tabletop Mountain was, they speculate, and that's my theory, is it's completely flat on top right here because the glacier cut the mountaintop off. Now, locals will tell you Paul Bunyan missed with his axe. And he cut the mountaintop off and he went, oh, whoops. So he looked over here and set down the mountain, and that's what the Sutter Buttes are. That's the top of Tabletop Mountain, but they're not even sure what the Sutter Buttes are. They seem to be an extinct volcano type thing, but then a lot of people argue that they're not, but it's a geological debate. But the deep, deep, deep canyon here, if you look, which is what existed, and you can kind of get the topo view. Oh, there's two maps here overlapping. And you put on shaded relief a little bit, it sort of lines up. Anyway, it was a deep canyon. They just dammed it to make the huge lake. And you can see the steep elevation rise because it's got the helpful numbers. I'm still listening to Caldor Fire, and it's just mostly police activity. And it was quite something, quite a steep climb for all the horses and mules going up. So most of the little dot towns here were originated because this is how far you could get before you tired out your animals and had to bed down for the night. It was a really slow walk for the stagecoach and other things. And so you'll have mile houses, especially like 8 Mile House, this Mile House. These all went away as towns as automobiles and stuff took over. But the original Bidwell's Bar, the Mother Orange Tree of California, the first suspension bridge of California, was here, and this was Butte County's seat. You had to move it to dam the lake. Now this won't line up perfectly. You can tell because a lot of the terrain, the tops of peaks are out of alignment. But it matches close enough in some spots. Like you can see clearly here that this needs to go right here. Right here. Their surveying was remarkable for the time with those primitive methods. A lot of things do line up and are in place. So when you do the research, you print out a modern map. You print out squares of see-through paper, and you backlight it on a light table, and you put the overlay on, and you try to line it up best you can to do your research. And you can do it a little bit like this with digitally, with different layers on Google Maps and other things. I need to learn ArcGIS and take a class. So looking back at chat, Heather, my dad's family migrated from Texas to California in the oil boom. Yeehaw! My mom's parents moved from Illinois to California because my grandfather was a singer, entertainer, and what better place? Absolutely. It was 1961, maybe? Cool. Going back up. Looks like infrared plane is up on flight radar. Cool. Choo-choo coffee break. Okay. The sure way to cure PTSD. Yeah, you watch the penguins at night. That cured my depression. Okay. Go back down. Yeah, ZZZ, good night. Good night, Susanna. Good night. Good night, rated day, whoever's going to bed. Going back up. Space Travel Dogecoin to the moon. Hey, welcome back. Bidwell was in Red Bluff. The man. That's cool. Yep, Solar Butte's a volcanic in origin. I thought so. People make an argument that they weren't. There's another argument about whether or not they ever erupted, or if they were the ones that never reached the surface. The French fire is swirling around. There's variable winds right now, but it is dampening. We were able to see that, but I was unable to figure that out. Because the smoke direction was changing and hard to see. Smitty, we were coming from Philly, and then changed trains to Salt Lake City. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, they blame Paul Bunyan for everything. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, now I get the joke. Scary bedtime story. Yeah. The fire isn't too far away from Silver City Ghost Town. No. Please, no. Not again. Okay, I think I'm caught up in chat. Going back to the bottom again. Do you see the expansion on the east on 50 at Caldor? Kybers must be affected. I'm listening. They're not saying a peep about it. They, earlier today, were concerned about it. Lots of red on 50. Yeah. They were doing backfire operations. It might be on 50, but there's a good window of opportunity to do that right now. From what I've seen, probably try to protect it for tomorrow. If I had a guess, this is what they're doing. Just my educated guess. Semi-educated guess. So now we have the winds going to the west. At some point, they'll go to the east and threaten Kybers, right? So they've got an opportunity now, while it's cold at night and things are moderate, to create a scorched earth. To protect that in other places. I did not get confirmation on where they're doing their backfiring operations. But for example, they could do it on one side of the road to protect it from going to the other side the next day. If this road, for example, is a fire lane, we have no idea what they're doing. But I am listening live to it, and all they've been talking about was rounding up looters and making sure that parked cars were the residents. They're checking every parked car they see if people come in as looters. How did I get to Arkansas? I am not in Arkansas. I joked about pronouncing something wrong that way. Because I said Namvet instead of Namvet. But I've never been there. I want to go. I want to go to the Ozarks. After seeing the show, I've fallen in love with it. I would love to go to Alabama first, go to Arkansas, go to other places. And that region, because they show some of those on some of those TV shows. Click on the like on your way guys out. Thanks for posting. Absolutely, that helps me. Yeah, there's so much mountains, gully washes, and we have this general look at the winds. This is what concerned me about all the fires today and the next few days as the unstable moisture stuff comes in through San Francisco and through LA. That's what Zeeklander was putting on his blog. There might be a little moisture that comes in, but it's not going to be enough substantial rain, and that moisture will be the thunderstorm thing. It'll get unstable when it meets the dry air coming in at the same time. This is a recipe for some wild weather. And we saw crazy action last year when that mixed with the glass and Zog fires. We saw strange, to me, of course, because I'm not a meteorologist, strange swirly patterns where the wind would come in like this and hit the Redding and Red Bluff area, try to go to the coast and get stuck. Usually it would go down this way to escape. That's typical. But then you had some other winds coming in at the time. And so that wind pressure met around here. And we saw the Zog fire do a 360-degree radial turn and start to move around like this, alive on the cameras. It was the spookiest thing to just see it stop, because it was going in one direction. It stopped and did a counterclockwise rotation as the winds had nowhere to go and they picked up speed. And that's part of what made it so deadly. And there's just crackle on the radio. I'll turn it on if it's anything. So there's only two main ways that wind coming into California over the mountains can escape. By Diablo Mountains. So when their high wind events happen, they call them Diablo winds. And down right in front of Pasadena where the Bobcat fire was. And as those winds picked up, they were like the Diablo winds. Like the Santa Anas. I don't know if they were true ones. That's when the fire erupted, probably, they think, from the Edison equipment down there, right above Pasadena, where the super winds started reaching it, and that Bobcat fire flamed up into a massive problem. At the same time, the Zog fire was pretty much the same time. I'd have to go back and look exact dates. So this is where you don't want to fire, these two places. You don't want one by Lake County. It could massively blow up. I'm so glad they got a handle on the cache fire today. You don't want one in the Coast Range where there's this unstable stuff. You don't want one here. But you especially don't want one here. So, or anywhere near here. But the swirling thing, winds are light right now. We got winds coming down from the north. Some are splitting off that way. These are going that way. Some are going that way. Some are going that way. And some are coming in that way. On the cams, it just looks real confusing. Let's go look at it. Now we won't be able to tell wind speed at all. Okay, I'm going to go back to Orville for a sec. Cheryl, I have to go get some rest. We'll be back by mid-afternoon. Thanks for your website, your knowledge, and network. I've learned a lot. Grateful for you. My pleasure. Thank you so much for holding down the fort and helping it. Did it melt the road? I don't know. Truckers will probably know about Highway 50 shut down before anybody else. You're right. We could look at Waze. We could look at the Waze app and see if anybody's driving it. That'd be one heck of a frightening, terrifying. Do I have a formal education? Partially. Mostly I'm self-taught because of they wouldn't accommodate the health problems I have. Give me enough extra time to complete things. Maybe college will change so if people have to be homebound for the day, they can still participate through Zoom. I begged my teachers, put a cell phone, prop it up, film the class, upload it to YouTube, and I'll be present or do Periscope or whatever you want to do. No, you've had too many absences. I'm sorry. You have to quit now, change to pass or fail, or a variety of other options. If you keep attending by a certain date, your attendance means you get a D, no matter what your test scores are, and all kinds of stupid policies. And it's like, really? But now, after COVID, maybe they'll rethink that. I tried doing online courses, and they were an S show. They were just like, you tune in, and there was no like teacher talking to you. There was no videos. you go to a special website behind a password, and it will have text and say, read this chapter in this book. And I never even saw what my teacher looked like. She would mass email the class some homework. You were supposed to upload it to some site. It was the worst style of education I'd ever seen or read. All those classes, didn't learn a thing. I went to California for my dying uncle's, went to be by him by his deathbed, and told the teacher I would like to have some time off. I'm in hell. That watching this is hellish. I can't concentrate on anything I'm reading right now. I have mostly done everything for my project, which was building websites, and I'm just going to need a little time. She said, no, I'm sorry, I can't verify that you're down there. I said, what do you want me to do? I'll send you a picture. You can talk to my relatives. And she goes, no. It's just the worst experience I've ever had online classes, and I was paying for nothing. In the end, massive fires showed up in California at that time, and I was experiencing them. The smoke, I couldn't breathe, couldn't look, the stinging through my eyes. I tried to help other family members evacuate at that point, and said, teacher, really? There is an emergency down here. I'm in the fire. I don't know if places I know and love are still standing, or if my loved ones are safe. Really, can I complete my project later? No. If you're on your death, if you are hospitalized, I'll make an exception. Okay, whatever. So I got a bad grade, even though I fought through tears, blinding smoke, smoke inhalation. Turned it in 3 hours after midnight. Now that sucked. But the good news is I learned that I can self-educate pretty well. And maybe I'll go and complete things formally if they change enough to accommodate my needs. Of like constantly dropping everything to go help people in wildfires and whatnot, you know? It's a new reality for most of the people in the United States, because most of the people in the United States live in California. I'm trying to move back to the state, but I don't know if I can afford it. But we'll see. We'll see. There's no way to tell what's going on. But the fire activity moderated. Midnight miracle is what I'm going to say about that. But when people come in and they've got a question, I do drop story time. Yeah, SoCal Edison, that's it. They may have started the Bobcat fire with their electrical equipment. And we almost lost a lot of history, and people did. We lost a couple of towns down there. We watched a lot of them get erased. Small little historic towns and little ranches struggling to survive already. That was devastating. But I have to do something for 15 minutes that I like in a row for my stress relief. Let's talk about Oroville. Kevin, everything looks good, knock on wood, at Milford. I'll just show you a quick brief look. Schaefer Mountain Camp. Look how calmed down that looks. Look how it stayed within its lines. We've been watching this. It stayed within these two boundaries, these flare-up areas. Absolutely good news on that front. Dixie Fire went completely quiet, quieted down in Indian Valley and everything. Compare that to, 6 hours ago. Look how nice this last 3 hours, nice and moderate. Other story on the other side, by Antelope Lake, where there's a lot of slopes and stuff. But this is the best view we could get. We had very little chatter. Morris says I took the D's, it's a grade. Yeah. GM ADIB 55, you're describing remote learning my grandkids all went through. It's so terrible. It's stressful for the kids and the adults arguing, and the anger from the kids, stressful for parents, trying to get them to do it, and misery. I was hoping it would be really good for a lot of kids, because I was picturing teacher on Zoom and you look at a face, and she says things, and you can follow along in a book, and follow along with on your own website and stuff. There's ways to do it right. I think I'm doing education online right, best I can. But there's a lot of ways to do it wrong. I volunteered 27 hours of my free time as a computer helper to help fix a teacher's computer. Only to find out she was wealthy. I thought she was on a little teacher's salary, and at the end she drops the bomb. She's a college professor and wealthy. I was like, what? What? Can I have a tip? I thought you said you were a volunteer. I thought you said you were an elementary school teacher. God. I should very much make different inquiries before I do that. Because 7 hours of it was her yelling at me trying to get her to calm down because she was so stressed by the whole thing. That's the thing. Don't yell at the people trying to fix your computer. We're not your therapists. We understand you're frustrated with computer usage. Don't yell at us. Pay us a lot more if you're going to do that. Back to Orville. That's when I would have sent her a bill. Yeah, I wish. Yeah. 3 winters, I know a lot about health-interrupted education. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. I don't like getting D average grades when I'm smart enough to teach most of the classes I take. It's just what I was trying to do was transfer to a 4-year college. So no, I didn't want to take D's. I would never get to a 4-year. Although I could teach a lot of college level courses. I was in advanced placement since anything. But this isn't the me show. I need to do something that's get something nice and soothing going. Going back here. What the heck? I'm trying to see what the heck's going on with chat. Okay. This is very interesting. Okay. That's when she suddenly would have gotten a nasty computer virus. Heather, you're devious. Oh my gosh. Okay. Historic. Let's do something good for 15 minutes. You can see where the old highway was. And there are remnants of it. It kind of lines up this way. These older images I have, like satellite images. So in reality, the original highway goes up to Orville, and they repaved it into a major highway. And it actually, this here, might have been an original goat trail or something, but the actual highway that went down to Bidwell's Bar was like so, and is still paved and underwater as far as I know. And the boat launch down here where this is where everybody has their houseboats. When the water's high enough. You can see them on satellite. Underneath them is a paved highway. And I never knew that when I spent time there. So you can see the houseboat dock thing here, right? As far as I can tell, if anybody have any personal memories, yeah, we try not to use the word containment with the Dixie fire because that's an official nonsense number, and people use it as a scale of progress and safety. You should always say containment asterisk because it was at 38% contained. We lost Greenville and Canyon Dam, and it expanded 100,000 acres in around a 24-hour period. 100,000 acres. It expanded at a rate of 50 acres per minute, 1,000 acres per hour. and we lost towns, and we almost lost lives. Containment means nothing on any of the fires until it's 100% and rained on. Absolutely, it's BS. That's the best way to describe it. Complete and utter honky. And I wish they'd use frank talk like that, such as containment line completed, but could be violated, because it went past 4 different black containment lines and almost took out Chester. Exactly. People think containment means control, so there's even 2 different things in fires. First, you contain, and it's rounded up and corralled. It has to die down almost to nothing, to like a smoldering snap, crackle, pop occasionally. Almost to a smoldering nothing with almost no fuels left, and heavy rains on it, and much cooler temperatures. That's when you finally declare a fire controlled. That's long after containment. That's when it can't really get out of the lines. Even when you have containment lines, occasionally embers just fly over them and jump it, especially in mountainous terrain. So containment in mountainous terrain is always a bit of an asterisk. Containment in the Sierras is a gigantic asterisk. Meaning, don't trust us for a second. The people saw containment on last year's fire in the same region called it was called the Bear Fire, but they call it the North Complex when it merged with another. People were ready to evacuate Brush and Berry Creek, and they texted their loved ones literally, "Oh, containment jumped to 68%. It's almost a done deal. It's just this lightning strike thing up there by Bucks Lake. Yeah, we're fine." And they went to bed and woke up with their homes on fire because it ran at a rate of spread that was almost unparalleled in the history of wildfires. This region makes wildfires spread just because of the geography. It's the fastest spread in the world. Same thing with Greece. Similar geography. We're very, very similar to Greece. Mediterranean climate, ocean next door, so you have offshore unstable winds, very dry region in general, mountainous terrain, hilly, canyons, nightmare. So I keep telling the public, as one of the most important safety messages, there is nothing, containment means absolutely nothing until there's been almost 100% or 100% and heavy rains have hit the region, or it has completely exhausted its fuel, like in a desert fire. That's the really big lesson to take home. I read about that. I study the survivals. I study individual fatalities. I can even name those individuals. I'm not. It's not about that. It's about the generalized safety message. Whenever I make documentaries about this, I'm going to approach families and see if we can use pictures and names and real examples like that, because that'll make an emotional attachment to and bring home reality. If you have real individuals, that is reality. Real people are affected, and that brings a different level of engagement and taking something seriously. But anyway, until then, I'll use that generalized example, but please, I'm not making stuff up. It's just out of respect for the dead and families I have not approached yet, that I'm keeping them anonymous as best I can in that situation. But they literally texted their loved ones and said, we've got so much containment up there. They're getting a handle on things. They're getting control on things. And this is the thing that gives firefighters PTSD. What was it like for them to lose control up there? Watch it jump the lines, erase 2 towns, and have 27 missing people, with a lot of people found dead. I think CAL FIRE needs to do a very, very thorough job of explaining very clearly that containment means almost nothing up here anymore. they're hinting at it. In today's briefings and today's meetings about California wildfires in general, they said, we have a lot of containment, however, things can kind of, embers can fly over them. They need to explain that much more clearly, the way I did. And I hope they will. They're on the right track, but they really need to just spit it out and not be evasive and wishy-washy and stuff. So what, Kathryn and Tally, welcome. What, like all of the NorCal, is on fire again, and it shows no sign of stopping? Fire, it's alive. Yeah, it's hungry and will devour everything in its path. Absolutely. Fires don't stop until something is there to stop them. That is the number one way you should change your thought process. It's not how big will a fire get. They will get infinitely big unless something stops them. You have to think about what stops them. They run out of fuel or hit something they can't pass, right? Like they run into a solid rock cliff face, right? Like in Yosemite. You can safely say a fire won't climb half dome and go over the top of it. So fire will either stop because it reaches terrain it cannot pass, like an ocean, a rock wall. Barring that, does it get stuck in one spot like a canyon and exhaust all of its fuel before wind pushes it up over the top? I mean, fires can stop for that reason. That's how they stopped the Bobcat fire. They corralled it into a canyon where the winds went left, right, left, right, left, right in that canyon. Right, we saw it. Right behind Griffith Observatory, live on my stream. Left, right, left, right. The fire marched back and forth with the winds and exhausted all of its fuel, and that was it. They didn't drop water on it or anything. They just trapped it and let it go. So, will it exhaust its fuel in a contained area? Will there be a fire line good enough to stop it? Will there be heavy rains and snow? Will wind change direction stop it? Well, we have wind change directions every single day in this climate, so no. So have I seen anywhere along here any sign of any of these fires being stopped? No. So what we're doing is continuing to monitor the situation. Now, the best case scenario is they could stop forward progress of a portion of a fire long enough for it to exhaust enough of its fuel that it doesn't throw embers all over the landscape. But that's not very likely because there's too many standing dead trees that they never logged from previous fires because of the difficult terrain and the expensive helicopter logging. So, yeah, what people don't realize is all the fires of last year left standing dead trees all over the state. The fires the next 3 years are going to be the worst in the same area because those trees are no longer alive with thousands of gallons of water in their trunks anymore. They dry out. So firewood season for a year burns a lot more easily, doesn't it? So, and we also have almost every damn firefighter in the country to read, quote, every damn firefighter giving all they have, and, you know, they still need more. Excuse me for the cursing here. So, I don't know how the backseat politics works or what they could possibly be motivating for things. Yeah, you can herd fires. You can herd fires partially by doing the backburning. That's how they helped the Bobcat fire. People came into my stream crying, "The fire's reaching Griffith Observatory. It's on its doorstep. Oh my God." I said, guys, control burn. It's going to save it. It was one of the ways they did. But I was also very livid that they put standing dead trees and didn't remove those around Griffith Observatory. They had the worst groundskeeping that I've ever seen. If you want to have standing dead trees around anything, any area, you're going to lose it to fire, and that's just stupidity at this point in time. We've known that since the 30s. They're called snags. You do snag removal. And too many environmentalists have taken a wrong-headed thinking about it. Yes, it is true. You want some snags for eagleness and woodpeckers and some things. You just want a couple, though, because eagles and hawks are territorial. Just because you have more snags doesn't mean you have more eagles and hawks. They keep them out of each other's territory. So you actually don't need that many. It's more environmentally beneficial to cut those standing dead trees down. At least get them on the ground. And mulch them. Turn them into wood chipper stuff and fertilize the soil and that sort of stuff with those, rather than just let them sit there. You're just going to burn down the entire environment. But too many of them get the wrong idea that keep them all up is the best environmentally beneficial thing. But with a little education, most of them go, oh, and they get it, you know. But a more detailed message has to come out about the benefits of some snags rather than having them all over the place, you know. So let's go back into the fun time. I keep ruining my 15 minutes of fun. Okay. So I hope I've answered everybody's questions about that. Please thank your son for his service, Judith. That's awesome. And once again, environmentalists are not to blame for fires. Just like people who are not to blame for fires. You know, like loggers are not to blame for fires. Mostly it's extremists who just squawk the loudest and get represented, but most people have a level head and get that extremist positions are bad. Let's go back. Where's the highway? Smitty, help me. There was once a highway here, and they relocated it with a new bridge across Orville. And so here I am partying on houseboats like it's 1999, not knowing that underneath here was the original, I believe, the original road. Because when you line up things, I'm still listening to the Caldor fire. They're just not saying anything. Except there's a couple mic clicks and stuff. I assume everything's going pretty well over there. Engine 98 is en route for water. Okay. Cool. The original highway. See how close it is to the lowest part of the water here, the lowest part of the canyon. And then you can see
number 1 and 2.
Okay. They're talking about a vehicle running in a parking lot for a long time. They wanted to check on the person to make sure they were okay. Well, that's good. Now, Smitty, you know, yeah, Honey Lake Power, they burn wood chips to make power near Janesville. That's pretty good. I'm sad that the one by, Zeke Linder had a good blog about it. They had a biomass plant where they collected all the sticks and stuff off the ground and thinned the forest north of Westwood. That's why the forest looks a lot thinner and is a lot easier to control the fire up there, or at least contain it. It's partially because they did so much of that thinning, and it was very beneficial north of Westwood. Yeah, I don't know if they would have saved Westwood if all that hadn't been done. And since they shut it down, there's a big buildup of new fuel. But not as much as there could have been. Not as much as the raging stuff over by, like the Moonlight area and such. Then again, it's flat ground, it's hard to compare. But where was the original highway? I think, if we understand that the map is off, that this was one of the taller parts and should be here. Was the original highway like here? Or is it underwater like I think it is? What, video game? Sorry, did somebody get offensive? 'Cause I want to make sure chat's doing okay. Wait a second. That is so cool. Then thank your husband as well, Judith. Or you are the firefighter, is that it? Sorry, I'm all being sexist. I keep doing that. Old habits, right? Goodness gracious. Going back up there, I don't know what happened in chat. So the highway used to go over the hill and come into Orville the other way, like Canyon Highlands Road. Okay. Now hopefully we have a cold and rainy winter. Yeah, snags are cool till they fall on you. That's a good catchy thing, Morris. The 3 firefighters almost died by Chester when that burning snag fell on them. That's one of the biggest hazards. The only death of the 1933 Tillamook burn fire was a falling snag too. The tree's on fire above you, and it weakens and weakens, and suddenly it shatters apart. Lol, yeah. My husband was the last Klamath County fire marshal. Yeah, I'm totally lobster red in the face. Okay. Nope, it ran pretty close to the tracks. Crossed them 6 or 8 times. Dangerous at night. Whoa. Okay, so I'm going to draw 2 colored lines, Smitty. Where do you think the highway was? Pink? Or blue? It's okay? Okay, great. So you were a firefighter too, right? Did I read that right? Your husband was the chief? Were you a firefighter? Were both of you? That would be awesome. Do firefighters marry each other much? That would be a good question. I wonder if they'd get along, like totally understand each other, or if they'd hate that. I wonder how that works. Let's make a reality show. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm going to drop all my future plans. New plan, reality show. Husband and wife firefighting teams. Get your popcorn. I'm waiting for Smitty's reply. Some for a while. Cool. Daniel O'Brien Wattenberg was one of the smartest businessmen in the West. He ran a famous mine out in between Greenville and Seneca. Really? Between Greenville and Seneca, I think I might know some of those. Lucky Chance? With a Lucky Chance? Yeah, get your popcorn. Okay. Additional fire crews are coming to aid the Caldor crew from the Dixie fires. The Dixie fire continues to increase in containment. I don't want to hear that. You know what? They pulled Dixie fire crews off, I believe, to help the Monument fire and McFarland. And that's the next day that we lost Greenville. There were 300 missing firefighters that could have helped. I'm not saying they shouldn't have helped. I'm saying that I hate it when one fire needs all the help it can still get and new ones break out and you have to split forces. When's the show coming out? You know, I don't know. Maybe I'll just break into a couple people's homes, plant some cameras, create a stealth Wi-Fi signal, make it a voyeur thing, and we could have it by tomorrow night. Not kidding. That would be the creepiest thing. Smitty, you looking? Where was the highway? I was using historic maps on a different program to check this out. Mystery Fontenot fire back home when I'm accounted for my family. They're worried about getting to Highway 36. You mean north of Westwood? Yeah. closer to the tracks, just draw a line 1 millimeter. Where are the tracks, though? To the right? Is the dotted line the tracks? I mean, that's Olive Highway to the right. I don't have any idea where the tracks were or are. I just remark on things like the roads that lead to the water. That might have been it. One of the remnants of the original highway. What are the tracks? Because I see Olive Highway. The new road that just about wasn't finished before it was flooded. A little higher elevation, go maybe 2 elevation lines to the right. From the pink or the blue? Is this a remnant? Oh. Is this a remnant? Did it do something like that? Let's talk about the tunnel, the ghost tunnel, the haunted tunnel. Because everybody needs a ghostly bedtime story. It's a little dark. But where's the haunted tunnel? I call it that. And the thing is, I'm being a total hypocrite. Totally own it. I don't believe in ghosts. But I find this so eerie that I nicknamed it the haunted tunnel. You know, get your popcorn out. But it was a horrible train accident while they were building the dam. It's an earthen dam. It's the world's largest earthen dam. One massive thing. It puts it in perspective when you realize that those are massive, massively huge roads, and that a human being is so tiny. You could park many, many, many different semi trucks in a row. Dozens could be lined up in the spillway. I don't know how many, but it is huge. It is the world's largest earthen dam. And the engineers were pretty smart about it. It really can't flood over the top because that would erode it and it would completely fail. So they built the dam and its elevation in these 2 points. Don't listen to conspiracy idiots. These 2 points are much higher in elevation than over here. You can't tell from the air, but it is. You looked all 3D and got fancy. So like a bathtub with a notch in it, water would always flow out of the lower points than the higher point in the bathtub. See? So that explains why half of this washed away when the spillway thing snafu happened when it all collapsed. And some idiot was live on YouTube creating panic, saying, "Everybody, evacuate Sacramento. There's a tidal wave. The dam's going to collapse." And I was so mad at that person. Here, that person was spreading the clickbait fear, and I couldn't even get my Paradise channel for fire information to help people. I couldn't get seen on YouTube. Because idiots like him made YouTube go totally paranoid. These exploitive jerks were creating a panic of fear and getting massive viewership of thousands of people looking at their channel, disseminating that BS. So they automatically thought that anybody covering a disaster that wasn't like a news crew was the same kind of person. And so this is why I'm glad that people are sharing my link directly. The railroad tracks went right through Bidwell Bar. If that's a history map, you'd think a road map, there would be the tracks. Well, we're not in control of the historic maps. I have many up my sleeve, but these are the only ones I'm willing to show people right now. because I don't want to teach people how to become a looter. Yeah, clickbaity stuff. And the guy was ranting. You can never really tell if they're just liars or they're mentally ill, paranoid people that always think the worst thing's going to happen. They're covering it up, man. The whole dam's going to collapse. They're covering it up. Just, okay. But back to the ghost story. They had a train tracks just to build the dam, because this is the world's largest earthen dam. They brought in the rocks and stuff from other locations, and they dumped it behind some retaining walls or however they made it. In fact, that would be a cool thing to watch. How did they build the orbital dam? And I still am listening to Caldor. They're not saying anything. No news is good news. Police are still just making sure every vehicle has a reason to be there. They're checking license plates and stuff. Yeah. There's a lot of traffic on 36. There's 6,000 people on the Dixie fire. They're driving back and forth. There aren't any fresh people to help, and then the tragic. Yeah, Greece. Yeah, Greece. I can't watch too much what that is happening. It's so much of a deja vu. When people ask me what's still standing, I'm reluctant to even look at that. I broke down on channel looking at Greenville. Sorry, back to the ghost story. We want to 15 minutes, solid 15 minutes of ghost story or something else distracting. Okay. So they built a tunnel to pull in the dirt and rocks. And the tracks were one way, and trains coming and going, the empties and the fulls. There was a switch so that they wouldn't collide in things, especially like the tunnel. It may have been two-way tracks elsewhere, but at least in the tunnel it was one way. People going back home on 36. I hope not. This is the reason why not. Just plant the flag. Look at it. You see the dark red and purple wind gust stuff? Okay. Back to the story. Yeah, all the buildings did burn around Chester. They barely saved it. They almost lost the firefighting airport of Chester. And that's a town next to a giant lake. And they even said, we defended Chester. I paused the video and said, yeah, you guys did, but the wind gave you opportunity. It blew straight north. The fire went past Chester. It never took direct aim for it that night that it blew past all 4 containment lines. They acted like they did a good job. And that's what spared Chester. They did a good job because the wind gave them the opportunity to spare Chester. They would have run from it just like everybody else with sanity would have, just like everybody had to run from Greenville. That was the winds taking direct aim at Greenville. So I'm so tired of the dishonesty. They've given people a false sense of security. You can't stand up to fire tornadoes and 200 to 300 foot tall flames like we were seeing on the camera that night. You can't. Fire crews don't stand in front of that. And they're sending the mixed message. They say that. But then they say, we saved Chester. Yay. Because he had the opportunity. So the tunnel, where was it? Where is this tunnel? We could Google it, but it would be funner if somebody knows. They had a train, took the rocks up and dumped it, then the empty went back. They repopulated it today. Okay. It may be a safer town in the region. But it's a town with only 3 directions out. All 3 of them, the fire keeps violating back and forth. Thousands of people next to, right all over the map. Okay. All right. Really, Brandon, it wasn't for the local fire. If it wasn't for local firefighters and non-local engines that were stubborn and didn't listen to the Cal Fire radio call to remove all fire crews from Chester. Wow. If you have a timestamp for that, we should go back and put that in the documentary. Yeah, the bootleg has a confirmed tornado caused by conditions. Yeah. I think a lot of what we saw, the fire tornadoes will be confirmed as true F1s. They're called vortexes if they don't move, but I think we saw movement on enough of them by Coyote Peak that if they go out and measure, they'll find trees snapped in half. I'm sure of it. If they go out and measure what kind of wind speeds are necessary for that, I think some will be declared. Anyway, we'll keep calling them fire whirls until then. Okay, so the train. I have to address chat and come back to the train. It's not like I have ADD that bad. But this is a live show rather than me just talking about it. Where was the train tunnel? Because it was on a cursed day that an accident happened. And an empty train was leaving Orville Dam. And a full train was approaching Orville Dam. And something happened with a switch. And there was not enough time to stop it. Just as one train was approaching the tunnel, the headlights of the train already in the tunnel were visible to the approaching train. And all the brakes in the world couldn't stop what was about to happen. They jumped. I think all the crews jumped. But with that amount of diesel spill and the inferno, of course, nobody had a chance in the tunnel. The crews didn't have a chance either that jumped before the tunnel because of the diesel spill. There was one heck of a nasty fire and a tremendously tragic accident. That tunnel is below the waterline now. But every so often when it gets this dry, it peaks out. If nobody knows where it is, I'm about to look it up on the other screen I have here. I'm Googling it. 1965. Terrible accident. 2 trains burned up in tunnel. Old article, news article. Pretty sad wreckage. And pretty crazy image. It doesn't enlarge. Well, doesn't enlarge well. You can see that's pretty good bedrock right there. And the engine shown on the left ran underneath, very far deep into the tunnel. The rest of the train cars, which were lifted up to the ceiling of the tunnel. And you can imagine that the terrible wreckage in there. And then the inferno just burned for a long time, warping the steel. Crazy situation. I'm going to read the article. And there's a third picture. It shows the charred landscape I'll just put it like that. Okay. Train wrecks and accidents site, gendisasters.com. In fact, I'll link it if you guys are curious. Four crewmen die in a furnace of flames. Orville, California. Associated Press. 1965, October. Diesel engines off of two 40-car work trains collided Thursday night in a tunnel near the $200 million Orville Dam site, exploding 10,000 gallons of fuel and killing 4 trainmen. The tunnel. Hang on a second. Somebody's vandalizing the Caldor fire transmission with a music. I just heard fake music. That is making me mad. Anyway. The tunnel, through which earthfill is moved to the dam, was turned into a fiery furnace for 4 hours. Each train had 2 diesel engines. Each engine carried 2,500 gallons of fuel. The leading diesel engine of the fully loaded eastbound train crashed into the leading diesel engine of the empty westbound train as it was emerging through the tunnel. The eastbound diesel burrowed underneath. Hang on, there's Caldor fire chatter.
Branch 30. Hey, just want to get a quick update on those houses that you were protecting in Tango.
Looking good. The spot fire is backing down into the creek. I've got 50 Charlie out there. They've been prepping and holding. It's looking good.
Big news.
Yay.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Hey, remember, I have to have 15 minutes of my day doing something I like. And people said they want to hear this, so we have a somewhat fire-related story. This helps us figure out where the tunnel is. Fully loaded eastbound train. So the tunnel is west of the dam then, presumably. The leading diesel of the fully loaded eastbound train crashed into the leading diesel of the empty westbound train as it was emerging from the tunnel. Wait, if the empty... Oh, westbound, sorry, okay, gotcha. The eastbound diesel burrowed underneath. The westbound diesel was lifted 40 feet and wedged against the tunnel mouth. Each train carried 1 engineman and 1 oiler. 2 bodies and a portion of a third were recovered. Identities were not possible immediately. The officials said the 4 men on the 2 trains were Joe Pickney of Paradise, Paul Callahan of Yuba City. The engineer and oiler on the loaded eastbound train were George Boats of Stockton and Fred Woolard of Yuba City. Engineer and oiler on the empty westbound train. The explosive fire spread over nearby grass areas. Those fires burned on until today. This is 1965. The tunnel burrowed through a hill to speed up construction of the dam. That was badly damaged. Some of its concrete was extensively cracked. The crash was between trains owned and operated by the Oro Dam constructors, who are building the giant federal state Orville Dam. And it says hauling fill, which I think they scanned this article and missed a sentence. Each train normally hauled 40 cars, filled with the fill material a distance of 5 miles to the construction site. Deputies said apparently one train was fully loaded and the other was returning empty. The line was formerly owned by Western Pacific Railroad, and the crash took place in what was known as the Old Western Pacific Tunnel. Oro Dam constructors confirmed the crash involved their trains, but declined to further comment. San Mateo Times from Associated Press article, 8th of October 1965. So, where is the site? If nobody knows, I'm sure we can look that up. Oh yeah. Old trains were pretty beautiful. These are ugly diesels though. These are pretty ugly diesels. And going back here, I love trains, history, and actual facts from a reliable source. Thank you. Well, I appreciate you. I love trains too. The streamliner, that was a thing, wasn't it? If you go to if you're ever driving north on I-5 at Dunsmuir, you've got to stop at the train hotel. The train park. It's a hotel where old train cars are what you sleep in. And it has a Willamette Shay. One of the 5 surviving Willamette Shays from Willamette Iron and Steel Works in Portland that worked the logging railroads, and it had extreme gears. I could maybe dig up one of my pictures, and they let you climb on it, at least they used to. It's a really cool place. One of the best kept secrets. You gotta pull over there, but they won't let you use the restroom. It's difficult. Go use the restroom in Dunsmuir somewhere else and then go in there. But that's a cool town. Okay. Oh, and that's the town that they have the good old-fashioned fire air raid sirens. Yes, Sacramento Train Museum did that as a kid. Oh my gosh. And I have some pictures. I recently took the train to Sacramento. And they restored the station. They're still in the midst of it.
Do we know if water tender is on a fill and return?
Okay, going back to story time. Where was this tunnel? Portola has a railroad museum. Cool. Yeah, Railroad Park. Yeah. So, going back, there's also a train, I think by the Oregon Zoo, at the logging museum there, which is pretty remarkable. Lost to Fire was one of the greatest landmarks of the West. They made a giant log cabin for the 1906 Lewis and Clark World's Fair thing in Portland. And it was moved because they destroyed the site of the World's Fair, which just sucked. Very few buildings survived, but it was all old-growth wood, the world's largest log cabin, with the biggest trees you'd ever see in your life. And there was more than 3 stories tall, actually. They moved it into Portland. And then it burned down in the 60s or something. But it was a beloved landmark, but it became an inferno. You'd think they would have put sprinklers in it. But those are cool things to look up. I want to go to bed soon. Oh gosh, it's almost 2 in the morning. Let's finish. Let's find out where this train tunnel is. I need to know. I have to know. So, where is it? In total, 34 workers died in the construction of the Orville Dam. That is so sad. Construction began in 1957 and ended in 1967. The dam is the highest earth-filled dam in the United States and is located 9 miles northeast of Orville. It used to be called the world's largest. Maybe they made something bigger by now, but I thought it was the world's. On some technical level, it's the largest of something. Pre-accident history. The tunnel 4 decades later. In 2004, It sits in a lovely area across from Table Mountain along the old riverbed of the Feather River that's been backed up into a narrow lake by the Thermalito Diversion Dam since 1967. The old railroad bed is now a hiking and biking and equestrian trail. As a matter of fact, you can get to the entrance of either end of the tunnel. There's a light switch you can turn on up to light the interior of the tunnel so you can see your way through the 600-foot length. I thought it was underwater. The tunnel is part of the Brad Freeman Trail and can be accessed from the end of Lakeland Boulevard. From the trailhead, you can bike or walk the 3.5 miles to it. What a great trip. It's going to be a different tunnel. There's no pictures anymore. Huh. There's a monument. A place atop the dam in commemoration of 34 men who died on it and related projects. Let's see here. For many years after September 11th, access to the monument became difficult. It sits atop the spillway. Due to increased security, you can't park there. I bet it washed away. I don't know. I wonder what happened. This is a very old website. There's a lot of talk about it. Well, heck, if it's on the Brad Freeman Trail, maybe I'm mistaken. If it's not the submerged one, which one is? Because this is the image that I thought was that tunnel. And when they had the drought, it finally came to light. Is it just an unrelated old train tunnel from before the dam? Huh. Come back. It should be higher than the top of the dam. Yeah. I mean, the original tracks went to the top to fill it. Well, let's take a look. Keep talking, and I have you on, and I usually fall asleep listening. Yeah, nice. I don't take that as offense. I find that cool. Did I know that Old Sacramento was built on top of the original city? There's areas where the ruins can be accessed. Rumors of haunted places there. Yeah, Old Sacramento is something else. It is so cool. And I get a kick out of ghost stories and haunted place stories, but I absolutely don't believe in ghosts. If somebody wants to challenge me and wants me to sleep in some haunted place, I'll take that challenge. And we'll see if I notice anything spooky. So far I haven't, and I've gone to several of those places. I'm the Scully, but I also I have a little bit of Mulder in me, like the open mind stuff, but I want to believe there has to be proof. So, love listening to the story time about Oro Dam construction and train, especially as I clean out my refrigerator full of spoiled stuff. Oh, I'm sorry, Brandon. God, I love not having power to my place for 2 weeks. Ugh. So, where's your general location, Brandon? You come back to a mess, sounds like. I haven't been on the skunk train yet. Would like to do the Orient Express. Yeah. Uh-oh. You heard it burnt down? The tunnel? Tunnel 4 between Orville and the Old Court siding west of the current dam site. Huh. I was hoping for a long lat. Where is the trail? We could plug in along that. You're currently on the peninsula again? Ooh, okay. 36 seems like a pretty good fire lines so far? Oh no, your haunted houses? Oh, okay. So you've had spooky moments, Judith? I don't discount the fact that people have spooky moments. I've been completely creeped out to the point where I couldn't make myself walk closer to a building. When I was in Georgia exploring ghost towns there, and I mean not paranormal, just history, but towns that no longer exist, there were some slave shacks that a lot of them still exist out there. They just were turned into low-income housing for sharecroppers and stuff eventually. They're still in use, or recently abandoned. They were kept up over the years. I went to visit a segregated cemetery, which was a trip. Slaves on one side and the owners on the others. Really in the deep south. And I found one of the original buildings on an abandoned plantation. And there is recent habitation, maybe squatters, maybe just recently moved out. Maybe the same year, maybe the previous year. And the door was wide open. I walked around it, tin roof, up off the ground, kind of foundations on little brick pilings. I examined the bricks, looks very, very old. Examined the wood, looked pretty dang old, but you can't really tell the exact age of something because they replace siding and stuff on buildings. Sometimes original nails in the wood is a better way to tell. But I've been given instructions and drove myself alone to this remote region, down some old dusty roads, and had a rental car and all that. And but I was okay. I didn't feel vulnerable because the locals were like, you're not in danger. There's just no crime in this small town, and everybody's cool. And they assured me there was no like meth gangs to worry about or moonshine stills nearby, or it was just a really chill area, but it had a lot of history. So Boone Hall Plantation in Charleston, South Carolina has 6 original slave cabins. Woo. There's a lot more than you think are out there. I was shocked. I've been to Georgia several times as a kid and a couple as an adult. And a lot of the history is disappearing fast, but in generally they take care of it better than out west. And let's watch the Caldor fire too. Keep an eye on it. Is the Hayfork camera still alive? I don't have an image yet to show you guys. We do want to keep monitoring fires. Let's do 15 minutes. The Caldor has the most activity, but there's a lot less of it than expected, and they're using to good effect. This time that they've got to get rid of some of the spot fires over by Pi. They still have structures endangered. Whoa. Did you see how it goes to daytime camera? This is the brightness of the heat. Whenever it's color, it's daytime camera. So it's active, but very, very quiet chatter. Going back to story time. I took pictures. The foundations look like they could be pretty dang old. I forget what that's called when the 4 corners of the shack stood on like bricks or stones. And part of it was bricks, and then the others were just stacked stonework. And that kind of matched the same general design as this mill, which was original and still standing, where I believe they ground flour, but I can't be sure. So I'm kind of thinking, yeah, this is definitely one to go inside and take pictures of. There's still a mirror on the porch where people would shave in the morning. And I looked into the open door, And there's garbage sacks. So, of course, they didn't have garbage out in that really, really rural area down super back roads. There'd be no garbage pickup. And they left it there, and it stank to high heaven. There's some buzzing flies and stuff. And that's typical of either squatters or people that leave and don't want to take their stinking garbage with them. And I could see it was almost fully furnished. Some things look like a stool type of a chair. It's like a stool with a kind of a curvy back, like a vine pattern, 20s or 30s style. So I was eager to go in there and see what was left, and a lot of the nails were those original square, triangle-shaped nails, so it really could have been from the era. And I put one foot on the stairs to go up to that front door, and it was like terror just gripped my heart for no reason. Like a cold hand reached around my heart and squeezed. And I started thinking, what the heck? It's a bright sunny day. There is obviously nobody around. But the moment my foot touched that squeaky porch step, I was just struck by that. I listened with all my might, and suddenly your senses all get better, you know. There is not the sound of anything anywhere for the occasional buzzing fly on that stupid garbage. And I was so close to the front door, like I'm sure I could have heard somebody breathing if somebody was in there. I have some pretty dang amazing hearing. But nothing. Occasional Tweety bird off in the distance. Starting to reach the hotter part of the day. So uncomfortably hot. Occasional insect chirping somewhere. Wind is a dead calm. There's no wind. And I cocked my head and listened because, you know, there could be always a crazy person, a squatter or something. But it just had that nobody's been here a long time. Hang on, let's listen to Caldor.
Copy.
Okay. Maybe they won't say something.
AU-73.
You love my history stories? Great. Thank you. Try and look back up. We'll find the tunnel in a second. I'm sure we could find it. Is that why they built Sacramento on top of the ruins of a flood? That would make sense. There's a lot of debris and mud and stuff. Wow, dude. Oh, the haunted house. Oh, I get it. Darn. I will take the challenge. Do you have a haunted house or a hotel or something, and wanna see if I get spooked out in it? So, okay, I guess Caldor is not saying anything. 50 isn't old if you're a tree. Whoa. Throwing the shade. Jeez. Okay. So back to the story. The moment I step foot on the squeaky stair, just terror grips my heart. And I had gotten a worse and worse feeling as I kind of approached the shack. I mean, it's always eerie to just be in the land that slavery existed in, or you know that serious stuff went down, and creepy to be next to a cemetery. This wasn't too far away from it. But I didn't have any reason. There's nothing bad looking about this shack. There's nothing particularly ominous about it. It was just like so many others. And like every time I walked closer to it to take the photos, I just got uncomfortable enough to step back. And I'd charged myself, this is foolish, superstitious, whatever. I'm creeping myself out. I'm creeping myself out. Because I had just seen the cemetery. And the locals just said there's cool buildings that are historical out here. They didn't set me up with a spooky tale or that's where the murder was or anything like that. They just said, oh, over there. And they assured me it's safe to explore alone. There's no crazy people, no drug gangs, nothing. But every time I got closer to this building, I backed away uncomfortably. So I said, that's it. Walking up there, put my right foot on that step, squeak, bam, terror. Pulse pounding, heart racing. Stupid Kathryn, just put another foot in front of you and that's how you walk. You overcome fear, and this is silly. And so I put my left foot on the next step, creak. And it really creaked, sagged, kind of not stable. Still, it's not, there's only like 5 steps up to this door that's wide open and buzzing flies and trash there. And I could hang on to Caldor fire info. Which doesn't really show much. I think they were just talking about refilling a water tender or something. So, if you're wondering if there's a big, crazy ending to the story, I don't have one. Other than I was overcome with terror. I don't know what happened. But I shifted my weight, ready to put my right foot on the next step. It squeaked a bit more. Just like a normal squeaky step. I lifted my right foot up, and my pulse raced out of control. The icy hand gripping my heart tightened. I salivated, my eyes went wide, and I had tunnel vision. And some deep instinct within me was screaming, "Get the hell out of here." And just remembering it today, like the hair just stood on the back of my neck. It was an icy feeling right down the back of my neck, right across my shoulders, down to my wrists, down my legs, down to my ankles. All hair standing on end. It was like a giant voice came from the house and screamed, "Get away, run." And I just about tripped over myself, got into my little car, and just peeled out of there. Dust coming from behind my rental car, and I didn't look back. I have no explanation. Sunny day. I had a huge knife on my hip. I didn't actually have fear of like being attacked by a person. That was in rural deep south in Georgia. Kind of by Dublin. And, I don't know what gave me that instinct. But I sometimes wonder if you can hear things below the frequency of consciousness. There's a bunch of research on that called the infrasound. And it's low frequency sounds. Elephants make them, and that's why they're so terrifying, partially. It's for long distance communication. They travel very long distances through the ground. And so when an elephant rumbles, you can hear some of what they're doing, and that's terrifying enough. But it fills people with fear because it goes down through the elephant's leg or their trunk, right towards the ground, travels long distances underground, and they can feel that through their feet and communicate that way over long distances, miles. And infrasound is now being used in some of the scariest suspense movies to make people terrified, along with a pulse-pounding tick, 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 tick kind of a beat. And that can sometimes induce panic attacks. In fact, they're reducing that in scary movies because too many people walk out of theaters. It was used to good effect in a couple of movies, like I think the movie, like, what was that, 79 or whatever, that just almost induced a panic attack in me. And I'm not really a person that gets them. In that movie about the Irish time of troubles. And in that movie, there's a kid blown up by a bomb, IRA bomb. It's not for the faint of heart. Like, you have to be tough to watch that movie to the end. I believe it was used there. A lot of times people think lighthouses are haunted because the way wind moves through a lighthouse creates infrasound, and it would spook out new lighthouse keepers, and anybody who is sensitive would always claim, that's haunted, I'm getting the hell out of here. And that can explain some haunted houses, especially basements, because infrasound will move through the pipes and plumbing of underground cities and end up in basements. And then, yeah, there could have just been a raccoon in there or something growling and infrasound, but I would have heard it on the spectrum, but rural Georgia, you wouldn't expect that in the open flatlands. Like you would expect infrasound on pipes from a city. Yeah, skunk apes. There's a lot of cryptid. People think in Florida and southern Georgia has skunk apes. Kind of like their Sasquatch tails. Never seen one. But I admit the possibility of a Florida primate's kind of intriguing. It would probably be something mundane, like people having pet gibbons that get out, Terrestrial... I just gotta call you Terry. Earth homes with real... his dramatic history will keep the frequency you can feel, and I feel it too. You cannot shake the experiences. We can all develop the frequencies and develop the skill. Well, I don't know if I believe in residual trauma, but so much as my take on it might be tears in the space-time continuum where you might think you see a ghost and you actually just see something in the past from some unexplained phenomenon. And there's plenty of things that might explain things, but yeah, I do have feelings I absolutely cannot explain. And there are things, like I think my heart has a compass, where I'll just be driving, and no sound frequency or this or thing explains it. But all of a sudden I get a direction, like my heart points, almost like a feeling I should go in that direction, and when I entertain that, and sometimes I just drive down a normal street, nothing is really amiss. But sometimes I've done that and found either incredible things, or I've come across the scene of an accident and somebody desperately needing help. And I did that very recently. Off of I-5, I took an exit I didn't want to take. But the heart compass swung that way, and I got the feeling, and there was a man... I was guided down another turn, a couple other turns, to a rural road, and I found, I come around the corner, a man's laying in the middle of the street. And he kept saying, I need help. And then he'd pass back out in the street. I didn't know if it was a trick or... But who really lays down in the middle of a rural road to, like, ambush people, you know? It just didn't look like a good ambush spot. There was a sort of embankment. It was very, very steep. And I came up behind him. He dragged himself to his feet, slurred his speech, pointed randomly, fixated on a direction, pointed that way, got to his feet, stumbled, walked down the road, and collapsed again in the road. But he looked a little dirty, you know, like transient. And so there's that get out and help thing versus get out and get victimized thing when you're a woman on the road. But I decided to compromise, put my hand on my knife, pull up to him, crack the window and say, really, do you need help? Because I had no phone signal. And he goes, yes. And I said, with what? Are you hurt? He goes, I don't know. Yeah, no. And he sat down by the side of the road, and I could drive past him if I wanted to and turn around. But I kind of cracked the other window, the passenger this time, and said, so, how can I help you? He goes, you can call 911. I said, but for what exactly? He goes, the accident. What accident? I really was struggling to understand him. And he goes, my car. Okay. Where's your car? And he points down this cliff-like embankment. And so I pull a bit further away from him, get out, and peek over, and sure enough, there's this car wrapped around a tree. I don't know how he lived, but he had fallen asleep on the curve, gone off the curve at a pretty dang high rate of speed. But just, if he hit that tree square, he went down the embankment, his car had to have been airborne. It's a little, like a Honda thing, I believe, or a hatchback type cars, like a Honda Fit or something like that nature. And if he hit that tree square airborne, he would have just been dead. But he hit it airborne just off kilter slightly, so he spun off. And then the rear of his car impacted a second tree, and it looked like a tree sandwich in a way, from my vague recollection. Oh, I don't doubt elephants can detect earthquakes. Oh, yeah. Now there's zoo videos of them doing so, I believe. Starting to trumpet right before stuff. I wonder if the zoo elephants in San Francisco knew about the big ones. All of the big ones, the recent one, the other one. But anyway, he was slurring his speech and falling in the road because I'm sure he had a head injury. And I tried to help him best I could, but he kept refusing help. We had to go somewhere where we had cell phone service. I tried to take him to the nearby fire department, volunteer fire department. At one point, I coaxed him to actually get in my car, and he would say, no, I need to guard my things. And he would then try to jump out of my car while it was moving, and so I finally just let him be, and I let him use my phone to call 911. And he was so confused, the operator said, are you hurt? And he goes, yeah. Well, no. I yelled behind the operator, yes, he has a head injury. And the operator, I heard her, who didn't hear me, say, well, sir, this is not the place to call for a tow truck. Because he mentioned needing a tow. Because of his head injury, that car was never going to run again. But he mentioned being in a car accident and needing it to be towed. Well, ultimately it needed to be towed, but, you know, But she scolded him, and I was trying to yell over his shoulder. He had a head injury. He batted me away and turned away. What can you do? He refused all help. So I got to cell phone service range for myself, called 911 for myself, and I scolded the operator and said, when somebody says, I don't know if I'm hurt, why don't you take a little bit of attention? When they're slurring their speech and they said they've been in a car accident, come on. But I hope he made it. I hope he was okay. I gave him my phone number and said, tell me how this pans out. But never got a call. So, looking back at the chat. A car? Disregard? Yeah. Was this man in an incident in Lower California desert? No, Southern Oregon. It was in Southern Oregon. Yeah. Well, I mean, even old decommissioned lighthouses, but yeah, there could be a lot of things to it. Let's see. Going back up. Yeah. Somebody killed chickens and ducks. Oh, dark topics. Really? Solano County raccoons are something else? Okay. Yeah, graves are a lot older back east. Well, the white man ones are. I know of a lot of Indian grave sites, and it's taboo, of course, to reveal them. And the first time I was attacked on the internet, there was a Facebook page I was help manage, about abandoned places. And you have to keep them safe. You can't just randomly tell people where abandoned places are. It's called being Facebooked. Within 6 months to maybe even as short as 6 weeks, sometimes even 6 days, after posting a cool abandoned place on Facebook, if you post the location, the partiers will go there, trash, vandalize, graffiti. It'll be full of abandoned mattresses and condoms and heroin needles and spray cans in no time. You can't Facebook a place that has no protection, that's abandoned. It's taboo, and I wish more people knew about that rule. You especially don't do grave sites. If you go out and put... Some people think they should go to remote grave sites and put a geocache. That is being ridiculously irresponsible. And I destroy them every time I can. Because you can't lead people to vulnerable abandoned places. Well, you will get them destroyed. It is taboo. It is not done. So, the idea there is don't Facebook a place. But this guy gets on our channel, right? Page on Facebook. He's like, I am an abandoned explorer person. I like abandoned places and history and ghost towns and blah blah blah. And the first thing he did was try to post this. Not only did he go to an Indian grave site, he put the geo coordinates of it, got a satellite map, the areas circled on it, explained the history of it, about how archaeologists haven't visited here yet, therefore the grave goods are probably still there. We've dug and found some pottery.
Division Alpha, Dixie Charlie.
Other massive taboos. And then he films himself with this mini documentary for his YouTube channel, getting out of his car, and a secret little trail you gotta have to go to the Indian gravesite. And so I said, hell no, I'm not allowing that post on our website. You're doing an awful thing. You really need to edit your own YouTube video unless you want that place to be looted. Indians don't like this. Even if you're like trying to film it with respect or whatever it is you're trying to do, to appreciate the history, you don't tell people where it is. And you get permission from them to do that subject with care, so you don't leave looters there. Native American artifacts trade is an international black market. It's every bit as serious as looting the Middle East or other archaeological things, and it's grave robbing. And so I said, you should edit that video, that part of it, man. He went into a rage, flashed over into a rage, and said, nobody is going to tell me how to run my channel. And I'm like, I'm not telling you how to run your channel. I'm telling you how to be a decent human being. Because you may not be aware that that's a complete taboo, and you're about to get the
I believe it was right there at Huggy Bear Lane.
Yeah, look how quiet Caldor fire chatter is. That's so good. And just randomly talking about streets. I think that's police activity. Gonna mute it. Maybe not. Let me make sure.
Yeah, I can send you 681. I'm here to Huggy Bear and Blue Mountain.
Well, it's too broken to even make out what they're talking about. Oh, there's a picture of the tunnel. Awesome. So, but I realized he was some sort of a narcissist or something. Because if you ever like criticize a narcissist at like a tiny bit, they blow off the handle and they make you the enemy and try to bring you down. And so I realized after a point that he was one of those, because he was rage typing faster than I could delete his Facebook comments, calling me all these kind of names and talking about how I'm a control freak and a jerk and domination. I want to dominate him and all this crap. This is my first experience with somebody trying to sick their followers on me. And he said he was going to get me banned from Facebook for this and all these insults, and he's just being a complete baby. And flying off the handle about how I was trying to control his life and control his speech and control everything. And so, because I was saying, dude, I'm the moderator for this channel, and we don't take disrespect, not to viewers, not to us either. And he goes, I don't want to be on this channel. I'm never going to post here again. I'm going to tell everybody to ban this channel and that they shouldn't be there because you're telling me how to do my video career. You want to take over my video career. You wanted to dominate me. And about that point, this other, the page owner on Facebook stepped in and said, you're banned, you whiny baby. I didn't even get a chance. But he goes to his followers on Facebook, and he rants and raves about how he was politely trying to show this historical video and share it with my community when I told him that he should change everything about his career, change the way he talks, change everything that he does. And a different friend the next morning sends me this screenshots saying, what did you do to that guy? He's so nice and stuff. And I sent my own screenshots of him cussing me out and said, did he mention that he was trying to post the location of Indian graves? She goes, no, he didn't mention that. That's taboo. And so she goes to his thing where all of his followers were like blocking me on Facebook, and they didn't know who the hell I was, and blocking the poor lady's abandoned site channel. And all of his followers are talking about how jerks like me on the internet everywhere. And then my friend pipes up and says, so did you really try to show an Indian grave and like have satellite pictures of it? And did you actually dig something up there? And then everybody went, Really, did you do that? And oh yeah, his new tour that he planned, he was trying to set up history tours, right? Was to be viewing the rare petroglyphs somewhere in Washington State, I believe. The Indians were going to guide him there and a couple other people to view the petroglyphs and the park rangers, which were supposed to be not kind of hidden from the public down the trail, right? And word spread like wildfire through the community of what he was actually doing to the Indians, and that he was planning to geotag and make this super Google map of all of the Indian sites that he ever knew about and release it to the public as well. And he got in super hot water, but he shot himself in the foot there pretty well, and people like that kind of ruin themselves. But it was one of those crazy things. That's not done. That is absolutely not done. Then one of his followers starts this eerie private message thing with me, which was so crazy. He was telling me that the real research that he was doing was to figure out who really did all these sites, because the Indians were too stupid to make all these Mississippi mounds, and the Mayans were actually too stupid to build pyramids. And he was going to prove, not the guy I'm talking about, but this sidekick henchman of his, who was like his co-pilot, producer or something of that nature, was out to prove that the aliens and stuff were doing this. And it was the biggest racist thing. So that blew up. He didn't keep very good company, and I don't know the original motivation of that one guy. But was that ugly? So one has to be super careful. That's why I won't show my methods. This is child's play, showing the history slider. But I won't show my methods for discovering where places are, for that sensitive reason. Because you never know, jerks like him could be watching, ready to just loot everything they could for the black market. And it's bad enough already. A lot of people think anything that's abandoned in the United States, you can walk off with the artifacts. It's a different culture, Looter culture ends when people start realizing that taking is loot. History doesn't grow back. Everything you've ever seen out there that's not behind guarded gates and stuff is still there. Every little bottle, every doorknob, every neat little glass insulator, or a piece of furniture in a cabin, or old car, or old cans of food, are there because for the last 75 to 100 years or however long, other people didn't take it. They did the leave no trace ethics. So don't be the one that ruins it for the next person. And for God's sake, don't put graveyards, geotag locations on the internet. By the time I get there to, take pictures and put that in a private record and give those things to historical societies and such. Sometimes they've been broken apart and the marble carried away, and I'll never forgive the American Pickers show, which should have been banned. They should have been fined and banned. They were delighted to find a Civil War grave marker in somebody's barn, and they were like, "Would you take $50 for it?" Whatever that fake show is. And the old man was like, "Okay," or whatever. And they gloated about how they got $500 for it or something in their freaking shop. It's just sick and it's wrong. The grave good trade. Karma Lady 67 just discovered your channel tonight. Really enjoyed the historic info. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Because fire stuff is not really my thing. It's the history. But you got to step up and help the community do what you can. And it's all endangering all of our treasures. So our history is the treasure that we all share. And it's part of the great loss here too. Hopefully, it's our brave firefighters time and time again who are making rings around all of our structures, homes, history, everything, and keeping fire at bay. And they've been doing a really good job of it for a long time. And they're the reason we have history in fire country, which is basically the entire state in the West. And they are true heroes to me. I can't tell you how delighted I am to go to a scene where a fire was and still find some historic things standing. We always do. Yep, I'm past my curfew here. Oh my gosh. Story time gets me wrapped up in stuff, but I needed it. I needed to have an hour of talking about something else. There's a radio crackle.
On Hilltop, a little fire protection.
It's a tough world we live in. It really is. The old graveyard in Sonoma is peaceful. Yeah. I get more of a sense of peace in graveyards than anything spooky. Then again, I don't visit them at night. I do want to see Poe's grave and put something on it like the Poe toaster. Did we ever find out who that person was? Who was the Poe toaster? Poe's favorite drink and a rose or something was left on his grave on his birthday or anniversary of his death every year. And nobody knew who did it. And it stopped when they set up cameras, to try to find out. Did we ever figure that out? Yeah, here's another picture of the Orville train crash. Goes to a random blog. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, the excuse me. It's about time for me to sleep. I just want to catch up with chat. I think most people are, excuse me, I got a cough, gonna mute myself. I'm sorry. You may be interested in Coal Station on Grizzly Flat Road. Oh, it's approximately 6 miles up from Somerset, and fire has not reached it yet. It's a historical site. It was a mercantile Pony Express stop. Oh yes, of course I'm interested. When I do these history videos, definitely something I want to see. My idea was to run around filming, and that's what the camera fund is for. But I haven't been able to afford a camera really before, and the gas and all the expenses. To really get started, and many of the places I wanted to film have just in the last 3 years disappeared by fire. So it's time to start now. But I'm starting to reach my goal. I'm getting much closer. The kindest people have helped me keep the show running here in the fire stream and donated to my camera fund. It's just totally awesome. So, have a sweet voice, be a sweet person, yeah. Going back up. Good morning, we'll bring sunshine, yeah. They have lemurs at San Francisco Zoo. That's cool. They might take over the world, Maybe them and raccoons. Maybe they'll have wars in the future, like a couple million years from now, when they develop language and weapons. Yeah. Kathryn telling the team to hang out with people who are open to their existence, that are things that we have no experience but unable to put into words. Yeah. I have a completely open mind. I don't ban the subjects of the mysterious. I totally love exploring things like conspiracy theories, and I, as a philosopher, question the nature of reality, like we need to do. But it's just that I don't allow conspiracies related to fire and such in here, and some of the more random topics, because it makes survivors here feel very uncomfortable to have to worry about one more thing. Anything that's worrisome is not something we want to introduce. So people say, like, I don't have an open mind or something. No, I'll, on my free time sometime, check out your channel of weirdness and stuff. That's totally cool. But now's not the time. And it's just human decency to try to bring comfort, and facts do that. You know, things verifiable do that. When we're all in this stressful book together.
3/4.
So I hear absolutely nothing except for the occasional blah 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 about the Caldor fire. So there's the great question: what do we leave on for tonight? Unfortunately, the flare cam is not reliable enough to just leave on all night. I don't know if we have enough volunteers for the night. To regulate the circuits anyway. There's not been too much Dixie fire activity. I could put on a refresh of alert wildfire camp. But it's hard on the mods when I can't show up before noon, and I don't know that I can tomorrow. I've been pretty floored today by feeling sick. And I get broken sleep and then try to take naps again. So, Smitty, I think instead of Bidwell Bar, we could have been picked up in Oroville, and should have, except my grandma hated Oroville for some reason. Really? That sounds like kind of a funny story. But yeah, Carmel 8067. I've got an email. It's in the description of the video. People have old time stories or history stories, tips on where I should film and all that. Absolutely. I'd love to have a meet and greet kind of a thing when I do eventually come down to California and post fires. We were thinking of having a party, a post fire party. The people who've been here on the stream and in chat. Wouldn't that be cool? And we're not naming the place yet. We'll have a poll. We'll all try to decide on a place. And we don't want to curse the place, you know. Don't get our hopes up about a specific building that's in the path of fire or something. But think of some candidates. But I'm not sure. Mods, how do you feel about leaving chat on till I come back? Just don't know when I'm going to be able to return, and some mods won't be here in the morning, that's for sure. Are you guys asleep? Don't worry, we'll live, Smitty says. Why are you on the night shift? Do you have a night shift kind of schedule? Judith, I'm not computer savvy enough to volunteer, sorry. I'll try to learn. Meet and greet sounds good. Yeah, moderating is pretty easy. YouTube, but if you're not up to the task, it certainly can be quite a hassle. See, this camera keeps on having issues. Once I woke up to find out it had frozen during the night and just gone offline, and people were looking at a black screen for a long time. But yeah, do come back and give us your wisdom about fire and all that, Judith, because I learned so much from the fire expertise people in chat. You will email me? Cool, thank you. And once again, I'm so behind in the emails. I keep thinking I'll have a quiet morning to just wake up, have coffee, read the emails, put the cams on something, and but the way fires break out all over the place and this red flag week and all that, we really haven't had any quiet days, really, since maybe one since we lost Greenville. So, Grandma could be a very bombastic woman as to her likes and dislikes. When I was small, I didn't go looking for trouble. Yeah. Love you, keep the spirits up. No, I love you guys. You guys have made this all possible. I really couldn't manage it without you guys. For serious. Too bad we didn't have night drops. That was exciting. Maybe we'll have it tomorrow. What I can do is leave it on one of these with an auto refresh button to refresh the screen every, say, what's 400 seconds? I don't know how long it times a person out. That's 6.66 minutes. Okay, we're not gonna curse this with 400 seconds then. Yikes. So what's 900 seconds? Every 15 minutes. Probably 700 would be the middle sweet spot. 11.666 seconds. Okay, no, not. Okay, we're gonna do 701 seconds. Gee. That's 11.68 seconds. Okay, every 701 seconds. This camera, this page will refresh. But you know, it's not the right one I want. Armstrong Lookout 2. That's the Caldor fire. The dyslexic is devil 999 is not 666. Yeah. Yeah, I have some superstitions, so I just, ugh. You know, it's just spooky. Alright. However, guys, I have to restart the stream. We've been live for 10 hours and 25 minutes. Is the fire near 88 in Caldor? I'm not sure where that is. I know 50. Is it the one down here? Where is Highway 88? At least Wildfire is renewing too. It fertilizes, if nothing else. Mega fires are a sign of devastation. Forests don't grow back after a mega fire. You have to replant because it incinerates all the seeds of pine cones. But one day we'll get our wildlands healthy enough where fire is beneficial again. Noah Wade, my grandma never stopped talking. My gramp solved the problem by giving her a parakeet. She taught him over 400 words and phrases. That's an awesome one. That'd be a world record parakeet there. They're the cutest little things. I had a mynah bird, and it spoke to me in my own voice. It was pretty crazy. It would look at me and say, "It's okay." Exactly like I just said. "It's okay. You're okay." Water. Yummy water. Water. Hello? Oh, hi. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Give me a call back. Bye. Beep. It would do the message beep from the phone. Highway 88 is the lower boundary. Okay. I figured. So yes, that would be a yes then. Hey there. What's going on for Chester the rest of the night? Beats me. You know, it's all very quiet. They repopulated it today, apparently. Because, you know, insanity. Let's go look at Butt Lake Cam. You know, I kept typing in chat Butt Lake all the time, and initially my own messages and those of others were deleted by the YouTube Autobots, censor bots. Same thing, I was talking about Bumpus Hill in Lassen National Volcanic Park, and then the lady, the ranger, was talking, her name was Bumpus, and Google deleted all that stuff too. Potty mouth channel. I don't see anything really wrong with fires up in the hill, very close enough to see at Chester, but by God, they'll reopen. Let's put thousands of people in harm's way when there's very few evacuation routes that aren't compromised by fire or could be. Sounds like a grand idea. Let's repopulate a town surrounded by fire 360 degrees around it in a red flag week. But the Dixie fire has been quiet. Another midnight miracle happened. So I'm going to restart the stream, guys, and I'll leave it on for the night. But it's 10 hours and 30 minutes of streaming. I should have ended this at 10 p.m. when I was tired already, and I don't understand how it becomes 3 in the morning every night. I've set myself up for more lack of sleep. Pi, it's in the Caldor fire. It's a little valley area. They're fighting to save structures tonight there. The cabins are threatened. So, don't ask me any more questions. I'll be here for 4 more hours. So, if you are not coming back to the fire stream, if you're listening in bed or whatnot, remember, the fire stream's going to restart in a second, by the way. But remember, once you've done everything you can do, that's all you can do. So just relax. You've evacuated, you've done all you can do, so just relax. Yep, good night, guys. I'm going to restart the stream, and my mods can take it from here. You're angels. Thank you so much. I'll try to be here before noon, but I can't make promises. There's a couple things that one has to take care of. And I can't just wake up and jump on. But I'll try to be here before 2 p.m. I know that's a big asking some of the mods, but you guys are wonderful. And in fact, you guys keep coming back. You're so cool. So thank you guys. I'm going to restart the stream. Go to my channel page and hit refresh or hit the sub subscribe button with a ringing bell. You'll know whenever I go live or when the stream is going live. And hitting the like button on your way out helps me reach more people. Don't make California look so bad. Okay. California is a paradise under mismanagement. So I'll see you on the flip side. It'll take me about 30 seconds to restart the stream with a new name for a new day. And if you're not coming back, then good night. If you are, then I'll see you in 30 seconds. Good night.